Chapter 1. Sealing and Precautions. October 10th. The Kyubi no Kitsune, nine-tailed demon fox. A force of nature said to be able to create tsunamis and cause earthquakes with a single swipe of its tails. A creature that had just been torn from the seal holding it within Uzumaki Kushina, a seal that was weakened by when she gave birth to a beautiful golden-haired baby boy. A creature that had been released in a state where it was being controlled by a masked man who had kidnapped the boy to force the Yondaime Hokage, fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, away from where his wife had just given birth. After saving his son from the explosive tags covering Naruto's wrappings using his Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to get him to safety, Minato used the Hiraishin marker integrated into the seal that was being used to reinforce the weakened Jinchuriki seal to teleport himself to Kushina in time to save her from the freed Kyubi. As Minato took Kushina to their son, the masked man used a teleportation technique to move just outside of Kanahagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves, and summon the Kyubi and forcing it to attack in the hopes of destroying Konoha. With Minato, after using a time/space barrier to transport Kyubi's Amari, menacing ball, away from Konoha, he was forced to fight the masked man and the strange jutsu he used to make himself insubstantial and suck things into a void. After engaging in a battle of speed, he realized that the masked man's jutsu kept him insubstantial until the second just before he attacked. Using one of his Hiraishin kunai thrown just ahead of him so that it went through the masked man's head just before he started to attack, Minato formed a Rasengan, spiraling sphere, and teleported himself to the kunai before slamming the Rasengan into the masked man's head. Lifting the masked man up, Minato began to use his skills in Fuinjutsu to free the Kyubi from the man's control. A Kyaku Fuin, contract seal, are you trying to break my contract with the Kyubi? The masked man exclaimed. Now the Kyubi will no longer be yours to control. Minato replied calmly. No wonder you are the Yondaime Hokage. I'm impressed you were able to wrest control of the Kyubi from me, but no matter. I will have the Kyubi in my power once again. This world is mine. There are many means available to me, the masked man said as he was sucked into a vortex coming from his only visible eye. I get the feeling that he wasn't lying, Minato thought before using his Hiraishin to return to top of the Hokage monument. Arriving back on top of the Hokage monument, Minato could see the Kyubi a short distance outside the village slowly advancing against the resistance of the shinobi under his command. Using his Hiraishin again, he quickly returned to where his family was resting to prepare a jutsu that could save the village, at the cost of his life. Seeing Kushina still awake, Minato quickly started speaking. Kushina, the Kyubi is still attacking. I'm afraid there is only one thing I can do. Seal it away. But who will you seal it into? Kushina asked. Naruto. Minato replied sadly. How could I ask someone else something I wouldn't be willing to do myself? No, Kushina shouted. Take me. I will seal it back into myself, then commit suicide. That will at least disperse it for a time. While that might work, we have to think about the future. That man will return. By sealing the Kyubi into Naruto, we will give him the power he will need to fight back against him. But what will happen to Naruto when the village finds out he has the Kyubi sealed within him? You have to realize that it will get out, especially if you plan to use the Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal. Neither of us will be around to protect him, Kushina asked quietly, seeing her husband's point, but not liking it. Minato paused, thinking she's right. With the destruction that the Kyubi is causing, there is no way someone won't leak this out. But what if I use that time-release storage seal to give him what he will need to learn to survive? No, that won't be enough. Gamabunta, limit sensory-based gravity seal. No, still not enough. But then what? If only we could be there to help him. That's it. Forming a cross-shaped hand seal with the index and middle fingers of both hands, 3 Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, appeared. One of you go get the supplies we will need from the house, beginner books and up, all of them that he might need. The second start on the time-release storage seal on his right hand, 3-month interval set to start 1 week less than a year after the activation of the summoning seal. Give it a hand seal combination for the more advanced stuff. Make sure it is reusable once it is emptied, and place a limit sensory gravity seal on his left shoulder. And finally, the third start preparing the summoning seal while I summon Bunta, he said before turning to Kushina as one of the clones disappeared in a yellow flash. Kushina, can you still make a Kage Bunshin, shadow clone? Minato asked. Yes, Kushina answered with a very confused look. Good, create one. I will seal it along with one of mine into Naruto's mindscape with a hack Fuin, 8 symbol seal. They will be in stasis at least until he can generate enough chakra to maintain the Kage Bunshin himself. Then a mind summoning seal will activate, drawing him to the part of the mindscape where we will be. Unfortunately, even with the Kyuubi's presence bolstering his reserves, that probably won't be until he is 4 or 5. So to make sure he will be safe and hopefully happy until then, I will need Bunta's help, he said before the third clone tapped his shoulder. Boss, the summoning seal is ready. We just need some blood from Bunta to finish it, the clone said. Good, start working on the modifications of the hack Fuin and the chakra sensor activation seal. Make sure Kushina's clone is activated first. He will need a mother before a father. Also, make sure it is a one-time thing that activates when he goes to sleep. We don't want him to lose consciousness in the middle of the day or something. And make sure that it can store up to 2 days of chakra in case he ever gets chakra exhaustion, and a preservation function so our clones can't be destroyed by something simple like getting hugged too tight or if we train him. I'll be right back as soon as I get Naruto to sign the contract and get Bunta's blood, Minato ordered before turning back to Kushina once again. With this, once he has enough chakra to maintain your clone, he will be drawn into his mindscape and meet you. This will have the added benefit of draining him to a point so his chakra reserves grow. Okay, let's do it, Kushina replied. Moving back to Naruto, he addressed his clones. Can you guys pause for a second? Receiving a nod from both clones, Minato picks up Naruto and leaves the house to summon Gamabunta. Biting his thumb, he makes a series of hand seals and slams his palm on the ground, shouting, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique. A giant dull red toad comparable in size to the Kyuubi, wearing a navy blue vest and carrying a dosu blade at his back, appeared right below him, lifting him high into the air. Gamabunta-sama, I'm going to need your help, Minato said to the giant toad. Kyuubi, huh? The toad muttered as he looked into the distance. Anyways, how many times have I told you just to call me Gamabunta? So what's the plan? I'm going to seal it away into my son, Minato said sadly. What? Gamabunta bellowed. You heard me. I'm going to seal it into my son. It will cost me my life, and Kushina is already dying after the Kyuubi was ripped from her. I'm afraid that he will be in danger and friendless because word that he is the new container will most likely get out. Could you help me out? He begged. Sure, make him sign the contract. My son Gamakichi is about the right age, Gamabunta said before another toad appeared, carrying a large scroll. Minato took the scroll from Gama, the keeper of the summoning contract, and opened it up before cutting Naruto's right thumb and using it to sign Namake's Naruto in the first free column, and then leaving a handprint in blood at the bottom of the scroll. Then wrapping the cut up, he handed the scroll back to Gama and said, Thank you, Gama. You can take the scroll back now, before turning back to Gamabunta. Gamabunta, I'm making a seal that will automatically summon a toad on his 3rd birthday, but I need some of your blood to make the summoning tattoo. Is that okay? Sure, kid. I'll even waive the chakra fee until he turns 6. How does that sound? Thank you very much, Gamabunta. Holding up his right hand, Gamabunta replied, No problem. Take some blood. Minato complies. Taking out one of his Hiraishin kunai, he makes a small cut and lets some of Gamabunta's blood drip into an ink bottle, before jumping off of his head and running back into the house to place Naruto back in Kushina's arms, then giving the ink bottle to the clone making the summoning seal. Seeing the 3rd clone back, he said, Do you have everything? Yes, boss, one of the clones replied. Good. Start on the time-release storage seal on his right hand. Remember 3-month intervals after he turns 4. The 2nd clone, finish the summon seal and then finish the modified hack Fuin and seal whichever of you hasn't used any chakra in Kushina's clone and get it ready to sealing the yang portion of Kyuubi's chakra. Be very careful with the filter and healing portions. Whoever finishes first, take 2 soldier pills and dispel so I can recover some chakra. I'm gonna need it, Minato ordered. Yes, boss, all three clones said as the original turned back to Kushina. Kushina, get your Kage Bunshin ready. I'll be right back with the Kyuubi, Minato said gently as he turned back to Gamabunta. Getting back on Gamabunta's head, the pair rushed toward where they can see the Kyuubi in the distance. Just as they neared the battlefield, they see the Kyuubi start to charge another Amari. Hurry up, Gamabunta. We don't have much time. I'm on it, kid, Gamabunta replied as he dashed forward and tackled the Kyuubi, preventing the attack from being completed. Stall him for just a minute while I prepare. It is going to take a lot of chakra to transport something this size. No problem, but don't waste any time. This guy is Tug. Gamabunta let out a roar as one of the Kyuubi's tails left a huge gash over his left eye. Gamabunta, are you okay? Yeah. Good, here I go, Minato shouted, and with that both he and the Kyuubi disappeared. Outside the house with Kushina and Naruto. Appearing outside the house where he left Kushina and Naruto, Minato fell to one knee. Shit, that stunt used almost all of my chakra. I have to get a barrier up. As he thought that the Kyuubi turned and started moving toward him, only to be stopped as chains appear out of nowhere and pin it to the ground. Thank Kami you are still alive. Is everything ready, including the precautionary measures? Minato asked, turning to Kushina only to see her leaning on the side of the building with Naruto in her arms and blood pouring from her mouth. Yes, boss, the remaining clones reply before dispelling. Well then, before I start, just know that I love you and Naruto more than my life itself, and goodbye, Minato said to Kushina before picking Naruto up and turning back to the Kyuubi and starting to make hand seals. I love you too, Kushina whispered back. Back at the battlefield with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as the Kyuubi disappeared along with Minato, Hiruzen turned toward where he could still feel the Kyuubi's presence. Seeing it in the distance, Hiruzen took off, running as fast as his old body could move. As he crested the top of the Hokage monument a few seconds later, he saw the Kyuubi pulled to the ground. Drawing nearer, he saw chains holding the Kyuubi and whispered to himself, Kushina, before redoubling his speed once again. Coming within sight of Kushina and Minato, he saw a spectral figure behind his successor, and the Kyuubi managed to lift one paw and strike at a baby lying on the ground. Realizing what was going to happen, he started running again, knowing he won't be able to arrive in time to make a difference. With Minato, Kushina, and Naruto, making the 9 hand seals necessary to activate the Shiki Fujin and call the Shinigami to rip out the Kyuubi's soul, a spectral figure appeared behind Minato, mentally directing the Shinigami to separate the Yin and Yang portions of the Kyuubi, seeing how the Kyuubi possesses too much chakra to seal it all. A spectral hand reaches through him, causing him soul-deep, nearly unbearable pain. The hand stretches toward the Kyuubi, who redouble its struggle to escape upon seeing the figure. Just as the Shinigami grabs the Kyuubi's soul, it manages to free one paw and strike at what has the symbols that signify it was slated to be the Kyuubi's new jailer. Seeing the danger, both Kushina and Minato rushed forward, interposing themselves between the Kyuubi and Naruto, stopping the paw and giving Minato enough time to finish drawing out its soul and the Shinigami to split it. The Yin dark, half to with him into the Shinigami's stomach, and the Yang light, half to be sealed into Naruto. Summoning Gamatora, a rare scroll toad, Minato shouted Fuin, placing the key to the Shiki Fujin, and the sealing was complete. Minato collapsed to the ground, still holding Naruto with the 3 whisker marks he was born with on each cheek. Seeing movement out of the corner of his eye, he wills himself to stay alive just a little longer. As Sarutobi moved closer, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing it is someone he could trust. Sarutobi. Sorry you cough, will have to take the hat again. Take him, cough cough, Uzumaki Naruto. He is a cough hero. Cough cough, beware cough, masked man, cough cough, ceiling. And with those last words to someone he trusts, Minato died, leaving Hiruzen holding a crying Naruto, the Shiki Fujin still glowing red on his stomach. One dying and the other preoccupied with baby Naruto. Neither of them noticed a shinobi standing in the nearby trees. 2 days later, council chamber. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the professor, and the former and reinstated Sandaime Hokage, third Hokage, sat in his chair at the head of the council table with a golden-haired baby in a crib next to him, wishing he could just kill the civilian council and stop the headache they were causing. "Kill it! It is just a monster," screeched one of the newer members of the civilian council, one Haruno Saki. "Silence," shouted Hiruzen, adding a moderate amount of killing intent to make sure everyone shut up. "This child is not a monster. He is a hero who the Yondaime chose to carry a very heavy burden, and his name is Uzumaki Naruto." "Yeah, right," spat another member of the civilian council, a fat merchant this time. "It must be killed," shouted several others, the shinobi half of the council and the elders looking at the civilians with disgust. "I thought I said silence," the Sandaime said, increasing his killing account. "Then how about you give him to me? I will mold him into a weapon for one of the elders, a crippled man with his right arm in a sling, his right side of his face and eye covered by bandages, and a X-shaped scar on his chin. "You will do no such thing, Danzo. In fact, if you even suggest it one more time, I don't care how important you are or how highly placed, I will kill you myself. If I even hear about you or one of your men coming in contact with him, you shall suffer the same fate. Do I make myself clear?" Backed into a corner but cursing the Sandaime in his head, the scarred man could only answer, "Crystal Hiruzen. You will address me as Hokage-sama, is that understood?" The Hokage rebuffed, raising his killing intent even higher, seeing something in Danzo that set him on edge. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Danzo replied, now intimidated. "I still say we should kill it," shouted one of the stupider civilian counselors. Hiruzen turned to the civilian council and raised his killing intent once again, causing several of them to lose consciousness. "The Uchiha clan will take him in," stated Uchiha Fugaku in a nearly emotionless voice, though the greedy glint in his eyes set Hiruzen on edge. "No, I cannot allow any of the clans to take him in, as it will destroy the power balance in Konoha. No, as much as I would like to take him in, that includes even my clan, he will have to be placed in an orphanage. And seeing as word has somehow gotten out about his burden, as of this moment it is illegal on threat of death to even speak about this matter to anyone who doesn't already know, with the exception of myself, Jiraiya, and Naruto himself. As of this second, his status as a Jinchuriki is an S-class secret. Am I understood?" the Hokage declared with iron in his voice. "Yes, Hokage-sama," everyone in the council chamber answered. "Also, if I hear of anyone causing harm to Naruto, it will be even worse. Death will still be the penalty, but it will be a long time coming at the hands of TNI, is that clear?" "Yes, Hokage-sama," everyone in the council chamber answered again, this time honestly scared. Now on to more pressing matters. "Shikaku, how are our defenses?" Hiruzen asked Nara Shikaku, the Jounin commander of Konoha. Lifting up his head, the Jounin answered, "For the moment, they are surprisingly good considering how much damage we took. I have as many people as can be spared shoring up the defenses, and the parts which can be easily fixed are being repaired as we speak. Thankfully, it will take time for any spies to get word to their respective countries, so by the time any offensive action could occur we will be in much better condition. Thus it is unlikely that we will have to worry about any further attacks at the moment," then returned his head to the table. "Good. Hiraishin, how did your clan fare?" "Relatively well, Hokage-sama. We did suffer several losses and several members went blind due to the intensity of the chakra, but we will recover," Hyuga Hiraishin, the head of the Hyuga clan, answered. "I'm glad to hear that. How about you, Fugaku?" Hiruzen continued. "The attack was a mixed blessing, I'm afraid. We suffered a good number of losses, but the sheer amount of killing intent caused more members of my clan to awaken their Sharingan than at any other time in recorded history," Uchiha Fugaku reported. "How about your clans, Tsum, Inoichi, Shikaku, Chuza, Shibi?" "The Inazuka clan took moderate losses," Tsum replied promptly. "The Yamanaka clan took some losses but less than others due to the focus generally placed on our clan's mind jutsu," Yamanaka Inoichi answered succinctly. "The Nara clan is in a position similar to the Yamanaka due to the ineffectiveness of our shadow jutsu on a being of the Kyuubi's strength," Shikaku replied lazily, not even lifting his head off of the table. The Akimichi clan took slightly more severe losses due to the usefulness of our clan jutsu on the front lines. Chusa said. We suffered moderate casualties trying to siphon the Kyuubi's chakra and trying to weaken it, but like the Nara and Yamanaka clans, we of the Aburame clan found our techniques to be ineffective and managed to avoid more serious damages, Shibi answered in a monotone voice. Good. I'm glad to hear that casualties were not as bad as I feared. I'm afraid that I will have to call an end to the council for today. There are other pressing issues I must attend to. Counselors in charge of defense, infrastructure, commerce, utilities, and those representing the city structures. I expect damage reports, expected repair costs, expected repair time, issues, injury and death toll reports on my desk by tomorrow morning, Hiruzen said as he stood and picked up Naruto, then left the council chambers. The Hokage's office. Finally making it to his office, Hiruzen placed Naruto in another crib and sat tiredly in his chair before rubbing his eyes and muttering to himself, I'm too old for this shit. Leaning back in his chair for a moment, Hiruzen thought about what to do with Naruto before suddenly sitting up in his chair and calling out to what appeared to be thin air. Inu. A young man with a dog-marked mask appeared in front of the Hokage and bowed. He appeared to be around 15 years old, though you couldn't be sure due to the mask, and had gravity-defying silver hair. The mask signified that he was part of ANBU, some of the most skilled shinobi in the village. After the young ANBU straightened up, the old Hokage signaled the rest of his ANBU guards to leave the room and activated the privacy seals in the room to ensure their conversation would not be overheard. Kakashi, you can remove your mask for a moment, Hiruzen said. Yes, sir, Kakashi replied and took off his dog mask, revealing a face covered by a cloth mask that covered his face until just below his eyes. But strangely his left eye was covered with his leaf Hittite. Please take a look in the crib and tell me what you think, Hiruzen commanded. Kakashi moved over to the crib and examined Naruto for a minute before turning back to the Hokage and looking at him with a questioning expression in his one visible eye. Is this? He said, stumbling over his words. The container for the Kyuubi, yes, Hiruzen said with a patient expression. No, sir. Is he Sensei's son? He finally finished his question after several pauses. Hiruzen glances at him sharply, studying him intently before speaking again. What would you do if he was my boy? Hokage-sama? What do you mean? I would protect him even if it cost me my life, Kakashi answered quickly with absolute conviction. Very good. I'm glad to hear that. The answer is yes. He is Minato's son. And could you imagine him forcing this burden upon someone else? However, there must never be a word about this. He wouldn't last a day if it did. Do you understand? Hiruzen asked demandingly. Yes, sir, Kakashi said after thinking for a moment. Assassins from IWA Stone, sir. Exactly, possibly Kumo, Cloud, too, the Hokage said. If this ever got out, he would not last a week. He will already be in enough from our own people, we don't need professionals at it too. Anyway, he will need protection if he is to survive. I want you to choose and 5 others that you trust, not with this information as it is an SS-class village secret, but with his safety to guard him in 3 shifts of 2. This assignment will last at least a month or 2 as I expect the worst of the trouble to occur in this time. Understood. Yes, sir, Kakashi replied with a sparkle of hope that was previously absent back in his eye. And Kakashi, the Hokage continued, if anyone tries to harm your new charge, Uzumaki Naruto, they are to be taken directly to T. They will be tortured to death. If it comes up, send a shadow clone to remove the offender. There must always be 2 guards, is that clear? Yes, sir, Kakashi replied, sobered by the Sandame's seriousness. Good. Go find the 5 other members of your team and report back. After that, he will be taken back to the natal care ward at the hospital. He will probably stay there for the next 2 or 3 months, until things have calmed down. Then he will be moved to the orphanage. Sir, can I dash Kakashi started but was cut off by the Sandame. As much as I wish it was possible, there are 3 reasons it is not, Hiruzen started as he held up 3 fingers. 1. You are too young, he said as he dropped 1 finger. 2. It would be too suspicious if you did. His only remaining student adopting a baby. That is just asking for trouble. And 3 is the same reason I had to give Fugaku. Fugaku! Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. That was never going to happen, but the reason I gave is still valid. You are the last member of a minor clan, and Naruto becoming a member would throw the balance of power within Konoha out of control. That doesn't even bring the fact that every member of the civilian council would block it if it was a non-clan member. Trust me, if I could allow it, I would. Unfortunately, the orphanage is the best of bad choices. Hiruzen finished explaining. You are dismissed. Yes, sir, Kakashi acknowledged, turning to leave as Hiruzen deactivated the security seals. Chapter 2, Frogs, Toads, and Surprises. 3 years later. The 3-year-old Uzumaki Naruto was not happy. Safe but not happy. For some reason no one seemed to like him. Not the ladies who were nice to the other orphans, not the other orphans, not even the random children that he occasionally met when the ladies took them to the park were nice to him. 1 or 2 times he had even heard parents whisper to their children that he was a bad boy, and if they played with him they would become bad too. He didn't think he was supposed to hear them when they said that, or the few times when people would say something about a demon and look at him with scary eyes. Every time he left the orphanage, all the adults would give him weird looks that always made him feel like he didn't belong. In fact, the only person who didn't make him feel like that was the nice old man who wore the funny red and white hat and smelled like weird smoke. The old man came by the orphanage every once in a while to spend some time with him and take him around the village. It was always fun to go places with him. When they go out, the adults always greet him and call him Hokage-sama. They always have very different expressions around him. Though they do occasionally send him the strange looks, there are far less. Unfortunately, when he left, the ladies in the orphanage went back to being mean. They always fed him last, and there were times when they didn't give him enough food. Sometimes he thought they did it on purpose. Other times the bigger kids took some of his food, and when he said something, the lady in charge for the day would ignore him, or the really mean one sent him to his room saying that bad boys don't deserve to eat. Other times, when the ladies were teaching the orphans to read, or when he tried to look at a book, they would send him to his room and say bad boys don't deserve to learn. Once he heard one of the mean ladies say something about keep the demon stupid. He didn't think he was supposed to hear it. None of the other kids did, and they were closer to her. He could deal with the mean ladies and not enough food, but what really got to him was the loneliness. Sometimes it seemed to gnaw at his chest, and it wasn't his stomach because that sometimes hurt at the same time. The last couple of days, everyone had been giving him looks that seemed worse than usual. He didn't know why, but it kind of scared him. He really didn't understand it though. Today was October 10th, his birthday. On everyone else's birthday, people would give them happier than normal looks, but not him. It wasn't even just to ladies at the orphanage. When everyone had gone to the park yesterday, the adults seemed to be getting ready for a party and happy, but when they saw him, they shot him looks that made him feel cold. He honestly wanted to just stay in his room, away from those looks, even if it was lonely. Hokage's office. Inu, the Hokage called out. Hokage-sama. Came the reply as the dog-masked Anbu faded into view. It is October 10th today. Yes, sir. When was the last time we had to execute someone for trying to hurt Naruto? Sarutobi asked his Anbu. Almost a year ago, sir, the Anbu replied, not missing a beat. Good, though I suspect something might happen tonight. Have your full team guard him tonight and seal his room so no one but you can go in or out until morning, the Hokage ordered. It is his birthday. People often get drunk worse than usual at the Kyuubi festival, so it wouldn't surprise me if that happens. However, may I suggest that you don't order their deaths this time? Giving his Anbu a piercing look, Hiruzen motions for him to explain himself while speaking. Why would you say that, Inu? Sir, I'm not saying they shouldn't spend some time at the TNI division and their treatments, but it might be an effective warning to leave them alive afterward, with the warning that if it ever happens again, the treatment won't be stopping while they are alive. Then we dump them at their homes and let them pay any medical bills that are necessary, the dog-masked man defends. I see, you may proceed, but if anything ends up happening to Naruto, all bets are off, replies the Hokage. Yes, sir, the Anbu says as he leaves. Naruto's room. Naruto went to bed early, not wanting to be around the mean looks anymore. He didn't actually go to sleep, but stayed in his room waiting for the night to end. For some reason he felt jumpy and not very tired, as though something was about to happen. MT Mayuboku. It's happening, Pops, just like you said it would, said a small orange toad with a blue vest and bluish-purple markings on his face and stomach. Good, Gamakichi, just remember to tell him who you are and that the fourth arranged for you to be summoned to him on his 3rd birthday, but most importantly remember to tell him how to summon you back to him. That way he can have a friend, and if he ever gets in trouble he can get help. Remember to dispel like I taught you when it is time. The giant dull red toad replied. Okay, Pops, I'm going now, the little toad said before disappearing from Empty Muboku in the summoning plane in a puff of smoke. Naruto's room. Naruto was just on the verge of falling asleep when a popping sound echoed through his room, causing him to jump up in time to see a small frog appear on his bed. Yo, the small frog said as soon as the smoke cleared and he could see Naruto. A speaking frog, said Naruto. I'm not a frog. I am a freaking toad, you dimwit, said Gamakichi. Still, a speaking toad, how is that possible? Who are you anyway? Where are you from? Why are you here? How did you get here? Naruto asked almost too quickly for Gamakichi to understand, until he suddenly seemed to realize where he was. We have to be quiet, otherwise the ladies will come yell at me, and they are kinda scary today. Slow down one at a time, I'll answer the ones I can. First of all, I'm a summon. Summon creatures are different from animals, but other than that we are stronger than animals and can talk. I don't know how. I guess I'm just too young. Then again, if I was older I might not fit in this room. I'm from MT Mayuboku. I guess that is like the Konoha of the toads. The reason I'm here is because of that tattoo on your right hand, that yond. That fourth guy made it to summon me on your 3rd birthday. Naruto lifted his left hand and saw a tattoo that had never been there before. Where did this weird drawing come from? I don't know, other than it is a seal that fourth guy made it to summon me, Gamakichi answered. A seal? What's that? I don't know, Pops said he would tell me when I grow up. That's what he always says when we're talking about interesting stuff, Gamakichi replied. Man, Gigi always says the same thing. You'll understand when you grow up, or I'll tell you when you are older. He says that whenever I ask about my parents, at least he doesn't tell me my parents abandoned me like the orphanage ladies. He said much more quietly before continuing. I wish I could grow up now so I could understand. Why would you want to grow up? There is so much to do now, Gamakichi said, looking confused. Like make friends, eat candy, and learn cool stuff. But I don't have any friends, Naruto said in a quiet voice. Then I'll be your friend, Gamakichi said, thinking he looks really lonely, but he is interesting before continuing. But could you give me some candy? Really, you'll really be my friend? Yada, I finally have a friend, Naruto said, jumping up in excitement. That place inside his chest that sometimes hurt seemed much smaller. Sure, I can give you some, whenever I can get some myself. But we're going to have so much fun together. This will be awesome. I finally have a friend. Wow, thanks, Gamakichi said, astonished as his excitement at just having a friend and wondering what the village people had done to prevent his new friend from having a single friend. It was just sad. How lonely must the kid have been, literally starving for companionship, just for someone to talk to. Naeni. Now that we are friends, can you tell me your name? Naruto said, picking up again. I'm Gamakichi. What's your name? Gamakichi said. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Databeo. Naruto exclaimed happily. Nice to meet you, fish cake. It's not fish cake, it's maelstrom, Naruto shot back. Do you even know what a maelstrom is? Gamakichi asked. No, not really. So what is it? I think it is a really big storm, not too sure though. So what is this place like anyway? Gamakichi asked. So began the conversation that marked the start of Naruto's first real friendship. Naruto and Gamakichi talked for several hours, telling each other about their homes and Gamakichi telling Naruto about his pop and brother and the elders and some of the other toads from MT Meiboku. Their conversation continued until Gamakichi saw Naruto start to nod off. Okay, it is time for me to go home now. I'll see you next time, Naruto, Gamakichi said, getting ready to dispel. Wait, how will I see you again? Naruto asked, a hint of desperation in his voice. That was way too close, Gamakichi said with a sigh of relief. I almost forgot the most important thing. I summon me again. Just smear a little bit of blood over the summoning tattoo. Also, Pop said it was important that you don't tell anyone about me. He said summons are secretive like that, but I'm not sure why. Another one of those things I need to be older for. That sounds like fun. Something for just the two of us. Yada? Naruto replied, excitement once again filling his voice. Of course, a boss always has to look after his underlings, Gamakichi said haughtily before deflating. At least that's what Pops always says. Naruto started laughing sleepily, and just as he started to fall asleep, he saw Gamakichi disappear in a puff of smoke. For the first time in a long time, he fell asleep with a smile on his face. 1 year later. It has been just a week less than a year since Naruto first met Gamakichi, and it has been the most fun that he has ever had. Every time he could get away from the orphanage ladies or whenever he was sent to his room for some made-up reason. And by now he had realized that most of their reasons were made up, they just wanted to get him away from everyone else. But Naruto didn't mind anymore. Even if none of the other children would be his friend, he had someone he could talk to. For the past 6 months, he had been learning how to escape the orphanage ladies so he could go somewhere and summon Gamakichi to have fun with. Just like every night for the past months, Naruto and Gamakichi were sitting on his bed. Tonight, they were sharing the couple pieces of candy that Naruto had managed to find. They were talking about the old toad sages of MT Mayoboku, Shima and Fukasaku, and how Shima was always grouchy and would hit anyone who got in her way with her kitchen spoon. Just as they were getting into talking about the old toads, something unexpected happened. He felt a tingling in his right hand, just like when he summons Gamakichi, but from the wrong hand. A puff of smoke appeared, and when it disappeared there was a small pile of books, just like the ones that the ladies wouldn't let him read. Awesome books. I've always wanted to see one, but no one would ever let me. Naruto said, a happy smile splitting his face as he went to pick one up, only for his smile to fade as soon as he opened it. I've finally got some books, but I can't read it, Naruto finished sadly. What do you mean you can't read it? I thought they were supposed to teach you to read and other basic stuff like that. They are, but every time they start to teach, they send me to my room for some made-up reason, Naruto replied. Okay, then I'll teach you to read. How does that sound? Gamakichi asked, secretly disgusted and pissed off that people would refuse to teach his friend just because of something he couldn't even control. So Gamakichi started teaching Naruto to read, and over the next 2 months, he would learn how to read at an incredible rate. October 10th, 4 years after Naruto's birth. Hello, Naruto. How are you doing today? The old man wearing red and white robes and a triangular hat with the kanji for fire on it asked. I'm doing great today, Gigi, old man, the 4-year-old boy said, not completely meaning it. He was wearing nondescript clothes, a white t-shirt with a red spiral on the back, faded gray shorts, and worn-out sandals. So what do you want to do today, Naruto? Can we go someplace to get something good to eat and maybe get some candy? Naruto asked, thinking about his best friend's love of candy. All right, Naruto, but what would you like to eat? The old man asked. I don't know, you pick, Gigi, the whisker-marked blonde replied. What would you like? Wait, I know. How would you like some ramen, Naruto? What's ramen? Let's go find out, okay? Sure, Gigi, Naruto replied as the two start walking away from the orphanage. Like last year when they went out just before his birthday, all of the adults' eyes are cold. But it seems even worse than last time. Gigi, why does everyone have those scary eyes today? It looks like they are going to have a party. Shouldn't they be happy? Naruto asked after they had walked a few minutes. Yes, Naruto, they should be happy, but don't worry about them, Hiruzen answered, secretly amazed that a 4-year-old boy had been able to pick up on the animosity bubbling around them even if he couldn't yet understand what it meant. After a few more minutes of walking, Naruto began to smell something amazing and his mouth immediately began watering. Following his nose, he started to move faster, almost running, making the old Hokage hurry to catch up as he called out to Naruto. "Naruto, where are you going in such a hurry?" "To wherever that amazing smell is coming from," he replied before coming to a stop, just outside a little building with a sign that said, "Ichiraku Ramen." I guess this was a good choice, Hiruzen thought. But how did he smell it from all the way back there? I bet that an Inuzuka would have trouble doing that. "Well, that works well, Naruto. This is where I was planning to bring you anyway." "Really, Gigi, that's great. It smells so good." "Well, go right on in, Naruto," the old Hokage said before following Naruto into the stand and sitting on one of the chairs at the counter. A voice called out from an open door behind the counter. "We'll be with you in just a second. Can you go see who it is for me?" A young girl, probably 9 or 10 years old, with peach-colored shin and shoulder-length brown hair, comes out from the back room and first takes in the Hokage as he is much taller, but soon shifts his gaze to the young boy next to him. Naruto can practically see the hearts form in her eyes as she suddenly lets out a loud squeal, "Kawaii," and appears right next to him so quickly he never saw her move. Suddenly he finds himself scooped into her arms and held there, too surprised to struggle. After a few seconds, he realized that he didn't want to struggle. Here was someone other than the old man that was actually being nice to him. Hearing his daughter's squeal, a middle-aged man with tan skin and short brown hair covered by an odd white hat comes out. Seeing the Hokage, he cheerfully said, "Hokage-sama," before turning to the little boy that his daughter was holding. "Tucci, how are you doing today?" Hiruzen asked. Hearing a new voice, Naruto quickly looked up just as the man turned to him. As Naruto looked at him, he saw something he had never seen before. Instead of his eyes turning cold and angry, they became soft and sad. "I hear it is your 4th birthday today. Happy birthday. My name is Ichiraku Tucci, and the girl that is now attached to you is my daughter. What can I get you to eat?" the man, Tucci, asked him. Naruto looked at the man, almost too surprised to speak. No one other than the old man had ever wished him happy birthday before, and no one had ever hugged him before. Thinking about what the man with kind eyes said, Naruto quickly asked for his advice. "I don't know. It is just that something smells really good. Do you know what that is?" Tucci said with a thoughtful look. "Maybe miso would be good for you." "Miso?" "Yep, miso-flavored ramen. It is really good miso broth with ramen noodles floating in it with some vegetables and pork slices. How does that sound?" "That sounds great," Naruto replied. "And what would you like, Hokage-sama?" Tucci asked. "How about we just get 2 bowls of miso ramen?" Hiruzen answered good-naturedly. "Okay, coming right up. Come help me back here before you strangle the poor boy." "Okay, Dad. I'm coming," said reluctantly. As soon as they both disappear into the back room, Naruto turned to the Hokage. "Their eyes. They are nice." "Yes, Naruto, unlike a lot of the villagers. They accept you for you and can see that you are a really good boy." Hiruzen smiled as he saw Naruto's face brighten. Sometimes the most important thing is to find those people who will. "Yeah. From now on I will protect those people who are nice to me," Naruto promised to himself. Here is the first bowl of miso. Take it out to Naruto for me, would you?" Tucci commanded gently from the back room. "Okay, Dad," said as she appeared from the back room carrying a large bowl in her hands before setting it down in front of Naruto. "This smells really good. How do I eat it?" Naruto asked. "First you take a pair of chopsticks and break them apart like so," said as she reached for a pair of chopsticks stuck together in a large tin on the counter. Then she twisted them and suddenly she was holding 2 sticks. "Then you use them to pick up a noodle and lift it from the broth to eat it. Remember, it might be really hot, so blow on it," she continued, showing him how to pick up some of the long noodles from the broth and blowing on them to cool them down before holding them out for Naruto to eat. "That is all there is to it, though you might want to eat some to the other pork and vegetables between bites of the noodles. Then at the end you drink the broth," she finished as she watched Naruto's eyes light up as soon as he tasted the noodles. This is the best thing I've ever tasted, Naruto said as he took the chopsticks from Ayam and Tucci came out and placed a second bowl in front of the Hokage. I'm glad to see you like it, kid, Tucci said as he watched Naruto gobble down his ramen at insane speeds, only for him to look at the bowl mournfully when there was none left. Would you like another bowl? Can I really? Naruto asked hopefully. They never let me have seconds at the orphanage, even when the bigger kids take my food. Of course you can, Tucci reassured Naruto, noticing the grave and slightly angry look on the Hokage's face as he went back into the kitchen. Naruto's second bowl came quickly, and this bowl he ate a little slower after he looked over at the Hokage and saw him savoring his ramen in a way that looked almost dignified as it is possible when eating ramen anyway. So though he wasn't completely successful, he tried to emulate the old Hokage and he ended up eating a little slower. When they had both finished, the Hokage placed money on the counter and looked at Naruto. Naruto was looking at Tucci almost shyly, and it reflected in his voice when he started talking. Can I come here again? He quietly asked. Of course you can. You are welcome here any time, Tucci said in a kind voice. Anyway, I'm sure Ayam would love to see you again. With that, the Hokage and Naruto headed back toward the orphanage, stopping only to get a bunch of candy along the way. Hokage's office. Shortly after dropping Naruto off at the orphanage, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived back at his office to make preparations for what would happen that night. Inu. Yes, sir, the dog-masked Anbyu said. His head bowed to his leader as he appeared. You know what tonight is, you know what to do about it despite me sending you on more dangerous missions during the past year, the Hokage said to one or his most trusted Anbyu. Yes, sir, the Anbyu replied. Good. Get to it, the Hokage commanded, watching his shinobi disappear in a shunshin to do his job. Mt Mayuboku. Yo pops, I'm home, Gamakichi said when he reappeared at his home on the summoning plane. Gamakichi, how is your friend doing? His father, Gamabunta asked. He's good, pops, but he's so smart it's almost scary. What do you mean? Well, did you know that the people that were supposed to take care of him refused to teach him to read? What, they did what? Gamabunta exploded. Yep, pops, they refused to teach him how to read, making up some excuse to send him out every time they were supposed to teach him, Gamakichi replied. So what did you mean that he is so smart it is almost scary? Well, about 2 months ago a bunch of books appeared from some sort of storage seal on his right hand and he got really excited because it was the first time he was ever allowed a book. That lasted until he opened one up and realized that he couldn't read. So I started teaching him to read, and in just 2 months he can read much better than I can. I mean, he can read in an hour what would take me a week, and he understands it better than me too. In fact, he has already run out of books to read and has started to read them over. But he memorized a couple of them by just reading them once, Gamakichi explained. I guess he takes after his father in more than just looks if what you have told me is true. But that other seal is interesting. I guess Minato was hedging his bets, Gamabunta said before letting out a bellowing laugh. So how do you like him, Kichi? He's awesome, pops, he's really fun and he even shares his sweets, even when I know he doesn't get them often. But why did you wait so long to ask, Gamakichi asked. I wanted to give you a chance to get to know him first before I asked. Anyway, keep watching out for the kid, okay, Kichi? Sure, pops. He is my underling after all, Gamakichi replied in a condescending tone. Ha 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 ha. 1 month later, orphanage. Things had continued in the same fashion they had been since the books first appeared. Most days Naruto would sneak away from the orphanage and summon Gamakichi to play with him. Then after everyone else went to sleep he would summon him again, or sometimes he would just read. But more and more he would summon Gamakichi since he had practically memorized every book he had. He had summoned Gamakichi to play again, bored of reading the same books again and again. Gamakichi, do you know any games we could play? Naruto asked plaintively. How about Jankenpon, rock, paper, scissors? My brother Gamatatsu just taught me how to play, but he isn't very good, Gamakichi said with a sigh. Sure, how do you play? Well, first you say rock, paper, scissors, shoot, and you hold out your hand in one of three ways. If you hold your hand out flat, it is considered paper, which can cover rock, which is what it is called when you hold out your hand in a fist, but is cut by scissors, which is what it is called when you put out your first two fingers, and scissors are in turn crushed by rock, Gamakichi explained. It sounds like fun, but what is the point? Naruto asked. That is what I thought at first too, but I heard Pops tell Gamatsu about it one day. He said it is a lot like the techniques shinobi use. Each type of technique is strong against some things or weak against others. Shinobi, you mean those people who make shapes with their hands and go cool stuff like disappear, like Hokage-jiji? Naruto said. Exactly, but he is actually the strongest shinobi in the village and one of the strongest in the world. At least that's what Pop said, Gamakichi answered to Naruto's unasked question. Awesome. But what do you mean about ninja techniques? Naruto asked. Pop said it is like the elements or taijutsu that shinobi use. Every element that shinobi use, like spitting a fireball or making a wall of water, is strong and weak against another element, like how if someone spit the fireball and it hit a water wall it would fizzle out, but if it collided with a wind bullet it would get much stronger. The same is true for types of taijutsu. Say you had three fighters, one is very strong, one is very fast, and one is very agile. The strong one wouldn't be able to hit the agile fighter couldn't avoid the fast one, and the fast one couldn't hurt the strong fighter, Gamakichi explained. I see, let's play, Naruto exclaimed. Over the next half an hour Naruto and Gamakichi played Jankenpon, but no matter what he tried, Naruto couldn't win more than 1 in 10 games. This is so unfair. It is so much easier for you with your smaller hands. You can change your choice really quickly when you see me make mine, Naruto complained. So you finally realized it, huh? Gamatsu still hasn't. But that is what the shinobi world is about, tricking your opponent. If you learn to move your hands faster, you could probably dash. When Gamakichi started talking again, Naruto's right hand started tingling again. Just as he was about to say something about it, a plume of smoke appeared, cutting Gamakichi off, and when it cleared there were more books and almost twice as many this time. Yada, more books! Naruto exclaimed happily. Cool, you were really starting to get bored with the last set, huh? I guess it is good that there are so many books this time considering how quickly you can read now, Gamakichi replied. Yeah, I guess so. Look, there are some story books like last time, but there are also some like this, he said as he held up a basic math textbook, a book labeled A History of Konoha, and another labeled The Basics of Chakra. What's chakra? Chakra is the energy that ninja used to use cool jutsu and stuff like walk on the walls or water. At least that's what Pop says, Gamakichi answered. That is so awesome, Naruto said, already opening the book. I can see my underling is having fun, Gamakichi said to see if Naruto was even paying attention anymore. Not really surprised when Naruto didn't even reply to his underling joke. Seeing how absorbed Naruto was, Gamakichi dispelled, returning to the summoning plane. Once again Naruto's schedule changed. He would still sneak away to summon Gamakichi and play during the day, but now he would just read his new books at night. The chakra book was just so interesting that he couldn't put it away during the times he dared to take it out from under the loose floorboard under his futon. He didn't want one of the ladies to take it away after all, so he only took it out after everyone else went to bed. The orphanage ladies never checked on him after he went to bed. That was really lucky for him, especially because if they had, they would have seen how his eyes had changed and the pupils became slits, allowing him to read his book as though it was still daytime. After reaching the end of The Basics of Chakra, Naruto couldn't help but think how cool chakra was, really wishing he could use it himself. Maybe Kichi will know how to use it. I guess I will ask him tomorrow, Naruto thought to himself. Putting away the now finished book, Naruto looked through his new books again, wondering what to read next. Searching through his books, he saw what looked like a letter hanging out of one. Blinking in curiosity, he took out the letter and started reading. Hey Naruto. How are you doing? Bad question, I know, but I have to ask as I can't be there to see for myself. You should be almost 4 when you read this, and since I'm dead there isn't too much I can do for you at the moment. Just to make sure I'm not completely useless, I wrote this letter and placed the storage seal on you to give you the stuff that you will need to survive. I just want you to know, Despite what other people might say, you were wanted and loved. If they hadn't died, your parents would let nothing in the world keep them away from you. To make sure you know this, I placed several seals on you. They have several functions, as you might have guessed. The first one, the one on your left hand, lets you summon the toads. The second one on your right hand is a storage seal that will give you new books to read and learn from every 3 months. As you might have noticed, there are books on stuff like chakra, math, and history. The math and history is just general stuff that everyone should know. But the chakra book I gave you in case you want to become a shinobi. Have you ever thought about becoming a shinobi? If you have, in another 3 months there will be a book that explains hand seals and another letter that will tell you a set of hand seals that, as long as you can mold chakra with them, will unlock another set of books. These are a series of books will help teach you more about being a shinobi, including an introduction to the shinobi arts, an introduction to Fuinjutsu by Namikaze Minato, and a guide to physical development necessary for youthful taijutsu by Mato Gai. The first one will introduce you to ninjutsu, the ninja arts, taijutsu, the physical arts, and genjutsu, the illusionary arts. For now, I suggest you start with the guide to physical development and start training. Just remember that more advanced books will come every 3 months. To help you out with your training, I placed a limit sensory gravity seal on your shoulder. This seal will very slowly increase the gravity that affects your body, similar to the weights in the physical development but better. This seal is called a limit sensory because it detects when you are completely used to the gravity level and slightly increases it. If it becomes necessary, you can shut it off with a pulse of chakra and a simple kai, or increase it manually when you begin to train. If you decide not to become a shinobi and don't do this, the seal will continue to give you books for general education. I know this isn't much, but I promise there will be more. Love, Father. They loved me, Naruto thought. After reading the letter from his father, he began crying. They really loved me. They might have been pushing him to it, but was more determined than ever to become a shinobi. Thinking about it, he decided to ask Gamakichi if he knew how to get access to chakra. Over the next month, Naruto worked with Gamakichi to get access to his chakra. First, he had to learn how to meditate. Then, when he learned to still his mind, he turned his attention inward, trying to feel the flow of energy through his chakra circulatory system. Though what the chakra circulatory system was, he still wasn't completely sure. Gamakichi wasn't sure either. It was one of those things that his pops said he would understand when he gets older. Then the final step was learning how to manipulate chakra flowing within him. Once he finally learned to manipulate his chakra, he began doing the exercises described in the basics of chakra, starting with the leaf floating exercise. Despite it being the easiest chakra control exercise, it took him almost 2 months to successfully keep a leaf floating over his forehead without blowing the leaf off of his forehead or destroying it. During this time, he kept up with his reading and sneaking off to play with Gamakichi. So by the time he received his next batch of books, he had already finished reading all of his books and doing the exercises in the math book. He even managed to read a couple of them, including the basics of chakra, more than once, and was starting to try the tree, or in his case, the wall walking exercise. Finished with his last batch of books, he picked up a new book and read it until he was ready to go to sleep, never guessing that the simple act of falling asleep would give him one of the things he wanted most in the world: a mother. Mindscape. Waking up in an unfamiliar place, Naruto looked around. In one direction was a sewer-like landscape, in the other was what appeared to be a beach on a lake, like those he had read about. Out of the two options, he definitely liked the beach better. Naruto started walking down the beach, and after several minutes of traveling, he came to a traditional house that somehow seemed to be out of place. His curiosity piqued, he decided to go in and explore the house. At first it seemed to be completely empty, but when he came to the master bedroom, he found something that he would never expected. In that room were 2 coffin-like blocks of what appeared to be ice or crystal. One of them was almost completely clear, like it was barely there at all. The other was so opaque that he couldn't even tell if there was anything in it. The clear one held a beautiful woman with waist-length crimson hair. "I wonder who she is," Naruto muttered to himself, reaching to touch the clear crystalline box with his fingertips, excited for some reason. As soon as he touched the box, the substance holding the woman shattered, and she would have fallen to the ground if Naruto hadn't run forward to catch her. "Ano, are you okay, miss?" Naruto asked, still supporting the unknown woman as she started to wake up. What happened? Where am I? Who are you?" she asked, still dazed. "I don't know what happened or even where we are, but my name is Uzumaki Naruto, Databeo." "Naruto, you are Naruto?" she asked, taking a step back to get a better look at him. "Yeah, who dash?" he started to ask, but was cut off when the woman suddenly hugged him so tightly he could barely breathe. At first he wanted to struggle, but as he stood there with her arms around him, he could feel another part of that knot of loneliness in his chest start to come undone. After just several minutes of just standing there in her arms, he began to feel her shaking, and after a second he began to hear her sobbing. When she finally looked up, he could see the tears flowing down her cheeks. "I can't believe it worked. I wanted to meet you so badly," she said through her tears. "But why? Why did you want to meet me? And who are you?" Naruto asked, slightly overwhelmed, especially by the expression he could see on her face. It was something he had never seen before, so there was no way he could know that the expression was one of love. "I sorry if I surprised you, Naruchan, but I'm your mother. My name is Uzumaki Kushina," the woman said, tears still running down her face, but Naruto could tell they were tears of happiness. "Okasan? Kachan? But I thought you were dead," Naruto said, a little accusation in his voice. "But I am dead, Naruchan. I died the day you were born. What you see here is a combination of ninjutsu and fuinjutsu that your father and I performed, so even after death we could be here for you," Kushina said. "But where are we anyway? And why did you wait so long to see me?" "That is easy, we are in your mindscape," Kushina answered. "And the reason I didn't meet you until now is because I am technically a copy of your mother made out of chakra. The technique that we use to make this chakra construct is called a Kagebunshin. It is a type of ninjutsu that makes a perfect copy of the creator, but it takes a lot of chakra. When your father made this possible, he set it up to activate when you produced enough chakra to sustain us, so we wouldn't just disappear and leave you alone again. He set it up so until you produced enough chakra we would be in stasis, asleep you could say. Your father is over there in that block of ice. When you start producing enough chakra, he will wake up too." After thinking about what his mother said for a couple minutes, Naruto asked another question. "So what is a mindscape?" How to explain? Think about it like a dream. The mindscape is a place in your mind very like where dreams come from," Kushina answered, trying to figure out how to explain such a complicated concept to a 5-year-old boy. Naruto immediately started tearing up. "So this is all just a dream. When I wake up again, this will all be gone and I won't ever have met you." "No, no, no, this is not a dream. It is all real. Think of this place as being right next door to a dream. But where a dream fades, when you wake up, this place is real," Kushina quickly reassured Naruto. "So if this is not a dream, will I still wake up? And what will happen when I do?" Naruto asked, still worried. "Yes, Naruchan, you will still wake up. But don't worry, I will still be here even when you wake up. Just remember, if you want to come back, you just have to will yourself here. Just want it with all your might when you fall asleep in the real world," Kushina told her son. "So if this place is in my mind, can I change it if I want to?" Naruto asked out of curiosity. I don't know. I guess it might be possible this is part of your mind after all, but I don't know how you would do it." "Well, okay, whatever, it doesn't really matter. I was just curious. Enough of the serious stuff. Tell me about yourself, Naruchan. I want to know more about my son," Kushina said happily. As Naruto told his mother about his life and answered her questions, he never noticed the brief flashes of anger that flitted over her face. Nor did he notice her happiness when he told her about his best friend Gamakichi. Naruto and Kushina talked about his life until he started to get tired. Seeing Naruto's exhaustion, Kushina took his head into her lap and started to gently sing to him. Relaxing completely, Naruto quickly fell asleep with a huge contented smile on his face. Chapter 3: Attacks, Goals, and Training. Orphanage, Naruto's room. Despite some of the ladies that took care or the orphans, including the one that was in charge, being even meaner to Naruto than before, Naruto was happier than he had ever been before. He had a mother. Even if she was technically dead, it didn't stop him from spending every night in his mindscape with her. He actually found it surprisingly easy to get back to his mindscape. All he had was think about his mother as he fell asleep, and he would immediately find himself in his mindscape. Since he always appeared in the same place where the beach met the sewer, he started calling that place the door to his mindscape, at least to himself. He never did go down the sewer. As soon as he appeared, he would always run as fast as he could to his mother's house. He was still sneaking out to summon Gamakichi and getting better at all the time, and reading his books at night before he went to bed. But the perpetual smile that he had on his face all the time was caused by the time he spent with his mother. In the couple of weeks that had passed since he met his mother, he had started to get the hang of wall walking. When he first tried it, he had accidentally used too much chakra when he tried running up the wall like it was suggested in his book on the basics of chakra. He was blasted off the wall after just a couple of steps, sending him crashing to the ground and leaving a big dent in the wall. Its stomach still growled in every time he thought about the aftermath of that attempt. Still trying to pick himself up off of the ground, Naruto heard a crash as his door banged open and the lady who ran the orphanage walked in. Her eyes immediately went to the wall and she started yelling at him. "What have you, little brat? Do you know how much it will cost to fix the damage you have caused? What were you doing trying to do? Bang your head through the wall and make yourself a new window or something, you stupid little shit. I should have known something like this would happen someday. You are just too stupid to know any better after all. But still, we will have to punish you," she said, her voice now taking on a slightly happier tone. What should we do? Aha, it might be a bit lacking, but as of this moment you cannot leave this room for 2 days for any reason. Not to eat, not to use the bathroom, for no reason at all. So for 2 days he stayed in his room, not even able to summon Gamakichi or Red for fear that he would be discovered when one of the ladies came to make sure he wasn't causing trouble, as they said. When he finally got out, his stomach felt like someone had punched him over and over. He was just so hungry. He also had to go to the bathroom really badly, so badly that it actually hurt. After he had recovered from that ordeal, he decided to do the exercise a bit differently. He thought about it and realized that the goal was to get your feet to stick to the wall with chakra, but why did he have to be moving to start with? Thinking that way, he laid down on the ground and tried to stick first one foot then the other to the wall, getting a better feel for how much chakra it would actually take to stick to the wall. Eventually, he started walking slowly up the wall, trying to get the timing of sticking to the wall and releasing his chakra down so he could actually move. When he got it down, he started practicing it on the various surfaces and actual trees. When he snuck out to summon Gamakichi, as he couldn't actually move on to the next exercise because he couldn't find a big enough body of water. At the same time as he was getting control of his chakra, he was also learning from his mother. She was helping him master the math exercises and telling him more details for a lot of the history in his history textbook, especially after they found out that any books or scrolls that Naruto read appeared in his mindscape. So despite his young age and the conditions he was forced to live in, he was happy and learning quickly. Mindscape. Ka-chan, can you tell me my family? Naruto asked about 3 weeks after first meeting his mother. They had talked a lot about each other's lives, and to say Kushina was pissed off was an understatement. She would have been pissed off if any child was forced to live in such isolation, but the fact that it was her son made it 100 times worse. It would be safe to say that if she could have gotten out of her son's mindscape, she would have gone on a rampage. Not that Naruto ever knew that. Not quite yet, but soon, I promise, Kushina answered reassuringly. Then what about your family? What do you mean, Naru-chan? Kushina asked in return. I mean, just like you're my mom. What about your mom and dad? Naruto said. I come from the Uzumaki clan that used to live in Yuzushogakure no Sato, the village hidden in the whirling tides, Kushina said with a far-off look in her eyes. We have a clan? Naruto asked excitedly. No, not anymore. Our clan was renowned for our longevity and our skills in Fuinjutsu. We were so good that many people feared our village. So much so that during the Second Ninja War, Kumo, Cloud, Kiri, Mist, and Iwa, stone villages formed an alliance and destroyed Yuzushogakure. I would have been dead too if not for the fact that I was visiting a distant relative named Uzumaki Mito who lived here in Konoha with her husband Senju Hashirama. The Shodame Hokage, first Hokage, Kushina answered. I know I have a book on Fuinjutsu Ka-chan, but what is it? How to explain it? Ah, that's it. You know those seals on your hands? The ones that your books come from and let you summon toads, Kushina said after a minute. Yeah. Well, those seals are a good example of Fuinjutsu. Fuinjutsu is a ninja art that very few people are good at. It can be hard to learn. But the Uzumaki clan has a special way to make seals that can be used in battle. Unlike nin, tai, or genjutsu, Fuinjutsu can do just about anything if you take the time to figure out how to do it. A really basic example is a storage scroll. Shinobi often use them to carry a lot of stuff while taking up very little room. What a storage scroll does is make a bubble of space, I guess you could say, that you can put lots of stuff in with the entrance being a simple scroll. That is so awesome. Can you teach me that, please? Naruto almost shouted in his excitement. Of course I will, Naruto-chan. I wasn't considered a seal mistress for nothing after all. I would be happy to teach you, Kushina said with a happy laugh before continuing. But first, start reading that Fuinjutsu book and any others that pop out of the seal. Okay? Okay, Ka-chan. I'll start reading it tomorrow night before I go to bed. Good boy. Do you want to start now? Kushina asked tentatively. Yay, let's start. Okay. But be warned, this is probably the most boring part. Do you still want to do it? Of course I still want to start. Well, you have been warned. The first part takes quite a while. You have to be able to write perfect kanji before you can start making your own seals. Are you ready to start? Kushina asked in a somewhat ominous tone that made Naruto gulp in trepidation before he replied. Let's go. If we don't start, I won't learn. All right, let's go, Databane, she said, thinking, crap. It's back again. I thought I had finally gotten rid of it this time. It was hard to say for sure, but Naruto thought he was making good progress on his study of Fuinjutsu, and it was fun to learn. He had now read 3 books on Fuinjutsu: An Introduction to Fuinjutsu by Namikaze Minato, Fuinjutsu for Beginners Level 1 and 2 by Jiraiya, and was working on Level 3. The Level 1 book had appeared from the storage seal on his right hand just before he met his mother, and the second of which came 3 months after he met his mother. But he also received several more to read recently, when he unlocked the shinobi stuff his dad mentioned. He had read the scroll about hand seals, then with his mother's help learned how to position his hands and mold chakra in the right way to use them. Flashback. After he started reading the scroll about hand seals, he started summarizing it for himself. There were 12 main hand seals, all of which were based upon the Chinese zodiac. Torai, bird. Inoshishi, boar. Inu, dog, a hand seal commonly affiliated with ice release and some wind release jutsu. Tatsu, dragon. Ushi, ox. Tora, tiger, a hand seal commonly affiliated with fire release. Hibi, snake, a hand seal is commonly affiliated with earth release and wood release. Rat, a hand seal is commonly affiliated with the shadow techniques of the Nara clan. Uma, horse. Saru, monkey. Usagi, hare. Hitsuji, ram. There are also several unique hand seals that are used for certain techniques like the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, and some clans' jutsu, like the Yamanaka and Akimichi. Second, there is a way to perform one-handed seals that perform assist in molding chakra the same way as the 12 main seals. These seals are much more difficult to perform, and the person using them must have very good chakra control, as they don't mold the chakra as effectively, so the user must be more precise in the molding of their chakra. Finally, once someone becomes familiar with certain jutsu, they can perform them with fewer hand seals, or if they are really good, no hand seals, but as with the hand seals, this is very difficult. It requires all of the chakra control of the one-handed seals and more, but the user must be very familiar with the technique as well. Some techniques also require an activation gesture. These gestures range from clapping for certain kinjutsu, like the rumored resurrection jutsu created by the Naidame Hokage and the dead demon consuming seal of the Yandame, to slamming one's hands on a surface for the Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique. At least those were the important hand seals, but it was hard to perfect the hand seals with just the little pictures in the scroll, so he asked his mom for help when he got to his mindscape. After finally mastering the correct movements with his mother's help, he decided to gain access to the other books and scrolls about shinobi subjects from his storage seal. So on one of the nights he summoned Gamakichi, he reread the activation sequence that came with his third batch of books and performed it while concentrating on the seal on his right hand. With a puff-like sound, smoke filled his entire room for a minute, and when it cleared there were at least 500 books in his room. There were so many of them, from Fuinjutsu for beginners level 2 to 5, intermediate Fuinjutsu level 1 to 6, advanced Fuinjutsu level 1 to 4, even if these were thicker, a scroll on advanced chakra control, a scroll on advanced hand seal theory and jutsu creation, and even a couple of jutsu scrolls if he wasn't mistaken, among many others. There were even a couple things that weren't stuff to read. There was a box with some weird gloves that when he put them on he could barely move his hands, and another small box with some strips of paper in it. He took one out and used it as a bookmark. This could be a problem, Naruto said disbelievingly when he finished looking at all of the stuff that had just appeared. You aren't kidding, Gamakichi said as one of the pieces of candy Naruto gave him fell out of his mouth. While I'm glad that I won't run out of stuff to read anytime soon, what are we going to do with them all? There is no way I can hide these all under the loose floorboard beneath my futon. I've got an idea. I'm going to dispel. Resummon me in 10 minutes, Gamakichi said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Mt Mayuboku. Reappearing on the summon plane, Gamakichi immediately went searching for his dad. Yo Pops, I'm back, Gamakichi said when he found him. Already, that was a quick visit tonight, Gamabunta said. I'm going back in a few minutes, but I need to ask a question. Sure. Go ahead, Kichi. Well, Naruto finally got the hang of making hand seals and molding chakra in them, so he decided to get the shinobi books and seals that his father placed in that storage seal on his right hand. His old man decided to place a bunch of stuff that he might need to learn to become a shinobi in that seal that he could access when he how to make hand seals and mold chakra. So when he did the seals, we ran into a bit of a problem. There were over 500 books and scrolls, and if we don't do something, the ladies who run the orphanage will take them all. When we realized that, I thought we could store them in one of the dry storage huts here. Can we do that, Pops? Gamakichi asked after he finished explaining the problem to his dad. I guess he was even smarter than I thought, making a storage seal that held things that he could only access when he had started down the path of a shinobi, but he probably only meant for his son to use it after he entered the academy, Gamabunta mused to himself before answering his son. Sure, Kichi, but use the third hut, the one that has been empty for a while. Thanks, Pops, Gamakichi managed to say before he felt the summoning start. Naruto's room. As soon as he appeared back in front of Naruto, he gave him the good news. Yo, I'm back with good news. I just had to ask Pops for permission first. We have some huts back home that we use to store things that need to stay dry. I just asked if we could store your books there. Thanks, Kichi, you're awesome. That is perfect, my books will be safe and I won't ever have to worry about someone trying to steal them. But how are we going to get them there? Naruto asked, no longer worried about his books. That won't be hard, just take a lot of time. First, keep a few books to keep here and set them to the side. After you are done with that, summon me back again. I'm going to go back and go into the storage hut. That way, when I dispel with some of the books, I will appear right where they will be stored. Okay, you find the books that you want to keep here and I will go to the storage hut, Gamakichi said before dispelling again. Not sure what to keep, Naruto settled on keeping the rest of the beginner Fuinjutsu books as he was almost done with the level 2 book as well as a couple more history textbooks and the scroll on advanced hand seal theory and jutsu creation. He decided not to keep any of the jutsu scrolls because learning jutsu now would just get him in trouble, instead opting to learn how jutsu and hand seals really worked so when he finally got to using them he would have an easier time understanding them. His decisions made, he swiped some blood on the summoning tattoo and Gamakichi appeared again. Are you ready? Gamakichi asked. Yeah. Good, just start piling books on my hands, Gamakichi said as he held his small hands above his head, which wasn't as outlandish as it would have been when they first met. When they first met, he was slightly bigger than a large bullfrog. Now he was just a little smaller than a small dog, a pug for instance. I'll tell you when I can't hold any more and dispel. Then give me a couple minutes to find a place to put them and summon me back to do it again. Gotcha, Databeo, Naruto replied. So over the next couple of hours, Naruto and Gamakichi successfully transported all of the books to the dry storage hut in Gamakichi's home, even replacing the books that Naruto kept under his futon. "Thanks, Kichi, you are the best," Naruto said when they were finally done. "Of course I am. Anyway, I'm tired. I'm going home for the night. See you next time," Gamakichi shot back before he dispelled one last time. End flashback. Mindscape. "Okay, Naruchan, before we go into how you actually make seals, since you finally have good enough calligraphy," she said, but paused as Naruto started pouting. "Don't worry, Naruchan, I had to do the same when I was learning, but it took me a lot longer. Anyway, back to what I was saying, before I start teaching how to make actual seals, I'm going to teach you the basis of the Uzumaki style of sealing. Using this method causes any seals you make to be much more potent than if you made them with regular ink. But there are certain types of seals that require blood to make that you can't use this method to make. The Uzumaki style uses your chakra to make the seals instead of ink, or maybe a better way to say it is you turn your chakra into ink that takes the form of the seal you are making. That is why it is possible to use it in battle. You don't have to waste time that you probably won't have to write out the actual seals. But be warned, don't use this method to make any seals you haven't fully mastered, or at least don't activate them. Like I said, your chakra makes the ink take the form of the seal you are making, but to do that you have to have a very clear picture of what you want to make. For the easy things like storage seals, you won't have to worry about it, but the more complex the seal, the more careful you have to be. A very good thing about this method is that as soon as the seal deactivates, all evidence of the seal itself disappears and no one can copy the seal. But that has a disadvantage also. If you want the seal to last, you have to add extra chakra and kind of twist your hand as you are removing it. That stabilizes the seal and lets you reuse it, like if you were making a storage scroll or a storage seal like on your hand. "Do you understand so far, Naruchan?" Kushina asked to make sure Naruto was following along. "Yep, it is a good way to use seals in battle by making ink out of your chakra, but don't activate the seals you make this way until you have fully mastered the seal or when you are creating new seals and no one can copy them," Naruto replied, astonishing Kushina at how fast he grasped the concept, and even more when he mentioned new seals since she had never mentioned them. "Very good," Kushina said, hiding her astonishment. "To start with, just concentrate on forming a single symbol, okay?" "Okay." This method would actually be classified as a ninjutsu/fuinjutsu hybrid. "You make these hand seals," she said as she showed him a series of 4 hand seals. "Then channel your chakra through your hand while concentrating on the symbols and eventually the layout of the symbols to make the scroll, but we can worry about that later. Just remember, don't ever tell anyone how or even that you learned this, and don't tell anyone you can use chakra unless and until you enter the academy." Naruto nods, "Okay, Ka-chan." Then makes the 4 hand seals he was shown before slamming his hand on the ground and channeling chakra. A slightly smudged symbol for Mother Mu, haha, appears on the ground where his hand was. Seeing the symbol, Kushina immediately picks Naruto up in a huge bear hug and whispered, "I love you," Naruchan in his ear before kissing his cheek. Naruto immediately turns to her and said, "I love you too, Ka-chan." So things went with Naruto practicing the Uzumaki sealing method with his mother in his mindscape and chakra control in the real world. Naruto was now able to make very clear and precise kanji appear, and he started to write sentences with his chakra. He worked so hard it surprised Kushina, who sometimes had to force him to stop as he was getting close to chakra exhaustion. He had completely mastered wall/tree walking by this time and was experimenting with it. When he snuck out to play with Gamakichi, he would tree walk while sticking a leaf to his forehead, which was hard at first, but after a bit of practice he figured out how to do it. It was hard even though he had really good chakra control. After finishing that, he started making the leaf hover a few inches away from his head, which was even harder as he had to both make it stick to his head and push it away at the same time, balancing the forces so he didn't rip the leaf apart. During the times he was sent to his room, which were becoming more and more frequent, he tried some other things. First, he tried to sit on the wall, which wasn't too hard but different as he had never tried to channel chakra anywhere but his forehead and feet before. When he could sit on the wall without thinking about it at all, he tried laying on the wall, first on his back, then stomach, then sides, sometimes with his head toward the ceiling and sometimes his feet. Finally, when he could do that, he tried walking up the wall standing on his hands. That was probably the hardest because he had never tried to use the muscles in his arms like that before, though the chakra part was pretty easy. As he stuck himself to the wall one night, he realized he was unconsciously channeling a little bit of chakra to his eyes. Wondering what it was doing, he stopped the flow and everything went dark. Darker than anything he had seen in his entire life. Panicking, he let the chakra flow again and he could see again. I wonder if this would do anything during the day, he thought. The next day he tried to channel chakra to his eyes just like he had been doing the night before. As soon as the chakra reached his eyes, he could see everything much clearer. He could make out details that he had never noticed before. He was looking around, amazed by his surroundings when he looked out of the window and saw a strange sky-blue glint of light in one of the trees just outside the walls of the orphanage. Concentrating on the light, he pushed more chakra into his eyes, and suddenly a man in a strange blank mask with just the kanji for na, gun, root, on his forehead appeared. Deciding he had seen something he was probably not supposed to see, he let the chakra flow stop and the man disappeared again. Though he didn't yet understand it, he had just found out he could see chakra, and when he channeled enough chakra to his eyes, see through genjutsu. Despite not understanding what had happened, he decided to practice sending chakra to his eyes so he could see that clearly again if he ever needed to. Then he wondered what would happen if he did the same for his ears or nose, only to find that channeling chakra to them amplified his sense of hearing and smell many times over, so he practiced doing that too. Time passed, and soon it was the day before his birthday, and surprisingly the Hokage showed up and took Naruto out for ramen. Ichiraku ramen. Almost as soon as Naruto and the Hokage entered Ichiraku ramen, Naruto found himself swept up in Ayume's arms. She had a very powerful hug, and before long he couldn't breathe. Can't breathe. Let me down, Ayume-chan, Naruto gasped out as he banged on her arms. She immediately put him down with a contrite look on her face. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I was just so excited to see out cutest customer again. Hiruzen just laughed at seeing Naruto's predicament as he sat down at the counter. Tucci comes up and laughs with him before saying, "It is good to see him treated like a normal child," in a low voice. That it is, the Hokage answered. Before too much longer, Naruto was sitting at the counter with the Hokage waiting for the miso ramen he had ordered. He ate fast like normal but once again tried to eat like the Hokage, who looked somewhat regal even as he ate his ramen, not spilling even a drop of his broth. He continued to emulate the old man even as he ate his second bowl. When he finished his second bowl, he looked at it mournfully but with a conflicted expression on his face. "What's wrong, kid?" Tucci asked when he saw the expression. "Ano. Can I have another bowl, Tuchiaji-san? But a different flavor this time. Don't get me wrong, I love your miso ramen, but I bet everything you make is just as good," Naruto answered quickly. "Sure, kid. How about a beef ramen this time? That'd be great. That will be up in just a minute. Just let me go in the kitchen and make it for you," Tucci said as he moved toward the back room. "So how is it today, Naruto?" the old Hokage asked, breaking through his ramen fixation. "It's great, thanks, Gigi," Naruto said, and was about to turn back to wait for his ramen when a question popped into his head. "Hey Aji-san, why did you decide to bring me out today instead of tomorrow on my birthday?" I'm afraid I've got a council meeting tomorrow that is going to last all afternoon," the Hokage said, and Naruto could have sworn he saw dark clouds forming above his head. "I won't likely be able to see you tomorrow, so I decided to bring you out to celebrate your birthday today." "What's a council meeting, Aji-san?" Naruto asked. To start with, the council is a group of people that runs Konoha and makes sure it runs smoothly. A council meeting is when the entire council meets to give reports and vote on issues. It isn't fun, but a lot of political issues are discussed during the meetings, so it has to be done, even if they tend to last a long time. That sure doesn't sound like much fun. It isn't, but that is just one aspect of being the Hokage, Hiruzen stated. "What is the Hokage anyway? I've heard people call you Hokage-sama before, but what does it mean?" Naruto asked as his new bowl of ramen was set in front of him. "The Hokage is the strongest shinobi in the village," Hiruzen started, but was cut off by Naruto's incredulous outburst. "You're the strongest person in the village, Gigi. But how is that possible? You are really old." "Ha ha 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 ha. I needed that. Yes, I'm the strongest person in the village." But that is not all the Hokage is. Like this hat I'm wearing is the symbol of the Hokage. The Hokage is the symbol of the village. He is someone who makes sure the village runs the right way, the commander of all of the other shinobi in the village, and if necessary is willing to put their life on the line to protect the village from danger. However, the Hokage is sometimes forced to make very difficult decisions, meaning that I have to be not only the strongest in body but also in heart and mind. The person who is Hokage is probably the most respected in the village, he explained. So those looks that the village people have when they look at you are respect? Naruto asked curiously. Very perceptive, yes they are, though sometimes there are looks of admiration thrown in as well. Someday I want to earn their respect, have them acknowledge me like they do you, Gigi, and maybe one day I'll take that hat from you, Naruto said with a serious expression. That will take. I look forward to that day, Naruto. But don't forget about your ramen. If you don't eat it soon, it will become cold and the noodles soggy. Okay, Gigi, Naruto said as he turned back to eat his ramen, a thoughtful look on his face. Oh, and Naruto, if you hurry up, I'll take you to one of my favorite places in the village before we stop to get you some candy. Hearing that, Naruto decided to stop trying to emulate the Hokage and practically inhaled his ramen before turning back to Tuchi. That was just as delicious as the miso ramen. Thanks, Tuchiaji-san. See you next time. I am Nechan. With that, Naruto and the Hokage start to walk away, never hearing the conversation between father and daughter. He is a really nice boy, isn't he, Dad? Yes, he is a great kid. I'm glad you think that. Never let anything people say change your opinion, Tuchi said to his daughter. Okay, Naruto, climb up on my back. I'm going to use a ninja technique called Shunshin, body flicker, to get us to my favorite place, Hiruzen told Naruto after they left Ichiraka Ramen as he knelt on the ground. Naruto quickly scrambled up onto the sandame's back, putting his arms lightly around his neck and watching as he made a ram seal before they disappeared. A few seconds later, they reappeared at a very high place overlooking the entire village. After scrambling off the Hokage's back and getting to his feet, he said, "It is beautiful," with a voice full of awe. "Yes, it is, my boy, yes it is. We are on top of the Hokage monument right now, on the Yandame's head to be exact. This is what I struggle to protect as Hokage. This village and everyone in it," the Hokage stated with a reverent voice. "Really, he's my hero. I want to be just like him." Hiruzen chuckles at that. He couldn't help but think you have no clue how alike you are. They stood there for several minutes just taking in the beauty of Konoha in silence before Hiruzen suddenly picked Naruto up and they disappeared with the drifting leaves. They reappeared right outside the sweet shop where Naruto picked out a bunch of candy before returning to the orphanage. Orphanage. Naruto was not having a good day. After all the fun he had yesterday, he was hoping to have another good day. It was his birthday after all. But that didn't happen. The ladies that worked in the orphanage were all really mad at him for some reason today. He didn't do anything wrong, but they were still mad. He snuck out of the orphanage early to avoid them, but it was almost worse outside. The first few people he saw him gave him looks that were even beyond mad, and after he got out of their sight he hid. Making his way to the thick forest in a nearby forest, he used his tree climbing ability to climb into one of the biggest trees and hide before summoning Gamakichi. "Yo! How's it going, Naruto?" "Not too good, Kichi. Yesterday I went and had a great day with Hokage Jiji. Here you go, by the way," Naruto said as he held out a bag full of candy. "Thanks, man. I'll take them if you eat them with me. But what's wrong?" "Okay, like I said, yesterday was great and I was hoping today would be just as good. But everyone in the orphanage seemed really mad at me. It was kind of scary. I snuck away to get away from them. But when I got out of the orphanage, the looks were even beyond mad. I hid from them too and made it the rest of the way here without letting anyone see me," Naruto said, almost crying. Poor kid, Gamakichi thought. People hate for something that he had no say in, and he is so smart that he notices it, even if he doesn't understand what it means. I almost wish he wasn't so smart, then he might not notice those looks. "Well, I'm not mad at you and I never will be, at least not like that. I'm sure the old man isn't mad either, so don't worry about it too much." Naruto sniffled. "Thanks, Kichi. I needed to hear that." "No problem. What are friends for if not to help you out when you are upset? When Naruto finally cheered up, he and Gamakichi played games like rock, paper, scissors and tic-tac-toe until it started to get dark. I've got to go now, Kichi. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto said as he got up and started walking down the tree, stopping only to watch Gamakichi dispel. Naruto carefully snuck back to the orphanage, not letting anyone see him. When he reached the orphanage, he was quickly spotted by the matron. She ran over and grabbed him by the ear, pulling him painfully as she screamed at him. Where were you, you ungrateful little brat? I should tan your hide for this. What were you thinking sneaking out of the orphanage? Just for this you are going to your room with no food. If I ever find you doing it again, it will be 2 days. Do you understand? Tears started leaking from Naruto's eyes. But I didn't do anything wrong. What did you say? Never mind, I don't want to know, she said as she threw him into his room and locked his door. Naruto lay on his bed, crying into his pillow, wondering what he had done to deserve such treatment. Eventually he fell asleep and woke up in his mindscape. Mindscape. Naru-chan, Kushina said to him kindly, a friendly voice being the balm he really needed. He ran into her arms crying. Naru-chan, what's wrong? She asked as she saw his face. The matron was being mean again. You would think people would be nice to me on my birthday like they are to the other kids. But they never are. It's okay, Naru-chan. No matter what happens, I will always love you. Never doubt that. If you ever need help, just come to me and I'll do whatever I can. Naruto looked up at her, tears finally stopping. Gamakichi said almost the same thing when I talked to him. Then he is a good friend. Yeah, he is. They sat there for a long time with Kushina just holding Naruto in a comforting hug on her lap. Well, Naru-chan, do you want to work on the Uzumaki sealing method? I'll tell you what makes it so special. Really, what is it? Naruto asked, tears forgotten and excitement back in his voice. Remember when you read that scroll on jutsu theory? It said that if someone becomes really good with a particular jutsu, it is possible to perform with fewer hand seals, or if you become really good with none. Yeah, it said something about how a shinobi memorizes how to mold the chakra after doing the jutsu enough times, making it possible to perform the technique with fewer hand seals. Very good, Kushina said, while thinking that is even better than I could explain it. So, to truly master the Uzumaki sealing method, the first step is to be able to use the jutsu with no hand seals. A true master can just slam their hand on the ground while molding their chakra and the seal is deployed. That is how it is possible to use in battle. So the next step for you would take off the first hand seal and perform the jutsu. When you get good enough to use it as well with only 3 hand seals as you can with 4, you take another hand seal of and perform it with 2. Then when you can do it with no hand seals, you have the jutsu mastered. That is awesome, Databeo, Naruto said before pausing, deep in thought. But Ka-chan, do I have to use my hands? What do you mean, Naru-chan? Well, you know how I've been working on the tree walking exercise? Yes. Well, I'm really good at it now and I kinda got bored. So I did some cool stuff like sitting and laying on the wall in different ways. I even tried walking up the wall on my hands. The chakra part wasn't that hard, but I need to be stronger to do it well. But I was thinking about how you said I would eventually be able to mold the chakra through my hands with no hand seals, but instead of my hands, could I do it through my feet? You know, I'm not sure. How about this, you master doing it through your hands first, then you can try through your feet. But that is a really good idea. If it works, you could deploy seals by just walking. Thinking about it, you could even deploy trap seals by just thinking about it as you tree hop. Okay, Ka-chan, I'm going to try it with 3 seals now, Naruto said, before making the last 3 seal in the series and slamming his hands on the ground. The jutsu still worked, but the kanji that appeared was so blurry he could barely make it out, quite a bit worse than his first attempt with the full sequence, but it did work, so with enough practice he would perfect this too. Naruto was just about to start again when he felt himself start to fade. In a bit of a panic, he ran to Kushina and asked, Ka-chan, I feel like I'm fading. What is going on? Someone is probably trying to wake you up in the real world. Meditate and concentrate on leaving your mindscape, Kushina said calmly to reassure Naruto. Orphanage. The matron was mad, almost beyond belief. That demon had managed to sneak out on today of all days, and it had the gall to ask what he had done wrong when it showed back up. She had sent it to its room without food as punishment, but when she went to check it was still there. It was just sleeping peacefully without a care in the world. To make it even worse, when it turned over it had a fox-like grin on its face. She was practically seeing red when she started kicking it awake. After the third kick it hopped up and she grabbed it by the hair and dragged him out of the orphanage and threw it in the street. "A demon like you is no longer welcome here," she spat, slamming the gate in its face. In front of the orphanage gate, Naruto found sitting on his butt in front of the gate, his ribs still aching where he figured the matron kicked him. He didn't know what to do or why the matron was so angry. Why did she call me a demon anyway? And what should I do? He thought to himself. Then he remembered what the old Hokage said the day before about having a long council meeting. He realized that the Hokage would probably still be there, so he took off running toward what he had been told was the Hokage Tower. As he ran toward the tower, he ran into someone who stepped right in front of him. The man had a big belly and a really bad and sharp smell hovering around him. "Sorry," the man said until he got a good look at Naruto, then his face transformed. "It's the demon brat." From behind the man he heard a couple more voices. "The demon! Get him! He can finally get what he deserves." When he bumped into the man he was scared, but upon hearing those voices he just started running, shouts following. He could hear more and more people running after him, and it just drove him to run faster. He ran and ran, becoming more tired by the second, wondering when the people would stop chasing him. Then his luck finally ran out as he ran into an alley only to find it was a dead end. By this point he was too scared to think anything, and he completely forgot could just run up the wall. Turning around he looked into the faces of the mob and he finally understood what hatred looked like. He swore that if he got out of this alive he would never have a look like that on his face. Finally having enough, the strong-smelling man started running toward him with a broken bottle raised. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Kami no Shinobi, god of shinobi, the professor, and the Sandaime Hokage had just sat down in his office after a long and tiring council meeting when his door slammed open. Immediately put on guard, he looked up and saw Hatake Kakashi, aka the Anbu Inu. "What is the matter, Inu? I thought you were supposed to be guarding Naruto." "That is just it, Hokage-sama. I sent the rest of my team to scope out the orphanage a little while ago. But when I went to check on Naruto he wasn't there and I couldn't sense his presence anywhere in the orphanage. I came here as quickly as I could," Inu spat out quickly. "Damn," the Hokage said as he got up and immediately went to a shelf where a crystal ball was resting. Taking down the orb, he focused chakra on it and pictured Naruto. "Fuck," he continued as soon as he saw what was in the orb. "Inu, Weasel, come with me. Hurry, we don't have much time." "Sir," both Inu and a weasel-masked Anbu said as he appeared. Dead-end alley. Just as the bottle was about to hit him, the man holding it flew backward. In his place, the old Hokage stood. The Hokage turned around and picked Naruto up in a hug before flaring his killing intent at the small mob, causing instant silence. "What do you fools think you were doing?" he shouted into the silence. The drunken man stood up and spoke, not thinking or realizing his life was on the line. "We was just doin' for the lil demon wha shoulda been done when he was born." And with that slurred speech he had signed his death warrant, and the cheer from the rest of the crowd they had followed suit. "Weasel, knock them all out and take them to Ibiki. Make sure they get the original punishment," the Hokage said in a very commanding voice. "Sir," the masked man with black hair hanging down his back in a ponytail, now identified as Weasel, said before making several hand seals. Every person in the crowd suddenly collapsed. Then he made a strange hand seal and there were 7 of him. They each picked up 2 people and disappeared with 14 out of the 26 people lying unconscious, leaving behind raven feathers that disappeared when they touched the ground. A few seconds later 5 of him reappeared and took the rest of the people. "Who is he, Gigi?" Naruto suddenly said, surprising the Hokage, who thought he had fallen asleep when Itachi used his genjutsu. Turning to look Naruto in the eyes he gasped. Having never looked into Naruto's eyes at night before, He had never seen them when they were slitted. He is one of the ANBU that work directly under me. You can tell they are ANBU by the masks they wear. But how are you still awake, Naruto? What do you mean, Gigi? Well, Weasel just used a genjutsu that should have put you to sleep like all of those people. What's genjutsu? Naruto asked, curious how it could have put him to sleep. It is a ninja art that affects the mind. It can do things like put people to sleep, make you see things that are not there, or make you not see things that are there, among other things. You mean like that ANBU guy that was in the tree outside the orphanage? When I normally looked at the tree I didn't see anything, but when I really concentrated I saw some blue light, and when I looked even closer there was a guy with a mask in it. It was weird though. It didn't have cool designs. It was blank white except for the kanji on the forehead. Naruto said, immediately feeling the temperature drop around him. It suddenly went back to normal when he started shivering. Yes, that could be a genjutsu too. But he wasn't an ANBU. If you see another one of them, tell me, okay? Sure, Gigi. Now Naruto, tell me why you weren't in the orphanage, the professor said in a serious voice. The matron kicked me out and said to never come back. She said, a demon like you is no longer welcome here, then slammed the gate in my face. Why would she do that? I don't know. She and the other ladies were all looking at me with eyes that were beyond angry this morning, so I snuck out and climbed one of the big trees in the park, Naruto said, remembering to keep Gamakichi and his ability to use chakra a secret. When I went back to the orphanage, she swooped down on me and grabbed me by the hair. She dragged me back to my room and said I had to stay there and I couldn't have dinner. I cried into my pillow for a few minutes before I fell asleep. I woke up when she started kicking me in the ribs, and then she dragged me out of the orphanage and threw me on the street and slammed the gate in my face. The Hokage's scowl deepened even further. Then what happened? I bumped into that bad-smelling man and he called me a demon brat. A couple other people heard him and started shouting. They were scary and I started running, and as I ran more people started chasing me. I just ran until I found myself here and then you arrived. Thank you for telling that to me, Naruto. Would you like to stay with me a couple of days? At least until I find somewhere for you to live, the old Hokage asked. That would be great, Gigi, Naruto said excitedly. But how did that guy turn into so many people and how he disappear? Was it a shunshin like you used? Can I learn that too? Yes, Weasel used a shunshin like I did yesterday. To make the copies of himself, he used a technique called Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. And if you want to learn those techniques, you have to become a shinobi, the kindly old man said. If I become a shinobi, would I be able to protect myself from people like them? Naruto asked as he turned to where the mob had been, then back to the Hokage. Of course you would. No normal civilian like those people can defeat a shinobi. In that case, can you teach me to be a shinobi, Gigi? No, I can't, Hiraishin said, but quickly continued when he saw Naruto's downcast face. But I can enter you in the ninja academy starting the semester after you turn 6. How about that? Yada. That would be awesome. But what would I do until then? Well, after I get you an apartment, you could start training your body. If you do that, you will be ahead when you start at the academy. Okay. But how would I train my body? Naruto asked while thinking, I know I will be stronger than most people my age, but I don't think I should increase the gravity seal beyond the increases it already makes. Maybe I could use some of the exercises from A Guide to Physical Development Necessary for Youthful Taijutsu, which has good advice, despite the weird name. And hopefully Gigi will give me an excuse to know about them in the first place so I can start doing them without drawing attention. Well, some of the common exercises include running long distances to build endurance and strength in your legs, push-ups and pull-ups to build upper body strength, sit-ups to build abdominal strength, and squats to build leg strength. Those are just some of the ones I can think of off the top of my head. Maybe you could learn some more at the library. If you do that, you could also look for some type of taijutsu to use to protect yourself, the Hokage said, taking his question seriously. Well, enough of that for now. How about you stay in my office tonight and tomorrow we'll find an apartment for you? Naruto's face stretched into his trademark foxy grin until he started yawning. Okay, Gigi. Hiraishin turned to the remaining ANBU. this one with gravity-defying silver hair. Inu, you can go call off your team and join me in my office. Naruto will be staying there tonight. Yes, sir, the dog-masked Anbu said and disappeared. Hold on tight, Naruto. We are about to move very fast, Hiruzen told the blonde child, and as if to take a page out of the Anbu's book, they disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hokage's office. After arriving at his office, Hiruzen put Naruto on the couch and he immediately went to sleep. Hiruzen sat in his chair thinking about the night's events, wondering what he should do. After sitting like that for nearly half an hour, he makes up his mind. Inu. Yes, sir, the dog masked and said as he appeared in front of his leader. First thing tomorrow, I want you to go and find an apartment that Naruto can live in. Make sure it is neither too expensive nor too run down. I will arrange for the rent to be covered. You might want to look in one of Jiraiya's buildings. You know he won't refuse to have Naruto live there. Yes, sir, he said before fading from view. Mindscape. Running up to his mother again, he threw himself in her arms again, crying. Naruto-chan, what's wrong? She asked gently as she ran her fingers through his hair. After calming down, he told what had happened since he left his mindscape. Just like with the old Hokage, he felt himself go cold, but he could also tell that whatever it wasn't aimed at him. Ka-chan. Why did it seem like so much time passed when I was here last time when only a little over an hour passed in the real world? Naruto asked to distract her. What do you mean, Naru-chan? Well, we talked for a long time, then I worked on the seal jutsu for about 6 hours, but when I woke it had been less than 2 hours in the real world. I could tell because it wasn't dark enough for my eyes to activate. I'm not sure, but maybe you might be able to control how quickly time passes in here, like the Tsukiyomi, Moon Reader, of the Uchiha clan, where they draw you into their mindscape and they can keep you for 3 days while only taking a few seconds in the real world, she said, drifting off until she finally registered everything he said. Wait, what do you mean, your eyes activate? Well, I've always been able to see at night like it was day. But a few days ago, when I was sticking to the wall in my room, I noticed some chakra was trickling to my eyes, Naruto explained. When I stopped it, everything went darker than I had ever seen before. I lost concentration and fell back onto the floor, and suddenly I could see again. So I tried channeling chakra to my eyes again the next day, and everything became really clear and I could see things I had never noticed before. I think I could even see chakra and through genjutsu. Show me. So Naruto did as Kushina asked and channeled chakra to his eyes. His blue eyes stayed the same except the pupils became slits. That is pretty cool. I wish I could have done that. What do you mean, Ka-chan? Naruto asked curiously. Next time you are in front of a mirror, activate them and look for yourself. Okay, I will, Naruto said before his expression turned serious. Ka-chan, could you teach me to be a shinobi? Of course, but why the sudden request? Well, Gigi said that I can join the academy after I turn 6. I want to be strong and protect both myself and anyone I care about like him, and maybe one day become Hokage too. Ha 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 ha. You sound just like I did. My dream was always to become the first female Hokage. I will teach you, but there is one thing you must remember. What is that? Naruto asked, still serious. One of the most important things for a shinobi is deception, Kushina said, just as serious. Why? Think of it like this. If there were 2 people that were equally as strong but one always hid their strength, what would the second person do? The second person probably wouldn't take the first seriously. Exactly, the second person would underestimate the first and most likely lose, possibly even die depending on the situation. My point is that I will teach you, but you should hide your abilities. It will make it much more likely that you can win and survive. It is especially important for you, Kushina finished. Why is that? Why is it important for me? Naruto asked, catching his mother's slip. I can't tell you right now, but I promise I will as soon as your father wakes up. Okay, Naruto answered dejectedly. Since we are going to be training, what should I do in the real world? For now, how about you start with that old monkey suggested. Luckily, you can learn taijutsu here as muscle memory is a mental capacity, so you don't have to worry about that. but you might want to do what that book on physical exercises suggests so you can use the taijutsu that I teach you effectively. I'll do that, but it should actually be easier now. Kushina tilted her head in confusion. Why is that? Well, Gigi mentioned getting me my own apartment, so I won't have to worry about ladies that don't like me stopping me. Naruto smiled brightly. I'll be able to go to the park whenever I want, and maybe I can make some friends my own age. Kushina smiled at the happy look on Naruto's face. Okay, until your father wakes up, we will split your time here into 3 sections. Learning to make seals since you are now able to use the Uzumaki sealing method. Practicing the Uzumaki sealing jutsu until you can do it with no hand seals and maybe with your feet, and taijutsu training. You better be prepared because I won't go easy on you. If you are going to do something as dangerous as be a shinobi, I will make sure you are ready for it. Chapter 4. Exploring, Father and Secrets. The next day. As Naruto woke up on the couch in the Hokage's office, he heard voices of the Hokage and his dog-masked ANBU talking. Jiraiya's buildings first like you suggested and quickly found one. It is 3 rooms. Bedroom, kitchen/living room and bathroom. It is reasonably priced and in good condition. Good, the Hokage replied. You will take us there when Naruto wakes up. I take that back, he is waking up as we speak. Good morning, Naruto. Good morning, Gigi. So Naruto, do you remember how I said we would find you an apartment to live in? Naruto smiled. Of course I do, Gigi. Well, would you like to see it? The old man asked as he got up from his chair. Really, Gigi? Let's go, Naruto, the Hokage said before turning to the ANBU. Lead the way, Inu. They left the Hokage tower with the dog-masked ANBU leading the way, walking in silence for several minutes until the old man broke it. Naruto, do you see that building over there? He asked, pointing to strangely shaped building with 4 curving columns rising from the roof and the kanji for fire on the front. Naruto looked where the old man was pointing. Sure, what is it? That is the academy, the place I told you I would enroll you so you can learn to become a shinobi. So that is where I will learn what I need to know to become a shinobi. Thanks for telling me, Gigi. Several minutes passed as they continued to walk down the street. Look here, Naruto, you are lucky. Ichiraka ramen is right on the way from your apartment to the academy. Yada! I can have ramen every day now, Naruto shouted excitedly. How close to the apartment are we anyway, Inu? The Hokage asked, seeing Naruto's happiness. We are just a few blocks away. I found a place relatively close to the academy, so he wouldn't have to go too far to get there considering he will be starting next year, Inu said. Very good. I guess Naruto just got lucky enough for it to be close to Ichiraka too. A couple blocks further down the street, they came to a slightly run-down apartment building and Inu in and led them to the manager's room. Knocking on the door, he stepped back, waiting for the door to open. A rather nondescript brown-haired, black-eyed man that appeared to be in his mid-30s came out of the room and looked at the 3. Hokage-sama, Inu-san, how can I help you? Inu stepped forward again. Kenji-san, could you please show us the empty apartment you showed me earlier? My pleasure. Right this way, Kenji said, casting a non-judgmental glance at Naruto. So Kenji-san, how have you been doing? I haven't seen you in several years. The old Hokage asked Kenji like someone catching up with an old friend. Kenji answered as they started following him. Very good. I am doing quite well since I retired. I liked being a chunin, but I like this as well. I'm glad to hear that, Kenji-san, the Hokage said as they went up 2 sets of stairs and down a hallway, stopping at the 3rd door on the right. Here we are, apartment 305, Kenji said as he unlocked the door. Go on in, Naruto. Tell me what you think. Naruto went in, taking off his shoes before passing through a 10-foot white-walled entryway. He emerged in a room with a small kitchen including refrigerator and a small pantry to the left and a couple comfortable chairs facing a small TV along with a small square table for eating on the right. Walking past the table, he entered another passage, this one with 2 doors. Entering the door on the left side, he found a modest bathroom with a sink and mirror combination, a toilet, and a bath with a shower. Leaving the bathroom and closing the door, He walked down to the end of the passage and opened the door. Walking into the last room, he found it to be a bedroom with a low bed right under the window on the right wall, a dresser on the left, and a small closet on the far side. Naruto ran back to where the Hokage was standing and threw his arms around the old man. "Thank you, Gigi, thank you. This place is amazing." Hiruzen laughed at Naruto's antics, glad the boy was happy. "I'm glad you like it, Naruto. Now let's go get you all of the stuff you will need to live here," he said before turning back to Kenji. "Kenji-san, we will take this apartment. I will be back later to arrange rent." Then accepted the key from Kenji and handed it to Naruto. Leaving Naruto's new apartment, the three headed to a nearby store. They get soap, shampoo, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and groceries before heading back to the apartment to drop everything off and put the groceries in the refrigerator and pantry. Heading out again, they went to a store that sold everything needed to furnish homes. Once there, they headed to the bath section and Naruto picked out some red towels, his mother's hair, and purple washcloths, Gamakichi's markings. Next, they headed to the bed section. He picked out a pillow, plain white sheets, and a navy blue comforter for his bed. Then they headed to the cleaning section and the Hokage picked out the cleaning supplies that he would need. "Okay, Naruto, is there anything else you want?" the Hokage asked as they walked to pay for everything they had picked out. "I don't think—" "Wait, what about clothes and some new shoes?" Naruto asked, lifting up his shoes to show that the soles had worn to almost nothing. "Good idea, my boy. Let's pay for this and we can go find you some clothes. Inu, can you go get some shinobi sandals that will fit him? They are made of better materials and will likely last longer. Make sure to get him some a couple sizes too big. They are made so he can strap them tight to fit. Bring them to Naruto's apartment when you are done." "Yes, sir," the dog-masked man said before walking away. After their purchase was completed, the Hokage took out a scroll and adding chakra to it. All of the bags disappeared in a puff of smoke, just leaving the scroll. Naruto's eyes became as wide as saucers. "Gigi, is that a storage scroll? I had heard about them, but that was awesome. I wonder if I could learn how to do that." "Yes, Naruto, this is a storage scroll. I'm sure you could learn how to use them once you start at the academy. You just have to be able to use chakra to do it." "Once I learn how to use chakra, what do I do?" Naruto asked, almost vibrating in excitement. The Hokage looked thoughtful, as if deciding what he should say. Then his face relaxed, thinking it was harmless information. "Once you can use chakra, you hold the storage scroll really close to what you want to seal and channel chakra to the seal while concentrating on the item or items you want to seal. Once you get that far, just say, Fuin, seal, and to get the stuff out again, channel chakra and say, Fuin Kai, seal release. If you get really good at using storage scrolls, all you have to do is channel chakra and think either Fuin or Fuin Kai. That is awesome. There is so much you could do with those scrolls," Naruto said, nearly vibrating again. "Yes, there is. Storage scrolls are one of the most useful tools a shinobi can have," the old Hokage said seriously. Then he gave Naruto the scroll with all of his new stuff. "You can hold on to this. Okay, Naruto?" "Okay, Gigi." They walked out of the store, the Hokage following Naruto. "Let's go get you some clothes then." They eventually went to a clothing store and bought Naruto some knee-length shorts in navy blue, black and dark red, some white and gray t-shirts, and some toed boxers. When they got back to Naruto's apartment, they found the dog-masked Anbu waiting for them. "Good job, Inu. Let's go in and Naruto can try on the sandals." They entered the apartment and Naruto put his new clothes into the bedroom with the scroll holding his stuff. He changed into some of his new clothes, a navy pair of shorts and a white t-shirt with a blue spiral on the back. Then he went back out and sat on one of the comfortable chairs in the living room area while Hiruzen sat on the other. "Now, Naruto, just slip your feet in the sandals and tighten the straps until they fit comfortably, but don't shift on your feet." Naruto did as told and found the shinobi sandals to be much more comfortable than his old worn-out shoes. "Thanks, Gigi. These are much better than my old shoes." "Good. They are made for shinobi, so they will last much longer than normal shoes even if you train like a maniac. These sandals are also a bit bigger than your feet, so you will have some room to grow before you have to get a new pair. That is why you had to tighten the straps so much." Running to the Hokage, Naruto gave him another hug. "Thanks, Gigi," he said in a heartfelt voice. "You are welcome, Naruto. There is one more thing that we have to talk about before I leave. I will be giving you an allowance once every 2 weeks. It will be enough to last for those 2 weeks with a little left over if you don't waste it. To get this allowance, you just have to come see me in the Hokage Tower. Do you remember where it is?" Of course, I just go back to Ichiraka Ramen and follow that street until I get almost to the academy, then I turn onto the street which I can see the tower down. "Very good, Naruto," the Hokage said before handing Naruto an envelope. "Here is your first allowance. You will get this until you are considered an adult. That means that if you become a shinobi, until you become a genin." Hiruzen got up and went to leave, only stopping to wave when he heard Naruto say, "Thanks, Gigi. I will see you in 2 weeks. "See you in 2 weeks, my boy." And with that, Naruto was left alone in his apartment. Thinking back on the past couple of days, he started cursing to himself. All of the books he was studying right now were still in his room in the orphanage. How was he going to get them back? He definitely couldn't go there himself, and he didn't want anyone to know how far ahead he really was. Wait, couldn't go himself. But Gamakichi. Biting his right thumb, he smeared blood across the summoning seal on the back of his left hand. A plume of smoke appeared, and when it cleared, Gamakichi was standing there. "Hey Naruto, how's it going?" Gamakichi asked before he started looking around. "And where are we anyway?" "Hey Kichi, everything is going great. This is my new apartment. I finally don't have to go back to the orphanage anymore," Naruto answered in good spirits. "That's great. But how did it happen?" "Well, after you dispelled, I went back to the orphanage and the mean matron threw me in my room. I fell asleep and went to see Mom until the matron kicked me awake. She kicked you awake? Wait, you said you went to see your mom. What do you mean by that?" Gamakichi said as he started to feel afraid. "Well, Kachan said that she was dead, but before she died, a Kagebunshin of her was sealed in my mindscape. She was asleep until I started producing enough chakra for to survive. She woke up recently and has been teaching me about seals. My Tusan is sealed there too, but he is still asleep and Kachan won't tell me about him until he wakes up." "Well damn, doesn't that just make a good story?" he said, extremely relieved that Naruto wasn't calling the QB Kachan. "What happened next?" "She kicked me out on the street and told me I wasn't welcome back. Then I ran into this guy that smelled like bad rice, and him and other people started chasing me. They chased me into a corner and were about to hurt me when Gigi and two guys, A and BU he called them, stopped them. I slept in Gigi's office and this morning he got me this apartment." "Wow, well I like the new place. Why did you summon me?" "Well, would it be possible for you to summon yourself back to my room in the orphanage?" Naruto asked with hope. "Considering the number of times I've been there, yeah, I think so," Gamakichi replied. "Can you go there and get the books that I hid under that loose board beneath my futon?" "I see, sure I can, but it might take a while. Summon me back tomorrow and I'll have them." "Thanks, Kichi, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go exploring." Mt. Mayuboku. As soon as he arrived home, Gamakichi ran off to find his father. Took a while, but it wasn't that difficult to find a 10-story toad. "Pops, Pops," he shouted. "What's wrong, Kichi?" Gamabunta asked when he heard his son's voice. "I've got big news, Pops," Gamakichi said, taking a few deep breaths. "Naruto has met his mother." "His mother?" Gamabunta said before his pipe fell out of his mouth, making the ground shake when it hit. "Don't tell me the QB." "No, Pops. It isn't the QB," Gamakichi said quickly. "That is what I thought at first too. Naruto told me that a Kagebunshin of her and his father was sealed inside his mindscape. They were sealed in some sort of sleep until he started making enough chakra to sustain them. He said his mother awoke a little while ago, but his father was still frozen, and that she wouldn't tell him anything about him until he awoke." "What a stubborn bastard. Ha 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 ha. That is brilliant. Who better to teach the kid than his own parents? Back from the dead just for him. Ha 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 ha. I got to go, Pops. I promised Naruto I would go get his stuff from his old room, so he doesn't draw too much attention with the books he is reading." Go ahead. I don't mind you helping him out. Okay, see you later, Pops, Gamakichi said before summoning himself back to Naruto's old room and retrieving his books. Naruto's apartment. Deciding to take care of everything else later and secretly happy that he had managed to keep the Hokage's storage scroll to study later, Naruto left his apartment, locking the door on the way out. Walking away from his apartment, he was memorizing his surroundings so he could easily find his way back. Naruto was looking for a couple things to start with: a body of water he could use to learn water walking, a park with other kids his age, someplace private to start training his body, and a couple of stores that were close to his apartment. As luck would have it, he found the water first, even if it was too open to use for water walking if he wanted to keep his abilities a secret. It was a large pond right outside of a walled compound with a red and white fan-like emblem all over the place. The pond had a small pier sticking out over the water, and there was someone his age sitting at the end. Naruto walked over to the pier and saw that the boy had pale skin and black hair that stuck up at a weird angle in the back. As Naruto walked toward the boy, he turned and looked at him with a smile. "Hi, who are you?" "My name is Uchiha Sasuke, the boy," Uchiha Sasuke said in a cheerful voice. Taken aback at the kindness Sasuke was showing, it took a few seconds before he could answer. "Hi, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Are you new around here? I've never seen you before," Sasuke asked, curious about the boy that he had never seen before. "Yeah, I just moved into an apartment a bit closer to the Ninja Academy. I was just out exploring when I saw you here," Naruto answered, swept up by the boy's cheerful attitude. "That is cool. Who do you live with? Your mother, your father?" "No, I live alone. My parents are dead. Gigi got me the apartment when the mean matron kicked me out of the orphanage," Naruto replied in a sad voice. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad. It's okay. I've got a nice place to live and I get to enter the Ninja Academy next year, so I'm actually doing a lot better now." "You are so lucky. My parents won't let me enter the academy for 2 more years. 2 more years until I can start catching up to Aniki, elder brother, and make my Tusen proud," Sasuke said, envy apparent on his face. Just as Naruto was about to say something, a new voice rang out. "Sasuke." Sasuke snapped around on hearing the voice. "Aniki," he said, jumping to his feet. Seeing Sasuke running toward the other person, Naruto got to his feet and not able to see the other person well, considering how far away he was, channeled chakra to his eyes. He was immediately able to make out the new person. He looked a lot like an older version of Sasuke, except with longer hair that fell down his back in a ponytail. Walking toward the brothers, he could hear their conversation. "Sasuke, what are you doing today?" the man asked. "I was just sitting on the pier, enjoying the day." "I see. Who is your friend?" Turning back to the pier, Sasuke saw Naruto walking toward them. "Let me introduce to my new friend. This is Uzumaki Naruto," he continued as Naruto came to stand next to him. "Naruto, this is my Aniki, Uchiha Itachi." Itachi walked up to Naruto and mussed his hair, which immediately went back to normal. "Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun," Itachi said. As Naruto heard his voice up close, he recognized it as the man formed the night before, Weasel. "Are you Itachi?" stopped him, noticing that Naruto recognized him. "Just a second. Sasuke, Ka-san is looking for you. Don't make her wait," Itachi said to Sasuke, leaning down and lightly flicking his forehead with his index finger. Okay, I'm going," Sasuke returned before running off. "I was quite surprised to see you, Naruto-kun, and before you ask, yes, I am the one you met last night." "How did you know I was going to ask about that?" Naruto asked, amazed at the person in front of him. "When you recognized me, it showed on your face. Before anything else, when you see ANBU in mask, you address them according to their mask, but when you see one without a mask like now, you address them by name." "I'll remember that, thanks." "How did you recognize me anyway?" Itachi asked, curious. "Your voice and your hairstyle. I noticed your hair was similar, but when I heard your voice up, I figured it out." "I see. That is very impressive for someone your age." "Thanks, Itachi-san." "You are very welcome, Naruto-kun. So what did you think of my Otuto, little brother?" Naruto pondered for a second. He seems really nice. Much nicer than anyone in the orphanage, but I only met him a couple minutes ago. I'm glad you think so, Itachi said before becoming serious. Please, no matter what happens, try to be his friend. I'm afraid he will have a hard time pleasing our father, and he will need all the friends he can get. Sure, Itachi and I-san. I'll do what I can. Ni-san. I think I like it, Itachi said as he got up to leave. Thanks, Naruto-kun. After Itachi left, he got up and started exploring again. He decided to look for a different place to learn water walking. Considering that there are a bunch of small rivers that run through Konoha, if I were to follow the wall, I bet I could find one to use and not worry about being found. His mind made up, he continued following the street that had brought him to the pond, and after only a couple minutes arrived at the wall surrounding Konoha. Following the wall, he came to a small clearing with a river running through it. The river widened briefly as it went through the clearing, making a pond-like area to practice on. Perfect, it has the water to practice water walking, trees, and a small clearing to exercise in. This is exactly what I was looking for. And even better, it doesn't look like anyone has come here in a long time, so I don't have to worry about privacy. Naruto said to himself, very happy with his new training area. Okay, time to go home. My training starts tomorrow. Heading back toward his apartment, Naruto decided to take another route, wanting to explore some more and learn to find his training area without walking all the way along the wall. He passed a park as he went and decided to take a look at it the next day a little after lunch. It was starting to near dinner time, so no one was at the park. Naruto's apartment. When he got back to his apartment, he unlocked the door and went in to get something to eat, only to realize that he had no idea how to make any food. What should I do? Naruto thought. I know I can ask Kachan later. Wait, Kachan had me meditate to leave the mindscape yesterday. Maybe I can meditate to get in too. No, I can try that later, I'm hungry now. What to do? Wait, I can have Ichiraku ramen tonight, then ask mom to teach me how to cook later. Mind made up, he quickly left his apartment and went to Ichiraku ramen. Luckily, it was very close. Ichiraku ramen. The second he entered Ichiraku, he found himself swept up in a crushing hug. Like usual. After struggling for a few seconds, he finally freed himself from Ayam and started breathing again, much to Tuchi's amusement. So kid, what are you doing here today? You usually come with the Hokage about once every month or two. Hi, Tuchiaji-san. Well, until last night I lived in the orphanage, but now I've got an apartment a few blocks from here, Naruto said, never noticing the ramen stall owner's sharp glance at him. So what happened to bring this about? Tuchi asked. The matron kicked me out of the orphanage and Hokage-jiji got me an apartment to live in. I see, Tuchi said, waving off a comment that he could see his daughter was about to ask. Realizing that Naruto was skipping a lot with his statement but deciding against asking. Well, in that case, your first bowl is on the house in honor of you moving nearby. What would you like, kid? Can I have one miso, one beef, and one of your choice, please? Tuchi walked back into the kitchen. After a few minutes, he called out, Ayam, one miso. Come get it. Ayam went to the back door and grabbed a steaming bowl and set it in front of him. Here is one bowl of miso ramen. The beef ramen will be out in a few minutes, just after you are done with that. Thanks, Ayam Nechan. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Breaking his chopsticks apart, he said, "Ita to Kamasu," and began eating, still trying to emulate the Hokage's elegant way of eating. Before long, his empty bowl was swept away and replaced by a bowl of beef ramen. The beef ramen followed quickly after the miso. When Ayam came back this time, she placed down a type of ramen he had never tired. One pork ramen, this type is my favorite. Enjoy your ramen, Naruto-kun. I always do. Thanks, Ayam Nechan. Taking a bite of the new type of ramen, Naruto immediately liked it. This is great. Ayam and Tuchi, who had come back out of the kitchen, smiled at Naruto's evident enjoyment. Leaving his money on the counter like he had seen the Hokage do, Naruto stood up. Thanks, Ayam Nechan. Tuchiaji-sen, see you later. Bye, Naruto, see you later, they both said. Leaving the ramen stand, Naruto quickly made his way back to his apartment. Naruto's apartment. Once he got back to his apartment, he went to his bedroom and put his new clothes away. Then he unsealed his sheets and bath stuff, though it took a couple tries. With all of his new stuff spread around him, he grabbed the towels and washcloths and put them away in the bathroom. Next, he went back to the kitchen and grabbed the soap, shampoo, toothbrush and toothpaste which he had left there after bringing the food back and put them in the bathroom. Finally finished putting the bathroom in order, he brushed his teeth before going to the bedroom. There he made the bed with his new sheets and laid down, falling asleep in moments. Mindscape. Naruto walked toward the house where his mom stayed in the mindscape, thinking how he was going to tell her what had throughout the day. By the time he actually reached the house, he had made up his mind. "Kachan, where are you? Kachan?" Not receiving a response, Naruto started exploring the house, finally finding his mother in the room he originally found her. She was looking at the pillar that was his father. It was almost clear like Kushina's was when he first woke her, but was still cloudy enough that he couldn't make out his father. He ran up to Kushina and hugged her. "Hi Kachan, I'm back. I can see that, Naruto-chan. How was your day?" "My day was great. Gigi got me this awesome apartment. I love it. It has a kitchen and living room, a bathroom, and a bedroom with a bed, a dresser, and a closet. Then Gigi and this dog-masked Anbu took me to get stuff to eat and soap and shampoo. We dropped that off at my apartment, then we went to get towels and sheets which Gigi sealed in a storage scroll. It was really cool to watch and I got to keep the scroll. Gigi completely forgot about it. I thought it could come in handy. Gigi also took me to get some clothes while he sent Dog-san to grab me some shinobi sandals. He said they would last me longer." Naruto finished in a rush. "That's great, Naruto-chan. Did anything else happen?" Kushina asked, curious. "Yeah. After Gigi left, I went exploring. I found a small pond with a pier next to what has to be the Uchiha compound. It had red and white fan things all over the wall. I made a friend. It was a really nice and cheerful boy named Uchiha Sasuke. We talked for a few minutes until his brother Itachi came and told him his mom needed him. Oh yeah, Itachi was the weasel Anbu from last night." "You met Ita-chan and Sasuke-chan," Kushina exclaimed. "You know them, Ka-chan?" "Well, I know Itachi. His mother was one of my best friends. The last time I saw her, Sasuke had just been born." "What else happened?" "Well, after Itachi and I explained about Anbu, I decided to find someplace where I could practice water walking. I walked along the outer wall until I found a perfect clearing with one of the rivers running through it. The river widened in the clearing, forming a small pond-like area. It didn't look like anyone had been there in a very long time. It is perfect for training and physical exercises. After that, I took a different path home and saw a park along the way. I'm gonna go there tomorrow and try to make some more friends." "It sounds like you had a really exciting day, Naruto-chan. You did a good job making a friend. Good luck making some more tomorrow," Kushina said, congratulating and encouraging Naruto to keep trying at the same time. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Can you teach me how to cook, Ka-chan?" "Of course I can. I'm actually a very good cook. One thing though, can I have permission to change the mindscape however I need to?" "What do you mean?" Naruto replied, not understanding. "Well, this is your mindscape and you showed the ability to control it by making time pass more slowly. In fact, from now on, whenever you come here, concentrate on making time pass quickly, at least compared to the real world. Since you can manipulate this place, I'm asking for your permission to do so as well. Otherwise, I won't be able to show you how to cook since I won't be able to get ingredients. At least that is my theory, as I haven't been able to manipulate the mindscape before. If you want to, you can change this part of my mindscape however you want. I give you my permission if it will help. Alright, let's go to the kitchen and see if this will work. Until you get good enough at cooking, we will postpone your lessons in sealing and your practice of the Uzumaki sealing method. Just so you know, I still expect you to read the books on sealing and practice the sealing jutsu when you are resting from physical exercises," Kushina said with a glint in her eyes. "Okay, Ka-chan. The only reason I didn't do any reading today is because I had to ask Kichi to summon himself back to my old room and grab the books I hid there." "Good. Then we are going to split our time between cooking and learning the basics of taijutsu. Now to the kitchen. When they got to the kitchen, they found that Kushina could indeed manipulate the mindscape now that she had Naruto's permission, so she immediately started teaching him the basics of cooking. After they finished that, with Naruto being able to make miso and rice for a simple breakfast as well as eggs and bacon if he wants to eat something different, they went outside where Kushina made some training posts appear. They were just simple logs sticking out of the ground with rope wrapped around them. Before we start, there will be several things that you will have to do again in the real world. One purpose of these training posts is to give you something to hit your knuckles against to build up callus. You will have to do that in the real world. Another is to build the muscles you will need to put power and speed behind your punches. While you can learn taijutsu and muscle memory here, you can't work your actual muscles. I am going to teach you my style of taijutsu even if your father's would fit you better than mine. Basically what I will teach you to start with are the basics. How to punch, how to kick, how to dodge or block your opponent's attacks. These are all things that should be taught in the academy, things that are the building blocks, the starting point to more advanced styles. Do you understand? Kushina asked after she finished her lecture. Yes. Okay. Let's begin with. For the remainder of Naruto's time in the mindscape, Kushina drilled him mercilessly, making him punch and kick the posts time and time again, correcting his form and showing him how to make his attacks more effective until he hit correctly every time. Like Kushina asked when he was telling her about his day, he willed time to move more quickly in the mindscape than the real world. Despite it being his first attempt, he managed to stay in the mindscape for what felt like it was almost 12 hours, almost a third more time than should have been possible. The next day, remembering his promise to continue his reading, the first thing he did was summon Gamakichi and retrieve his books. When he received his books, he just looked at Gamakichi and said thanks before Gamakichi dispelled, going back to the summon realm. Deciding to get started, Naruto quickly made miso and rice like his mother taught him and went to his new training area. Once there, he did everything the Hokage and a guide to physical development necessary for youthful taijutsu suggested, performing more of the exercises and more quickly as the day passed, including punching and kicking a tree, which hurt more than a training post, but he made do. In between his exercises, he practiced the sealing jutsu, getting to the point that the symbols were clear with 3 hand seals, if not as good as he would like. He also started teaching himself how to water walk. To start with, he remembered how the book described the exercise. Where the tree climbing exercise emphasizes the release of chakra in a pattern of controlled bursts and releases, the water walking exercise emphasizes the constant release of chakra. To perform this exercise, one must constantly release a varying amount of chakra to increase the surface tension of the water to the point where it is capable of one's weight. Keep in mind that the amount of chakra necessary to do this will change depending on both the condition of the water and one's weight. If one were to try to water walk on the same body of water when it was stormy, then again on a calm day or with weights on, the chakra requirement would be different. While some people would just jump onto the water while releasing chakra through their feet, Naruto sat down on a rock in the center of the stream and placed one foot on the water, releasing increasing amounts of chakra while concentrating on using it to make the water thicker. Once his foot would stay on the top of the water, no matter how hard he tried to push it down, he moved it somewhere else to get accustomed to how each step would require differing amounts of chakra. After he got to the point that no matter where he put his foot down, it would stay on top of the water without him thinking about it, he switched feet and started over. When both feet would stay on top of the water, he tried actually walking, and though he stumbled a couple times, he quickly got used to it. While he would like to say he mastered the exercise, once he could walk on water without thinking about it, he went back to his physical exercises, which he continued until it was time to stop. He still wanted to get to the park after all, and if he continued any longer, all of the kids would be gone again. So he rinsed off his sweaty face with some water from the stream and started walking toward the park he had found the day before. At the park. Reaching the park, Naruto saw a bunch of kids playing, and despite the fact that they weren't doing much, there were 2 in particular that caught his interest. The first was a boy with a slightly tannish complexion and black hair that spiked up in a wild fashion from a ponytail that started just behind the top of his head. He was wearing a grayish-blue t-shirt with a circular symbol on the front and seemed to be watching the few clouds in the sky and playing a board game with his friend. His friend was a slightly pudgy boy with brown hair that spiked up almost like his own. He had spiral marks that could have been either tattoos or birthmarks on his cheeks and was constantly eating from a bag of chips. He was wearing a long-sleeved green shirt with the upper third being light green and the lower portion being dark green. Naruto walked over to where they were playing their game and watched for a few minutes. When the skinnier one won, he decided to talk to them. "What are you playing?" The skinny one turns his apparently too lethargic or lazy to get up before talking. "It is a game called shogi." "How do you play?" "I'll show you, but first, what is your name?" It is too troublesome to have to say, "Hey you" or "Hey blonde" every time we try to talk. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. What are your names?" Naruto said, liking him despite how lazy he seemed to be. "Nara Shikamaru," the skinny boy said, not seeming to even want to put in the effort to want to say, I'm Akimichi Chuji. "What's your favorite food?" the plump boy said. Definitely ramen," Naruto replied, answering Chuji's question. That sounds good. I like you." "I'm glad to hear that. Thanks," Naruto said, deciding that despite Chuji's fixation on food, he liked him. Then he turned back to Shikamaru and listened intently as he explained the game. "Those are the rules. It is too troublesome to continue," Shikamaru said when he finished telling him the rules. "Cool. Would it be too troublesome to play a game with me? If Chuji doesn't mind, that is." "Go ahead," Chuji said, looking slightly relieved. "All right, let's set up the board. I'll let you go first since this is your first time playing," Shikamaru said, actually looking a little serious, emphasis on little. So Naruto and Shikamaru played a game of shogi. Shikamaru won, of course, but it was pretty close, with Shikamaru making the strange hand seal where he put all of his fingers against the matching fingers of his other hand and formed a square a couple times. The second time he made it, Naruto turned to Chuji and asked him what Shikamaru was doing. That is his thinking pose. Whenever he is trying to solve a difficult problem, he gets in that pose. It is actually pretty impressive that you made him do it. The fact that he is doing it means that you backed him into a corner with your weird playing style. I've only ever seen him do it when he was playing his father before this. He's never had to against me, that's for sure. After that, Shikamaru quickly won. When they finished with Shikamaru saying checkmate, he turned to Naruto with a look of respect. "Would like to play again sometime?" "Wow. I never thought I would see that," Chuji said. "See what and why not? I just never thought he would actually challenge someone himself. He would usually say, 'Too troublesome,' or something like that." "I see," Naruto said before turning back to Shikamaru. "Sure, I would love to play again. But where can I find you?" "Either here around this time or on a hill somewhere watching the clouds, at least for another couple of years. Then things will get troublesome," Shikamaru answered nonchalantly. "What happens in a couple years?" "We start at the Ninja Academy," Chuji said before Shikamaru could say anything about it being too troublesome. "Cool, I start next year. Maybe we'll still be able to see each other after all. Do you guys have a reason for going?" Chuji looked at Shikamaru before turning back to Naruto. "I don't really right now. My dad along with a lot of other people in my clan are all shinobi, so I want to be a shinobi that is not too strong or too weak. The rest is just too troublesome," Shikamaru said without looking away from the clouds. "So you want to be mediocre?" "I guess so." "Wow. I didn't know you were suicidal. You never know, I guess." Shikamaru's head snapped to Naruto so fast it looked like it hurt. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, Gigi once told me that any shinobi that didn't do their best and keep getting stronger was doomed to die young," Naruto said, never knowing that his words would change Shikamaru forever, even if it was only a bit. "Gigi? Who is that?" Shikamaru asked, actually looking interested now. "Hokage Gigi. He said that one time when we went to Ichiraka Ramen. He looked upset, so I asked what was wrong. He didn't really tell me but just said Naruto promised me this. If you ever become a shinobi, you will always do your best both to get stronger and hold on to the will of fire. Those that don't are doomed to die young. I didn't understand it all, but since you want to be mediocre, that means you don't want to try your best, you don't really want to survive." "I see. I need to think about this. Thanks for the game and conversation. They were interesting," Shikamaru said as he walked away. "Wow, I've never seen that before. Usually he would just sit here and watching the clouds until someone came and picked him up. Well, see you two around, Shikamaru, Chuji, Naruto said with a wave. Turning back to himself, he decided to go back to training again and headed back to his training area. With Shikamaru. As Shikamaru headed back to the Nara clan compound, he was deep in thought. So deep he didn't even hear Chuji calling him. He just couldn't get Naruto's words out of his head, or the fact that he was repeating something the Hokage had said. Arriving home, he immediately went to where his father was laying on the deck of their house. Tusan, I've got a question for you. What is it, Shikamaru? Nara Shikaku asked, curious as to what could make his son serious. Are mediocre shinobi likely to die young? Shikaku's head snapped to his son, almost mimicking Shikamaru's action from earlier. Wow, what? What brought that up? Well, I met this interesting kid earlier today. He made me get serious in a game of shogi even though it was his first time playing. After we played for a while, we eventually got to talking why we wanted to be ninja, and I said that I wanted to be a shinobi that wasn't too strong or too weak. Then he asked, so you want to be mediocre, and I answered that I guess so. He just looked at me and said, wow, I didn't know you were suicidal, you never know I guess. I asked what he meant and he quoted the Hokage. If you ever become a shinobi, you always do your best both to get stronger and hold on to the will of fire. Those that don't are doomed to die young. Smart kid, I'll have to thank him later. And yes, he is right. A mediocre shinobi has a very good chance to die young. So what is his name? Shikaku asked, respect for whoever it was growing quickly. Uzumaki Naruto. Interesting, and you said he almost beat you in a game of shogi? He said to himself. Very interesting. 2 weeks later. It had been 2 weeks since he started living in his apartment, and after he made breakfast he would be out of food. So today he would have to go shopping. The 2 weeks had been relatively good for Naruto. The apartment manager had turned out to be pretty nice. He had even shown Naruto how to use the washing machine and dryer that were in the basement of the apartment complex. He had gotten much better at cooking under his mother's tutelage. Of course, practicing for more than 6 hours per day would do that. He had mastered water walking and was almost ready to reduce the hand seals for the sealing jutsu again. He had played a couple more games of shogi with Shikamaru and finished reading the beginner's sealing level 3. He was actually halfway through the level 4 book. Naruto decided that he would do his shopping after finishing his training. So after ending his training session, he walked back and stopped at a shopping mart to buy groceries. When he went to pay for the groceries, he ran into a bit of a problem. That will be 320 ryo, the cashier said with a smirk. But it should only add up to 200 ryo, Naruto protested. Orphan's tax has to be added in, of course, he said, his smirk growing even larger. Naruto was on edge. He was pretty sure that the cashier was lying, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Fine, Naruto said bitterly before laying 320 ryo, almost all of the allowance that Gigi had given him when he got his apartment. Taking his groceries, he walked home, still trying to understand the orphan tax. He was still thinking about it as he made dinner, got ready for bed, and went to sleep. Mindscape. As soon as he arrived in the mindscape, he went up to his mom, a question still on his mind. Ka-chan, what is an orphan's tax? An orphan's tax, what is that? Kushina asked. I had to go get groceries, and when I went to pay for my stuff it should have cost about 200 ryo, but the guy charged me 320 ryo, saying the rest was the orphan's tax. The air seemed to get cold all of a sudden, signaling that his mom was pissed off. Naru-chan, there is no such thing as an orphan's tax. So he was lying, I thought so. There just wasn't anything I could do about it. I was out of food. I see, Kushina said, anger evident on her face. I guess No, I think it is time to teach you a jutsu. Really? I finally get to learn another jutsu. Don't get me wrong, the sealing jutsu is awesome and I can finally use it with 2 hand seals, but is the only one I know, Naruto said to defend himself. Good job with that, you are doing really well. Now, I'm going to teach you the henge no jutsu, transformation technique, but you have to promise me something. Sure, Ka-chan, what is it? Promise me that you will never hide who you are. What do you mean? I thought this technique was supposed to turn me into something else. What I mean is that despite the fact that you will be using it to do what you need to, don't ever let anyone force to use it constantly and hide yourself behind a mask unless you are doing it on purpose. You are a wonderful person, don't ever hide that from the world. Force them to see you for you. I promise, Ka-chan, I will stay true to myself, even if I use a mask to fool people. Good. Now to sew this jutsu, the hand seal sequence is dog, boar, ram. As you mold the chakra in this sequence, picture what you want to transform into. You have to be extremely precise with the details, as this is just an illusion that you are using to change what people see and has no substance, so you have to be careful that no one accidentally puts a hand something that is supposed to be there and isn't, like your head. When you first use this technique, it will create a puff of smoke to hide the change, but as you become more proficient, you will be able to get rid of that if you want. Now try it. Naruto studied his mother closely before making the 3 hand seals and shouting Henge no Jutsu and turning into his mother. How is this? He asked in Kushina's voice. Very good, she said after studying him for a couple minutes. The only problem I see is the whisker marks. I don't have any. She finished brushing hair from his face before rubbing the said whiskers, causing him to start purring. Are you purring? That feels good. Kind of comforting. Kushina let her hand fall down Naruto's chest, not expecting to touch anything, only to find she was touching her own chest. She snatched her hand back and suddenly grabbed Naruto's, her hair, still expecting her hand to pass through it, only to grab solid hair that felt exactly like hers. Tell me what you feel, she said, and suddenly pulled Naruto's hair hard. Ow, 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 that hurts, Ka-chan. Why did you do that? Naruto, think about what I'm doing. What is this technique? It is an illusion, Naruto said, finally realizing her meaning. Exactly, this is an illusion, or at least it is supposed to be. Maybe this is another side effect of his chakra mixing with the foxes. Stop channeling chakra. Naruto thought about that for a second. I'm not channeling any. Try creating a pulse of chakra then. How? Collect some chakra like you are going to channel it, then compress it into a smaller space and release it, Kushina replied. You can also use this technique to disrupt Jinjutsu if you get caught one and can't activate your eyes for some reason. Okay, here I go, Naruto said as he began collecting some chakra and compressing it like his mother said. When he released the pulse, he knocked Kushina off of her feet but also turned back into his normal form. Good job, Naruchan, but next time less chakra. You could probably dispel a genjutsu covering all of Konoha with a pulse that powerful. Okay, I'll be more careful from now on. Well, both of those techniques have a lot of potential, Kushina said. Looking up at his mother, he saw her licking her lips, anticipation glittering in her eyes. But we'll worry about that later. Okay, Naruto replied, kinda scared. Well, enough of that for now. Try it again, but this time turn into a slightly taller version of yourself with flat brown hair and brown eyes. After working on the Henge no Jutsu until Naruto had mastered it and the chakra pulse necessary to dispel it, while being small enough for no one to notice, they went back to their regular routine of cooking and taijutsu practice. Just before Naruto was ready to stop for the night, Kushina had one last thing to say. Okay, Naruchan, now that you are okay at cooking, you should go and buy a cookbook and try making dishes out of that. You might find some that I can't teach you. Also, it might be a good time to find a way to make people underestimate you. It won't be a big deal for another few months, but keep it in mind. I will, Mom. Thanks for the advice, Naruto said before falling asleep and going back to the real world. Naruto's apartment. Realizing that it was time to go pick up his allowance, Naruto made his way to the Hokage Tower. Entering the tower and heading toward the Hokage's office, he ran past receptionist and knocked on the door. Come in, came the Hokage's voice from the other side of the door. Naruto threw open the door and went inside. Good morning, Gigi, he called out. Good morning, Naruto. How have the past couple of weeks been? They have been great, Gigi. I even made 2 new friends and one that might become a friend later. I only ran into him once. Really, who are they? The Hokage asked, happy to hear the news. My new friends' names are Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chuji, and the one that might become a friend is Uchiha Sasuke. Really, that is impressive. How did you run into them? Hiruzen asked, amazed at Naruto's good luck. Sasuke, I ran into after you left when I went exploring. I saw him sitting alone on a pier and talked to him until his Zenai-chan came and took him home. They were both really nice. I met Shikamaru and Chuji the next day. I played a game of shogi with Shikamaru after he taught me how. I lost, but I made him take his serious pose a couple of times. At least that is what Chuji said. Well, I'm glad you had fun, he said with a smile. Then he went through his desk and took out an envelope to give to Naruto. Here is your allowance. Don't waste it, my boy. Thanks, Gigi, Naruto said before leaving. Well, isn't that interesting? The professor thought that boy certainly has some extraordinary luck, becoming friends with the heirs of two great clans and with the son of another clan head. At the park. After getting his allowance, Naruto went and bought a good cookbook. He was under henge, but he got it. Then he dropped it off at his apartment and decided to go to the park early for once. When he arrived at the park, he saw 4 boys that were a year or two older than him picking on 2 girls. Getting mad at the sight, he ran over and punched the one that looked to be the leader, instinctively channeling some chakra through his limbs in his anger. With a single punch, he was knocked unconscious, and seeing their leader go down so easily, he was the biggest after all, the other boys took off, running away as fast as they could. Are you two okay? Naruto asked the girls as he held out a hand for them to grab. One had a slightly larger than normal forehead that was emphasized by her shoulder-length pink hair. She was wearing a grayish-blue kimono top with navy blue trimming and knee-length navy blue shorts. The other one had blue-black hair that hung slightly past her ears with a longer bang on each side of her face that reached her chin. Unlike the pink-haired girl, she was wearing a traditional ankle-length pale lavender kimono that matched her pupil-less eyes. Yes, thanks for the help, the pink-haired girl said when Naruto looked at her. I'm Haruno Sakura. Who are you? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, though one day I'm going to be one of the best shinobi in the village, Naruto said, brimming with confidence. Then he turned to the other girl. How about you? Anano, I am Hyuga Hinata, she said in a quiet, stuttering voice, while looking at him with a bit of admiration. Why were they picking on you? Naruto asked once they had finished their introductions. They were picking on me because of my forehead and Hinata's eyes, Sakura said dejectedly. Why, there is nothing wrong with your forehead, and Hinata's eyes show her bloodline and are pretty anyway. Thank you. Thank why you? How did you can know about my eyes? Hinata asked. I read about them in a book about the history of Konoha. I see. Do you two have anywhere to go? No, my Ka-san should be here in a few minutes, so I have to stay here, Sakura said. Ish should get H home, Hinata said, but Naruto could tell she didn't really want to. But I can't see my guard. How about I take you home then? Naruto asked, wondering if he could find out why she stuttered so much. Thank you, I would appreciate it. Okay, where to? Lead the way. After walking for a couple minutes, Naruto started talking again. I know this might be mean, but why do you stutter so much? Hinata flushed, turning bright red. Why do you ask? No reason really, you just seem like a nice person, so I was just wondering what caused it. Hinata didn't answer for a few minutes, and Naruto had almost given up on an answer. I think my father hates me, and the elders make it worse because I'm bad at my CC clan's taijutsu style. Well, I can't help you with your father, but maybe the taijutsu style just doesn't fit you, Naruto stated. What do you mean? Hinata asked intently, never realizing that her stutter had disappeared for a moment. Well, the person who is teaching me taijutsu said that while she could teach me the basics, her style didn't fit my body type or personality. Maybe your clan's taijutsu doesn't fit you either. You could always learn a different style or think about what you are good at and adapt it to fit your strengths, Naruto said, thinking about his mother's taijutsu lessons. And my clan would never allow that. Then don't tell them. That same person said that deception was one of the most important parts of being a shinobi. If your opponent underestimates you or you do something they don't expect, you have a much better chance of winning or at least surviving. I see. Thank YU for your H help. This is my H home, she said as they came to the gate of a walled compound. As soon as they came into view of gates, the guards saw him and ran toward them. Hinata-sama, did this D-brat do anything to hurt you? Get out of here, you brat. Almost expecting that type of treatment, Naruto just ran off with a foxy grin on his face. See you around, Hinata-chan. After leaving Hinata at home, Naruto went to his training area and proceeded with his daily training. His laps around the clearing now taking him over the small river instead of avoiding it. Mindscape. After finishing his day and going to sleep, Naruto appeared in the mindscape and could immediately tell something was different. The very atmosphere seemed different than the day before. Wondering what had happened, Naruto ran toward his mom's house. Ka-chan, what's going on? He called out as soon as he arrived. Naru-chan, come in the room where you first found me, came Kushina's reply. Noticing that Kushina seemed happy, he went into the storage room. Look, Naru-chan, your Two-san is finally awake, he heard as he went through the door, only to find a funny sight. His father was awake, but only his head and right arm weren't covered by the crystal ice substance, though the rest of it was completely clear. Walking over to the crystalline pillar, he reached out to touch it as he asked his question. So this is my father? As soon as he touched the pillar, it shattered outward just like Kushina's had, letting him fall to the floor. That was fun, the man said. I think it is time you introduce yourself. Naru-chan looks like he is about to burst, Kushina said, berating him. Sorry. Hi Naruto, I'm your father, Namikaze Minato. I was the Yondaime Hokage before I died, he said, watching Naruto's eyes light up and jaw drop at the same time. You're the fourth, you have been my hero since I first heard about you. So that is what Kichi meant when he said the seals were put on me by the Yond, fourth guy, and why the letter said that my father put the seals on me. But if you are my Two-san, then why does everyone hate me? Naruto asked, his once happy voice slightly duller. I'm afraid that no one but Sarutobi-sama, Jiraiya-sensei, and possibly Kakashi know, Minato said sadly. But why not? Have you read about the Third Great Shinobi War? Yeah, you basically ended it by defeating a lot the IWA shinobi, right? Naruto asked. Yes, and that is exactly the problem. If they knew you were my son, they would stop at nothing to kill you. That is why you have your mother's last name. To protect you until you are strong enough to claim my clan name without fearing for your life. But still, that doesn't explain why people hate me. I know. I will tell you, but you have to promise me that you will never tell anyone that you know until you are told in the real world. If you ever break this promise, neither I nor your mother will ever teach you anything ever again. Do you understand? Yes, Naruto said, realizing how serious his father was. I swear I won't say anything about it to anyone that doesn't live here until I learn in the real world. Good, the reason I ask this is because if the wrong people knew, you would be in even more danger than if IWA knew you were my son. Now tell me what you know about the day you were born, Minato asked, happy at his son's determination. October 10th, 5 years ago, the Kyuubi suddenly appeared outside of Konoha and started attacking. You killed it with a jutsu that cost your life, Naruto recited. That is both right and wrong. I did manage to defeat it while at the same time losing my life, but I didn't kill it. No mortal can kill a tailed beast. Instead, I summoned the Shinigami and sentenced my soul and the Kyuubi's dark half to fight for eternity in his stomach. The other half is still alive, but it is also sealed, Minato said, pausing to make sure Naruto understood. It is sealed in me, isn't it? Naruto asked. Yes. How did you know? Your letter said that I have several seals on me, but never said how many, and I've heard some of the villagers call me a demon, and the sewer. The sewer? What do you mean? Minato asked, confused. When I arrive in the mindscape, I can go two ways. The first one leads here and the second leads into a sewer. I always thought it was scary, so I never went there, Naruto said. I see. Anyway, that was a very good deduction, I'm impressed. Yes, the QB is sealed inside of you, and you could probably find it if you went down that sewer. Just always remember this, the QB is the QB, you are two completely different beings. Never doubt that, okay? Minato said very firmly, making sure to hold Naruto's eyes with his. I won't Tusan, Naruto said, then grabbed his father in a hug. I'm glad you're here now. Chapter 5. Academy Year 1. 6 months later. After spending the entire first night in their meeting in the mindscape just bonding, Naruto and Minato had started to become very close. To begin with, they just spent time together getting to know one another, but their conversation eventually turned to Naruto's life. He was happy to hear about Naruto's friendship with Gamakichi and how close he was to the old Hokage. When he was told about Naruto's treatment, he just seemed to become still and sad. But when he got to the new friends that he had made, Minato seemed to cheer up again. Eventually, they got to what Naruto wanted to do with his life, and Minato was more than a little astonished. So Naruto, what do you want to do with your life? Minato asked. I want to become the greatest shinobi this village has ever seen. I will surpass even you too, San, and maybe one day I will even earn enough respect to become Hokage. Ha 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 ha, Minato lightly chuckled. I hope that day comes soon. I bet the old monkey hopes it does even more. So, since you are going to become a shinobi, have you started training? Yeah, I've been reading the books on sealing that you left me in the storage seal, and I'm already mostly finished with beginner's level 5. I have been doing physical exercises in the real world like the book with the weird title said, while learning the basics of taijutsu here with Ka-chan, though she says her style doesn't fit me that well. I can do the leaf exercise, the tree climbing exercise, the water walking exercise, and I have started to do an exercise where instead of holding the lead on my forehead, I make it hover about 3 centimeters above my forehead. I usually do that while I am tree climbing or recently water walking. It is really hard, but I can now water walk without even thinking about it. I'm going to start the kunai balancing exercise soon, but with some pointed rocks instead of kunai, Naruto said, pausing to think. To say Minato was surprised was an understatement of epic proportions. His son was doing things that most genin with more than a year of experience outside of the academy had difficulty doing, and to think that he was already almost finished with the Fuinjutsu for beginners books. It was insane in a good way, but still insane. To think that he had no one teaching him except Kushina, and that was only in the mindscape. I can do the henge, but mom said I can't really do it because whenever I try I actually transform. I don't use the illusion that it is supposed to be. I can use the jutsu that is the base of the Uzumaki sealing method with only 2 seals, but within a couple of weeks I will probably start learning how to do it with just the final hand seal. When I got my own apartment, mom started teaching me how to cook, so she stopped teaching me more about sealing until I am good enough to cook different stuff on my own, but we have come a long way in that. Probably because I can make it so I can spend longer here than passes in the real world. Oh yeah, before I forget, I give you permission to manipulate this portion of my mindscape. I had to give Ka-chan permission when she started teaching me how to cook. That is all I can think of. That is enough. I am really impressed, but how did you get access to your chakra? It sounds like you have been using it longer than you have known your mother. How long ago did you meet your mother anyway? Minato asked, still astonished. I met Ka-chan 7 or 8 months ago, and I have been using chakra longer than that. Gamakichi taught me how to access it, then I just started doing the exercises in the Basics of Chakra book after I read it. Incredible, Minato thought. In just 8 months he has managed to more than double his chakra reserves. And that's double the amount of chakra to support a Kage Bunshin constantly. What other exercise do you know? The kunai balancing exercise is the last one I know. It was at the very end of the book, Naruto said quickly. Okay. I put a book labeled Advanced Chakra Theory in the Shinobi supplies, right? I think so, but I will need to ask Kichi to get it from MT Mayuboku. When I got those supplies I was still in the orphanage, and if they had found those they would have taken them away. Good. Then get that book and read it, and maybe the books on shinobi politics too, Minato said. That way you can continue to do the more advanced exercises, you will need them. I don't mind, but why will I need them? You know that you are powering myself and your Ka-chan with your chakra, correct? Yeah. Well, we are Kage Bunshin, and Kage Bunshin is a Jounin level technique. That is because it takes up so much chakra to make them. The only reason you have so much chakra is because the QB is sealed inside of you. But since you already have enough chakra to support Kagebunshin, your chakra will continue to grow probably at an even faster rate than it already is since you are starting to train seriously. What was the theory of chakra control you read in the Basics of Chakra? The greater the chakra one possesses, the worse control, but the less chakra, the better one's control, Naruto recited. Very good, since you started so young and already have very good chakra control, you are in much better condition than you would be otherwise. If you had waited until the better chakra control exercises are normally taught, when you become a genin, you would have so much that it would take an insane amount of effort to even get your control acceptable. As you are now, you could almost learn medical techniques which require nearly perfect chakra control. Now, if you just stopped refining your chakra control where you are, your chakra would quickly grow to the point where your control is bad. If you keep practicing and doing the more advanced control exercises, you will be able to keep your control at this level and possible even improve it. I will admit, as your chakra grows, you will probably have combined some of the harder exercises to keep improving, but you have already started doing that. If you keep this up, I will teach you how to make Kagebunshin after you finish your first year at the academy, and you will be able to use those to help you maintain and improve your control, Minato exclaimed excitedly. How would Kagebunshin do that? You know that Kagebunshin make an exact copy of you out of chakra. Well, for them to function, the technique has to make an exact copy of the mind too. So when the Kagebunshin dispels, some of the chakra used to make it is returned to the maker along with all of the unique memories it made. So if you make a Kagebunshin and have it work on your chakra control, you will get that experience back when it dispels, essentially allowing you to work on chakra control while you do something else. Unfortunately, a Kagebunshin will dispel after taking a single hit, and most people would be overloaded by the memory influx, so the technique does have limitations. That, along with its high chakra cost, prevents most people from using them for training, but you will have so much chakra that you will be able to learn at rates that other people would never be able to, which is probably the only thing that will maintain your control. After I teach you this technique, just remember to never dispel all of your clones at once. You could destroy your brain if you do. Okay, Tusan, I'll remember that. I'll summon Gamakichi to get me that book after I go back to the real world, Naruto said, looking forward to seeing his first friend again. Anyway, as you get older, I will teach you a couple of my jutsu, and I'll teach you a couple of unique exercises when you master the exercises in advanced chakra theory. The exercises that I teach you are ones that you will need to learn one of the jutsu. The other jutsu we will have to prepare your body for, and to do that you will have to put a very advanced seal on yourself, so it will have to wait until you learn Kagebunshin. Honestly, you probably won't have mastered this seal by then, but I will make sure you have the seal memorized perfectly by the time you are ready for it. You won't be able to use the Uzumaki sealing method to place it though. You will need to check it over to make sure it is perfect before you activate it, and that is something that you can't do with that method. Tusan, what does the seal do and what are the jutsu? The seal is called a resistance seal, and it makes it so the air resists your movements. Every level of the seal increases how much the air tries to stop you. To use the jutsu this gets you ready for, you must be able to move comfortably with the seal at least at level 10, but the higher the better. Other than getting you ready for the jutsu, it will increase the speed at which you move to an incredible amount. Minato's face suddenly turned deadly serious, like my warning about the Kagebunshin. I will tell you this now and again when it is time to start using it. Don't try to skip levels on this seal, you would just hurt yourself, and turn the seal off for at least 1 day a week when you train. You turn it off so you can get used to moving in normal conditions without the extra resistance. This seal is to get you for when I teach you my Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. The chakra control exercises are to get you ready to learn my Rasengan, Spiraling Sphere. A technique that can do an incredible amount of damage without hand seals, even if I never was able to complete it. Wow! You will really teach me those jutsu, Tusan? Naruto said, ecstatic. Yes, I will, but you must never show them off. Do you understand me? Minato said, the serious look back on his face. You mean like how Ka-chan said that deception is one of a shinobi's most valuable tools? Exactly. In fact, you might want to learn how to suppress your chakra signature too, Minato said, looking thoughtful, but quickly snapped back to the present. You will eventually meet my old teacher, Jiraiya. After I teach you the Rasengan, I would suggest you not even use it until after you meet him. Why not? Naruto asked, confused. Well, besides the fact that he is your godfather and Konoha spymaster, he is probably the only person who could and would teach you the technique. That will give you a way to explain off how you know the technique. But that is in the future. Do you want to learn my style of taijutsu? It will probably suit you pretty well. Unlike your mother's, which is based off strong hits, blocking and counterattacking, my style is based off extreme speed and precise hits. I tend to get into my opponent's guard, hit vital points, and get out before they ever knew I was there. My style is a lot more evading enemies' attacks than blocking them. So what do you say? Would you like to start? Yada. Let's go, Naruto said before calming down. Tusan, can I learn both styles? I guess so, Minato said as he leaned down and ruffled Naruto's hair. But it will be a lot of work. That's okay. I'll do the work. After that, Naruto had summoned Gamakichi and asked him to bring him the book on advanced chakra theory and shinobi politics. In fact, he had to have him bring the intermediate Fuinjutsu books too. He had finished reading the first 2 books in that series and started actually going over the books with his parents. While he had a rudimentary understanding of the beginning Fuinjutsu series, his ability to understand and pick apart the seals and methods they described had improved so much that he could now make his own storage scrolls or even explosive tags if he wanted to. He had finished mastering using the sealing jutsu with one-hand seal and was close to mastering the seal-less version. When he used it without seals, it was still a little blurry but readable. It looked like his first attempt to use the jutsu with all 4 hand seals again, so it would probably be just a few weeks before he finished mastering it. Then the real fun would start and he would try using it through his feet. If he managed that, he could turn tree limbs into explosive tags as he was tree hopping, or maybe turn a stone into a grenade when he kicked it. It would be worth it even if he had to use the whole set of hand seals to do it. Of course, even if that happened, he could always work his way down and it probably wouldn't take nearly as much time. Since meeting his father, Naruto had been working on his version of kunai balancing with rocks due to lack of kunai. While that had taken several months to get down, he could make a rock and probably a kunai balance on his fingertip. He could even make it hover a few centimeters above his finger, or if he used way too much chakra, make it shoot away from him. He was now trying to get it to work on multiple fingers at the same time. Whenever he could balance it and make it hover without thinking about it, he would add a rock to another finger. He had gotten to the point where he could do it on all of the fingers of his right hand and 2 fingers of his left. He was working on the third. When he could do it on all fingers simultaneously, he would try to make them spin at the same time, both on his fingertip and hovering. He probably would already have moved on, but the next exercise was a combination of water walking and tree climbing called waterfall climbing, and he didn't know where to find a waterfall. He had been going to the park almost daily. He was still playing shogi against Shikamaru, and though he was getting closer to beating him, Shikamaru still hadn't lost a single match. One day, after he had saved up his money for a while, he and Chuji had a ramen eating contest at Ichiraka Ramen. While he and Chuji had tied at 9 bowls apiece, Naruto could tell the person that was happiest about the contest was Tsuchiyaji-san. When they left, he had a grin that Naruto could have sworn connected his ears, even though that wasn't possible. After that day, Chuji would occasionally share his chips. He had run into Sakura a couple of times and they had fun together before he had to leave. It helped that he would never tease of her. A couple of times he had even run into Hinata, and even though she still seemed a bit shy and depressed, Naruto could see a glint of determination in her eyes that wasn't there before. She also stuttered less. There were even a couple of times he ran into Sasuke. The pier was apparently where he went after he finished training for the day. Naruto went to see the Hokage every 2 weeks to get his allowance. He had convinced Hiruzen to let him stay and see what the old man had to do for his job on a few visits. The old Hokage had showed him how all of his paperwork was sorted, and once Naruto figured that out, he helped sort the paper a couple times. When Hiruzen saw Naruto sorting the paperwork for him, he gave Naruto an enormous smile that Naruto could have sworn was full of relief, like a burden had just been lifted. Naruto's training area. Naruto was just finishing his training for the day. His gravity seal had just increased, so he was very tired. He was also frustrated because he was almost done with the kunai balancing exercise and he had no way to move on to the next one. If only he could find a waterfall. Maybe Kachan or Tusan will know somewhere I can find a waterfall to use for waterfall climbing, Naruto thought, and maybe it is time to learn my elemental affinities once I run out of new chakra control exercises to master. That is what follows the chakra control exercises in the book on advanced chakra theory after all. As he walked home, he decided to stop for Ichiraka Ramen to treat himself instead of making his own dinner. Even if he could make really good food now, he just felt comfortable and welcomed whenever he had their ramen. It was sometimes not to eat alone. Even now that he had made some more friends, he sometimes felt really lonely. On the way to Ichiraka's, he heard people talking about him. Well, at least he heard the word demon, so he assumed it was about him. Deciding to listen in, he channeled chakra to his ears. Can you believe it? Sandame-sama gave the demon brat his own apartment. I wonder how the demon managed that, one voice said. Who knows? But maybe we can do something about it this year, a second voice answered. What do you mean? The first asked. Maybe we could turn that apartment into something closer to what he deserves. Hee, the second replied with a slightly sinister chuckle. At that point, Naruto decided to stop listening, deciding instead to think about what he could do to protect his home. He entered Ichiraka Ramen so distracted that he barely noticed when Ayam hugged him. Instead, he just quickly ate his ramen and went home without experiencing the comfort he hoped for. Deciding he now had two things to ask his parents about, he quickly got ready for bed and went to sleep. Mindscape. Running toward his parents' house, he ran into his father about halfway there. What's wrong, little man? Minato asked upon seeing Naruto's expression. I need you and Ka-san to help me with a couple problems, Naruto said quickly, almost dragging Minato toward the house. They entered the house with Naruto still dragging his father until they found Kushina. Naruto says that he has a couple of problems, he needs help with Kushi-chan, Minato explained when she saw them coming toward her. What is it, Naru-chan? Kushina asked. Like Two-san said, I have a couple of problems. I'll get the easy one out of the way first. Naruto said before continuing. I'm almost done with the kunai balancing exercise and I want to move on to the waterfall climbing exercise, but I don't know where to find a waterfall to practice on. I see, you could probably make a waterfall, but that would take away time from other things in here. I think you already have enough on your plate studying sealing and practicing both your Two-sans and my own taijutsu styles, Kushina said thoughtfully. Maybe you could ask that old monkey where you can find one. Just don't let him know why you want to know. Okay, thanks. My second question really, is how do I check my natural affinities? This time it was Minato that answered. That is easy. You know, in the shinobi supplies that you unlocked there was a box with slips of paper in it. Oh yeah, I use one of those for a bookmark, Naruto said thoughtfully, never noticing that both of his parents nearly fell flat on their faces. Take that piece of paper and just channel a bit of chakra into it. If it is cut, you have a wind affinity like me. If it becomes wet, you have a water affinity like your mother. If it crinkles, you have a lightning affinity. If it crumbles, you have an earth affinity. And if it lights on fire, you have a fire affinity. So you have a wind affinity, and Ka-chan has a water affinity? Yep, but we both have minor affinities for lightning too, Kushina quipped. Okay, the last problem is the bad one. I heard people talking about the fact that I have an apartment and they are planning to do something about it. One said, maybe we could turn that apartment into something closer to what he deserves. I really like my apartment. I don't want it messed up. Do you have any ideas how I could protect it? Naruto asked in desperation. They both looked thoughtful for a minute before Kushina spoke. What about a stasis seal? That might work to keep the outside safe and stop them from breaking the windows or door, but it won't do any good if they get in, Minato replied. What about some chakra recognition security seals too? Stasis seals, security seals, what are those? Naruto asked, interested in the seals they were talking about. Well, Naru-chan, stasis seals literally put whatever they are applied to in stasis, and without the person who placed it deactivating it, no damage or change can be made to whatever it is applied to. For instance, if you were to take a picture and place a stasis seal on it, you wouldn't be able to rip it, make it dirty, you wouldn't even be able to set it on fire. If you apply it to the doors and windows, no one would be able to destroy them, Kushina lectured. Security seal can serve two purposes. First, it acts as a locking mechanism, and the chakra recognition means that you can set it to only let certain people in. The second part is that if anyone tried to open it without disabling the security seal, you would know. That is perfect. So I put the security seal on the door and windows, then apply the stasis seal so it can't be changed without turning off the stasis seal. Then no one could get into my apartment or break in. So how do I make them? That is the problem my boy Minato started. They are both pretty advanced, and like the resistance seal I told you about, it is too advanced to you to understand yet. If you want to use them, you will have to memorize them, which will be hard. Actually, this would be a good test. Kushina cut in. We will have you memorize the seals, and since you are using them to things that aren't too dangerous, you can use the more permanent version of the Uzumaki sealing method to apply them. That way you can apply them to other things if you need to, and if it becomes necessary you can reapply them too. Have you been able to make the words you make with the sealing jutsu transparent yet? You can make them become invisible, Naruto exclaimed, not having realized that was possible. Yes, if you decide to have the seals made that way fade from view, you would have to channel more chakra into them to view them. How do I do it? When you make the seal, just concentrate on making it unseen. That is actually one of the easiest parts. Before you worry about that though, you will have to memorize both seals. Only when you can make them perfectly 10 times out of 10 will we allow you to try. So for the next 2 weeks of time, Naruto used the time in his mindscape, which was now equivalent to 20 hours, to memorize the seals well enough that he could copy them down perfectly every time. He worked on the stasis seal with his mother and the security seal with his father. Then Naruto had to practice applying it with the Uzumaki sealing method, making sure it was permanent and making sure it faded after it was applied. Naruto's apartment. He had finally gotten his parents' approval to place the seals. He started by placing the chakra recognition security seals. Going outside the door to his apartment, he locked the door and performed the sealing jutsu seallessly, holding his hand over the doorknob and channeling an extra burst to chakra to make it permanent. Seals spread out over the entire door before compressing onto the doorknob and disappearing. Trying to open the door without channeling chakra, he felt a light, buzzing sensation in the back of his mind. Trying to unlock the door resulted in the same thing until he channeled chakra into his ki. The buzzing disappeared and the door opened. Yada! It worked, Naruto shouted before going back to work. Next he applied a stasis seal to the doorknob so it couldn't be broken, then to the door itself. Then he went into his room and placed his hand on the seam where the two halves of the window touched and placed the security seal. When he tried to push the window open, nothing happened except a slightly different buzzing sensation started. Adding chakra, the buzzing stopped and the halves of the window swung out. Then he placed the stasis seal on both halves of the window and closed it before repeating the process for the window in his bedroom. Finally, knowing his apartment would be safe, he sprawled on his bed for a second before seeing the book he was reading, Intermediate Fuinjutsu Level 3. He was almost done with it, but that wasn't important. The bookmark, a slip of chakra paper, was. Realizing that all he had left of his current chakra control exercise was to make the kunai, or rocks in his case, spin, and that he had not yet had a chance to ask Gigi where he could find a waterfall, he decided to find out his elemental affinity. Naruto grabbed the slip of chakra paper, instead folding the corner of the page to mark his spot for now. Walking to the sink, just in case it lit on fire, he channeled some chakra into the slip of paper. What happened wasn't exactly what he expected. The paper first shredded into a bunch of small pieces, then half of them dissolved in water and the other half turned into dust. Wow! Wind, water, and earth. I was kind of expecting one or two, considering Ka-chan and Tusan have strong wind and water affinities. But where did the earth affinity come from? Naruto asked himself. Maybe the Kyuubi? I'll worry about it later. It's about time that I pick up my allowance anyway. Maybe I can ask Gigi about a waterfall. Saying that, he decided no go see the Hokage. Hokage's office. Arriving at the Hokage's office, he stopped and listened to see if anyone else was in there, amplifying his hearing with chakra. All he heard was a strange giggling, so he decided the Hokage was alone and kicked the door open. As soon as the door swung open, Naruto noticed the old Hokage quickly, an orange book in the sleeve of his robes. "Hey Gigi, how's it going?" Naruto shouted, already starting to create the mask he would need to be underestimated. "Very good, thank you Naruto. How are you doing, my boy?" The old Hokage asked in return. I'm great, Gigi. I'm glad to hear that. Did you come to get your allowance? That, and I wanted to ask a question. You just did. But go ahead. Are there any waterfalls around here, Gigi? Naruto asked innocently. Of course there are, why do you ask? Well, I saw a picture of one in a book, and I wanted to see one in real life, Naruto said with a foxy grin while rubbing the back of his head with his right hand. I see. Do you know where Training Ground 29 is? Hiruzen asked. I think so. Is the waterfall easy to find there? It is a little bit on the hidden side, so you might have to search a little bit. I've been told that some people like to use it to bathe in during the afternoon, the old Hokage said with a perverted giggle. Thanks, Gigi. I'll see you in a couple weeks, Naruto said while thinking perfect, if I go in the morning I can practice waterfall climbing there. 6 months later, at the start of the academy. Since Naruto asked the Hokage where he could find a waterfall, he had been going there to train in the morning instead of his training area. He hadn't gotten as far as he would have liked. Unlike the other chakra control exercises, it was incredibly hard. Like the water walking exercise, you had to use chakra to increase the surface tension enough to stand on, but at the same time you had to use your chakra to stick to it, and the water that you were sticking to was falling to the ground. You only had bare instants to increase the tension, stick to it, and push off before the water fell to the ground, taking you with it. There were also some days when girls came to bathe below the waterfall and he couldn't work on the exercise. Around lunchtime he would go see if any of his friends were around. Then in the afternoons he would go back to working on his physical exercises, conditioning his body to use what he learned in the mindscape. Speaking of the mindscape, he was steadily learning both of his parents' styles. In truth, he found it pretty hard to use his mother's style just like she said he would. The style his father was teaching him felt much more natural but still seemed to be missing something. At the same time he was going over the beginner's Fuinjutsu books with his parents. They would take turns teaching him, and he was about halfway through the 4th book. They told him that he was learning the art of Fuinjutsu very quickly, but it made sense to him and it was fun to learn. While he was going over the Fuinjutsu books in his mindscape, he was reading the book on shinobi politics and the books that would be covered in the academy during the time he studied in the real world. His father had included a curriculum for the academy with his ninja supplies, so he had started to read through those books. By the time the academy started, he had read every book that they would study for the first year. A few days before, Naruto had gone to the Hokage and asked him to help get the supplies that he would need for the academy. Naruto realized that if he didn't get help from the Hokage, he would probably be sold dull, unbalanced practice weapons because he couldn't use the Henge no Jutsu, as he would not be able to prove his identity and enrollment in the academy if he did. So together they went and got Naruto the supplies he would need. They were even sold for a little under the display price because the Hokage was the one buying them. Academy. Naruto was sitting in the classroom that would be his for at least the next 6 months, waiting for class to start. The teacher had finally come in and started calling roll. None of the names really registered until the teacher got to the T names, just because that meant his name would be soon. Torichi Shiba. Here. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto heard, as he looked up to see a sneer on his instructor Ryokan Akira. Here, he said with a sinking heart while thinking, great, just what I need to screw up this year. An instructor that hates me. And before long he was proven right. Few words into the introductory lecture about chakra, the teacher started yelling at him, and before long he found himself standing outside of the classroom holding a big bucket of water in each hand. Well, at least I could get some exercise, Naruto thought as he began doing a set of squats, using the extra weight to make it worth the time. It followed the same pattern for the next 6 months. Whenever they were supposed to have a lecture that Ryokan-sensei deemed important, Naruto found himself outside the classroom or sent to the headmaster's office for disrupting the class or something else altogether. He had decided after the first week that he would bring a few leaves to class every day so that when he got sent out he could at least work on the leaf-splitting exercise for wind nature training or the leaf-soaking exercise for water nature training. After a couple months, he had just taken to skipping altogether when he was sent out of the room. So the first half of the school year passed, and while he wanted to appear weaker and stupider than he was, he wanted to get out of the class he was stuck in. Hopefully then would be able to get a teacher that didn't hate him. It was time for the midterm advancement test and he would pass it so he wasn't stuck here any longer. Okay, it was official, Naruto hated the academy. He went to all that effort to pass the advancement and he wasn't even answering the right questions. After the exam was over and he got his test back, he didn't even recognize half of the questions, the ones he got wrong. That was when he realized there had been a genjutsu on his test to make him see different questions on half of the test. The rest of the questions he got correct, but that didn't give him anywhere near enough points to pass. He left the academy in a rage. After dropping his school stuff off in his apartment, he went immediately to this training area, filled with an overwhelming desire to hit something. When he unconsciously channeled so much chakra into that punch that the tree he hit toppled over onto the ground, he knew he needed to calm down before doing anything else. Naruto just jumped into the river and floated on the surface as he struggled to control his temper. Finally getting himself back under control, he decided to call it a day before he caused any more destruction. He didn't want to call attention to his training grounds after all. He went home, stopping at Ichiraka Ramen as if there was ever a time for comfort food. This was it. Finally at home he did some more reading. He was starting on the 4th intermediate Fuinjutsu book as he didn't have the patience for more of the school books. After reading the first 2 chapters, he went to bed ready to see his parents. Mindscape. When he found his parents, they could see the figurative clouds hanging over his head, and since he had been talking about how he would pass the advancement test just to get out of the class he was in and into a class with a more reasonable instructor. "Naruchan, what's wrong?" Kushina asked gently. "That damn instructor. He placed a genjutsu that changed half of the questions into slightly different questions. If he had made any serious changes I would have realized it and checked for genjutsu, but he was smart about it. He only made small changes that would make sense, so I didn't check it. God damn it. I was really looking forward to getting out of this class," Naruto fumed. "Then why don't you get back at him?" Kushina said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "How would I do that?" "Well, it is something of a family tradition. I was quite a prankster when I was your age after all," Kushina said with a smirk while Minato chuckled. "You aren't kidding, you were a terror. Everyone was scared of what you would do next," Minato said, still laughing. "That could work," Naruto mused. "Yeah," Kushina said, playfully sticking her tongue at her husband. "That wasn't the only reason I did it anyway. It was great training. I mean, seriously, you have to plan a long way ahead. Get into places that you are not supposed to be without being noticed. Then if you are noticed, you have to get away from them, and if you manage to get Jounin or ANBU chasing you, it would test your speed and endurance. And of course there is the benefit that it allows you to get back at people who wrong you." A slightly evil smirk appeared on Naruto's face. "I like it." Minato started shuddering. "You know, I'm kind of sorry for the old monkey. We have unleashed a monster." The next day. And so it began, the reign of Prankmaster Naruto. The bell that rang the start came in the form of nearly inaudible whimpers from one Ryokan Akira. It started when he went to the bathroom. Just as he sat down to go to the restroom, a small seal set to react only to him that was placed just under the seat of the toilet released its contents. Extreme strength itching powder, then disappeared. When Ryokan-sensei got back to the classroom, it took every bit of willpower he possessed to not reach into his pants and start scratching himself. It itched so badly it actually hurt. After the day ended, Naruto was heading home when he passed something that he would normally overlooked in revulsion. Bright, almost neon orange sets of clothing that had probably been thrown out by a clothing store, they most likely couldn't sell them, were sitting in a box next to dumpster. While he usually would have left as quickly as possible, this time something just clicked. He knew he was going to hate himself for it, but what better way to be underestimated than to look like an idiot that stuck out that no one could take him seriously. And then another idea snapped into place. How better to look like an idiot than to fail the advancement tests not once but twice? Of course, both ideas had some merits. If he wore those orange monstrosities to do his pranks, his stealth would have to be unbelievable. Also, if people got used to seeing him in them, when he took them off and wore normal clothes, he would be completely overlooked. And if he failed again, if just barely, he would be out of Ryokan-sensei's class. For that matter, even if the new teacher is bad, at least he will be in the same class as Shikamaru, Chuji, Sakura, Hinata, and Sasuke. He might actually be able to have some fun if he went through with it. Hokage's office. His off door suddenly burst open and a familiar voice rang out. "Good morning, Gigi," Naruto said, fully decked in his new orange monstrosities. Good more. Naruto, what are you wearing? Hiruzen said, astonished at what his surrogate grandson was wearing. Oh, this? It is just something I found a few weeks ago. Do you like them? Naruto asked, barely able to hold in his laughter at the old Hokage's face. Well, it is unique. Naruto, where did you get them? Oh, this? I found them in a box right next to a dumpster just after Ryokan-sensei rigged my advancement test, Naruto said, giving himself a glance. And unique isn't what I would call this. The best word is monstrosity. I can't really disagree with that. Wait, if you know that, why are you wearing it? Someone told me that one of a shinobi's greatest weapons is deception. I decided I want to be underestimated, as it would do wonders for my ability to survive. What better way to be underestimated than to be seen as an idiot that is such a big, bright target that everyone just ignores me, and what better way to be seen as an idiot than to fail the advancement test twice? Not to mention it will probably placate the council and gets me in a class with my friends, Naruto said offhandedly. I see. Wait, how did you know about that? The professor asked, swearing to himself that he would never underestimate the boy in front of him again. A book I read about shinobi politics, and considering how some people treat me, it was obvious that at least the civilian council wants to do something about me. As much as I would prefer that you didn't have to deal with that, I can't deny that you are right. Do you need anything, Naruto? Naruto quickly put his idiot mask back on. Oh yeah. Can I have my allowance, Gigi? Sure, Naruto. Here you go, Hiruzen said as Naruto left, leaving a very disconcerted old man in his office. And so it went, while he maintained a barely passing grade, just low enough that a fail on the final would put him back a year and not get him kicked out of the program. He actually stepped up his training because he was skipping class more than half of the time, and he could spend 24 hours of time in his mindscape every time he went there. He kept pranking, of course, mostly Ryokan-sensei, but he also started going into stores in his new orange clothes and unhinged just to see the owner's reactions. He remembered those that accepted him like Higurashi weapons, and pranked those that didn't. He failed the advancement exam for the second time, and after a 2-month break, he would be in a class with his friends, and his teachers would be Yumino Irika and his assistant Mizuki. Chapter 6. The Uchiha Massacre. Mindscape. He was finally going to learn how to make Kage Bunshin. He had finished his first year at the academy, even if he ended up failing it. He had been studying the final book in the Beginner's Fuinjutsu series, but it was taking a lot longer because all of the concepts taught in the entire series came together in this book, and he had to understand it perfectly before his parents would let him move on. Not that he really minded, it was interesting after all. He had also started trying to learn Genjutsu from his mother. He didn't really like it, but he could understand that if he didn't work on it, it would be a weakness for him later on. So he was finally going to learn one of his first ninjutsu. Not counting the sealing jutsu, he didn't really count that as ninjutsu. Mostly he had been practicing taijutsu and studying the theories behind ninjutsu use and creation so that when he finally did start learning ninjutsu, it would be easier for him to master. After he arrived in the mindscape, he quickly ran off to find his father. He started by trying the house and got lucky when he found Minato walking out as he got there. Hi Tusan, Naruto said, almost vibrating in excitement. Hey little man. What has you so riled up? Minato asked. I can finally learn the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. You said you would teach me when I was finished with my first year at the academy. I can finally learn my first jutsu. That I did. Okay. Let's get your mom so she can watch too. They went into the house to find Kushina relaxing on a window seat looking out at the lake. Kushi-chan, I'm going to teach Naruto how to make Kage Bunshin. Do you want to come along? Kage Bunshin already. That is impressive, Kushina replied. Yep, I promised to teach Naruto when he finished his first year at the academy, Minato put in. Okay, let's go, Kushina cheered. Where to? How about we go down to the beach? It is nice and open. Perfect for learning this. They walked out of the front door and down a well-worn path until they reached a wide-open beach. Tell me, Naruto, what do you know about the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? Minato asked. You told me that it's a technique that makes exact copies or the user. The copies are made of pure chakra, unlike the Tsuchi Bunshin or the Mizu Bunshin, and when it creates the copies, it also copies the mind. When it dispels some of the chakra it has left is returned to the maker, about 1/10 I think, but that also drags the mind back to the original, and that essentially gives any thoughts and memories that are unique to the Bunshin to the original Naruto recited. Good, but you forgot that when you make Kage Bunshin all of your chakra is split evenly between all of you, both the original and the clone. This makes it impossible for censors or people who can see chakra to tell the copies from the original unless they try to dispel them. Though there is another similar clone technique that I might teach you later, but not now. There is also the possibility that Kyuubi's chakra might have side effects on this technique. What do you mean side effects? Naruto asked. There are actually a few side effects that I know about. I'll tell you about them, then tell you why they matter for Kage Bunshin. First, your eyes. We think this is a side effect, but we are not sure. As you know, when you channel chakra to your eyes, the pupils become slits. They look pretty cool actually. You can see much more clearly, see chakra, and see through genjutsu. Minato paused to let Naruto take in this information. We think this is a new jujitsu, but we don't know if it will eventually pass on to your children. Then you have a healing rate that is hundreds of times greater than a normal person's. This healing factor is one of the things that make this technique usable to the fullest extent. Normally, when memories reintegrate after the clones dispel, you receive a small amount of damage, which causes a headache or worse, but since you heal so fast you won't have to worry about this as long as you dispel your shadow clones in small groups. The last thing is the actual nature of a bijuu's chakra. The reason a bijuu can't be killed is because they are large masses of cohesive chakra with a consciousness. They can be dispelled for a time, but because their chakra is so cohesive it will reform eventually. Some of this cohesive chakra mixes with your own, and for a technique where you are creating chakra constructs you may get a greater amount of chakra back than the 1/10 that most people would. It really depends how much of that cohesive quality your chakra has taken on. I see, so I don't have to worry about the side effects of the Kage Bunshin technique as much as most people, and I might be able to perform it with less chakra loss than most people also, Naruto summarized. That sounds like a good thing to me. Yes, it is. Now on to the actual jutsu. Kage Bunshin require a unique hand seal where you hold out the index and middle fingers of both hands with the rest of your fingers curled in lightly, then you form a cross with your outstretched fingers. Like this. Minato paused, making the correct seal. Naruto looks closely at the seal and makes it himself very good. Now, I want you to start by channeling about 5 times as much chakra as it takes to use henge, and if that doesn't work, slowly increase your chakra output until it works. Naruto did as he was told, and within about 30 seconds a single copy of him appeared. Very good, I guess all of that time you spent studying jutsu theory paid off. How much chakra did it take to perform? Kushina asked, cheerfully boisterous. Naruto had to think about that for a second. I think it was between 7 and 8 times the amount it takes me to use henge no jutsu. It is hard to tell because I can only feel about half of my chakra. I see. That is actually really impressive, Minato said. What chakra control exercises have you completed now? I thought I already told you that. Well, I have done leaf concentration and a version where I make the leaf float about 3 centimeters from my head, tree climbing, water walking, both of which I have mixed with both leaf concentration and kunai balancing, which I can do on all of my fingers while making them float and spin, and I just finished waterfall climbing after almost 8 months of trying. I'm going to try mixing in leaf concentration and kunai balancing eventually. Naruto replied. To say that Minato was astonished was an understatement, not that he let it show on his face. I am impressed. Some of those are really difficult, and for someone your age to have mastered them is amazing. Naruto beamed at the praise, just don't let it go to your head. But I guess I will teach you the chakra control exercises that I made as well since you are just about ready to apply the resistance seal. Really, Toussaint, thanks. What are the exercises for? I remember you saying something about the Rasengan, but that was a while age. Yes, they will eventually allow you to learn the Rasengan. But I won't teach that to you until you finish the 4th year of the academy. Thanks, Toussaint, Naruto said happily. Kushina decided it was time for her to do something. Okay, Naruto clone, come with me, she said as she led the clone away. A few minutes later Kushina reappeared right before the clone dispelled. Suddenly he remembered the brief conversation he had had with his mother and flushed in happiness. Okay, Naruto-chan, I just wanted to tell you something. I wanted you to know I am proud of you and I love you. You are doing very well at your training and you don't slack off. I am telling this to the clone you, so that you experience what it is like to receive a clone's memories. This will also let you test how much chakra you get back when a clone dispels. Naruto, as soon as I leave this path you can dispel. Okay? Kushina finished. Okay, Ka-chan, the Naruto clone said. So do you remember everything, Naruto-chan? Kushina asked. Yep. Then how much chakra did you get back? I got back a bit under half of the chakra from my clone, Naruto said after a pause. Well, I guess that proves that theory, right, Kushi-chan? Minato remarked. Okay, little man. There are two more things you must know about this technique. First, there is another version of it called Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Mass Shadow Clone Technique. The only difference is that instead of pouring in enough chakra to activate the technique, you pour as much chakra in as you want, but make sure you keep a good amount yourself. The chakra that you use for this version will split into Kage Bunshin with equal amounts of chakra, but the number of Kage Bunshin you form is something you determine. Just know that if you try to make more than the chakra will support, they will either look dead and be helpless or just not form. The other thing you should know is that since Kage Bunshin only requires one hand seal, you can do for this technique what you did for the sealing jutsu. It will take way too much chakra for you to do now, so wait until you become at least a genin before you try to do that. I understand, Tusan, Naruto said, pausing as a thoughtful expression passed over his face. Tusan, Ka-chan, I just realized that I don't really know much about you as shinobi. What did you specialize in? Well, I am a master of Fuinjutsu, but I'm more of a ninjutsu specialist, especially space/time ninjutsu like my Hiraishin no jutsu. What about you, Ka-chan? Naruto asked. Kushina looked a bit sheepish as she started rubbing the back of her head with her right hand while giving a foxy grin, like Naruto sometimes did. I was never all that good at ninjutsu, but I am very good at kenjutsu, and like your Tuchan, I am a master of Fuinjutsu. I also have a special type of chakra that allows me to form chakra chains that I can use to restrain people. Cool. Could I use chakra chains like you? I'm afraid not, Naruto-chan. You don't have the same type of special chakra that I do, Kushina said. Naruto's expression darkened for a second before it brightened again. Then could you teach me kenjutsu? Of course I will, Naruto-chan, Kushina said as she grabbed Naruto in a hug. When Kushina finally put Naruto back down, Minato spoke again. Okay, Naruto, since you can now make Kage Bunshin and you know how to make the resistance seal, it is time to test you on it. If you make one mistake, you might find yourself completely unable to move. So now we are going to go into the house and you have to make 100 perfect copies of the resistance seal in a row. Then I will judge you good enough to apply it to your right shoulder just across from the gravity seal. Ugh. This is going to take a long time, Naruto groaned. After several hours of making copies of the small but complicated seal on small seal grade paper that Minato had made with two mistakes that made him start over, Minato had finally deemed him good enough to apply it to himself. When he finally finished to Minato's expectations, he got one last bit of advice. When you activate the seal, it will become a lot harder to move. You will find it necessary to channel chakra through your limbs constantly to move normally. As you get used to a certain level of resistance, you have to reduce the amount of chakra you use. When you get to the point that you don't need any chakra to move, it is time to increase the resistance level. There are 100 levels, but I doubt you will ever have to worry about that. To increase the level, channel some chakra to the seal until it becomes visible and send a pulse of chakra to it. The number in the center of the seal will tell you what level it is currently at. To shut it off, channel chakra to make it visible, just like when you increase it, and release with a simple kai. One last thing, don't forget to turn off the seal for at least 1 day per week, and preferably on a day you are going to change. Deciding not to waste the remaining time in the mindscape, Naruto went to see his mother to get his first lesson in kenjutsu. His mom had promised to teach him after all. Waking up the next day, Naruto got up and got ready for the day before standing in the center of his kitchen/living room area and making a Kage Bunshin. You know what to do. Put the resistance seal right here, Naruto told his clone, pointing at a place 3 centimeters down from the top of his right shoulder. For the next 10 minutes, Naruto stood perfectly still while his clone applied the resistance seal. After the clone finished and checked its work 3 times, it dispelled. giving Naruto the memories it accumulated while working. Realizing that everything was in order, Naruto channeled chakra to the seal and watched as it disappeared. Deciding that it was time to get to training, Naruto went to leave only to find out how much harder it was to move. It was like he was trying to walk through water and he couldn't move at anywhere near the speed he was used to. I guess this is what Toussaint meant when he said I would need to channel chakra through my body to move normally, Naruto said to himself as he started circulating his chakra. Now what should I do today? Naruto mused to himself as he walked away from his apartment. He decided just to wander for a while. As he passed the Uchiha compound like he did the day after he received his apartment. Looking around, he noticed a lot of the Uchiha clansmen running around and acting very tense. When he saw them acting so weird, he realized that he really didn't feel like being there and found himself walking toward the Hokage tower before he realized where he was going. After he realized where he was going, he decided to ask the old Hokage why the Uchiha were acting so strange. Hokage Tower. Kicking the door to the Hokage's office open, he saw 3 people standing in front of the old man's desk. The first was swathed in bandages with half of his face and his right arm hidden from view. The second wore a long tannish-white robe and had spiky brown-gray hair and beard. When he looked at Naruto, he could see oval glass covering the man's eyes. The final person was a lady with eyes that didn't seem to open. Gray hair up in a bun, wrinkles all over her face, red and green bead earrings, and was wearing a black and white kimono. Naruto immediately put on his idiot mask and walked to the doorway. "Hey Gigi, did I come at a bad time?" Naruto said, almost yelled, in a loud voice with both of his hands connected behind his head and a foxy grin plastered on his face. "Not at all, my boy," the Kami no Shinobi said, throwing a hard look at the other 3 people in the room. "We were just finishing." "This isn't over, Hiruzen, we will be back," the lady said in a slightly shrill voice. "Yes, this matter must be dealt with soon," the unbandaged man said. The final person just looked at Naruto with sharp eyes, not saying anything. Seeing the man's face, he immediately noticed the X-shaped scar on his chin and the deceptively kind expression on his face. Naruto wasn't fooled. "We will be going now, we will see you later," he finally said in an almost monotone voice. As the 3 filed out, Naruto pushed chakra into his eyes quickly, looking at the bandaged man. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but it never hurt to look. Turning back to the Hokage, he saw a knowing look on the old man's face. "Come in and close the door, my boy." "Okay, Gigi," Naruto said as he did what the old man asked. As soon as the door was closed, he noticed a faint blue sheen travel along the walls. "Privacy seals, Gigi, what do you need those for?" "Very perceptive, Naruto. I just wanted to make sure that our conversation is private." "I see," Naruto said, his mask of idiocy gone. "Who were those 3 anyway?" "Those were the elders, supposedly my advisors. The bandaged one is Shimura Danzo, the second man was Mitokado Hamura, and the lady was Udatane Koharu. I will tell you this now, my boy, be very careful of Danzo. Anyway, thank you for interrupting." They were bringing up a very unpleasant subject and would not leave, Hiruzen said with a sad smile. Starting to connect the dots, Naruto spoke up. "Was that matter about the Uchiha clan?" The Hokage's expression became slightly harder. "In fact, it was. How did you guess?" "I was actually coming to ask about them. I was just wandering and I happened to go past the Uchiha compound. There were people moving all over the place trying to look like everything was normal, but they were very tense and acting strangely," Naruto explained. "There is something going on with the Uchiha clan, but I won't tell you what it is about. You don't need to know. Just do me a favor and stay away from there for a while." "Okay, Gigi, I will." "Thank you, my boy. That puts me at ease," the old Hokage said with a relieved expression. "Do you need anything else?" "Not right now, but would you like to go have ramen with me after the first day of the new semester at the academy?" "I would love to, Naruto." The old man smiled and watched as his surrogate grandson left. Mindscape. That night, when he found his parents, he was somber again. Kushina decided to find out what was wrong. "Naruchan, what's wrong?" "Something is going with the Uchiha clan." "What do you mean?" This time it was Minato that asked. "Well, I went for a walk this morning, and when I went past the Uchiha compound, they all seemed to be kind or running around intense. I went to ask Gigi about it, and the elders were in there when I kicked the door open. That Danzo guy is creepy, Naruto said with a shudder. Anyway, apparently they were talking about the Uchiha because when I asked if they were, Gigi's face got kind of hard. When I asked if something was going on, he told me there was, but he wouldn't tell me about it because I don't need to know. Then he told me to stay from them for a while. Minato became very thoughtful at that. I know this is different than what Sandaime-sama said, but keep your eyes on anything to do with the Uchiha. If you see anything going on, tell us as quickly as possible. Minato paused there. Yes, it could be important. Other than that, what did Sarutobi-sama say about Danzo? He said to be very careful of him, Naruto answered. Good, you should be. He has probably been trying to get you under his wing, so he can turn you into a weapon. A weapon? Why would I be a weapon? That man thinks all shinobi should be emotionless tools that will do whatever they are ordered to do, even if it will cost them their lives, with no hesitation. He runs a division of ANBU that is loyal only to him, not the village called Root. Both I and Sandaime-sama ordered him to disband it, but I don't think he ever did. You must never even hint you know about them, but you will know them by the fact that they wear blank white masks with the symbol for Root on the forehead. He probably wants you for the power of the Kyuubi. I actually saw one of them when I was still in the orphanage. There was one hiding behind an illusion that I saw through when I first learned about my eyes. He has been trying to get me for that long? I'll have to be very wary of him. I'm no one's weapon, Naruto replied with conviction. Good. Now enough serious talk, back to training. Kushina cut in. Naruto's training area. The next day Naruto decided he would summon Gamakichi like he often did before he started training. Yo, Gamakichi said after the smoke that signaled his summoning disappeared. Gamakichi had grown a lot since they had first met. He was about the size or a regular toad to begin with, but now he was about the size of a pug. Hey Kichi, I missed you. I would have called you sooner, but I've been really busy with the Ninja Academy lately. No worries. It happens. Though I do have some bad news for you, Gamakichi said. Bad news? Actually, it is both good and bad to tell the truth. How is that? Well, you can't summon me the same way that you have been until now. Actually, you shouldn't have been able to since your 7th birthday, but since I haven't seen you since then, we made an exception. What do you mean I can't summon you anymore? Naruto exploded. I didn't say you couldn't summon me. I said you couldn't summon me the same way. When your dad had you sign the contract, my dad allowed him to hake some blood to make the summoning seal on your arm and waived the chakra cost for you until you were 6 so you could summon me and have a friend. He decided to extend it to 7 years, but now every time you summon you will have to channel chakra through the hand you get blood to smear over the tattoo from into the seal. Usually you would have to make a bunch of hand seals, but Pops said the tattoo was made to replace the hand seals. The fact that you have to use chakra to summon is the bad news. The good news is that you will be able to summon other toads too. To get me, you will have to concentrate on me when you channel your chakra. That is awesome, thanks Kichi. I always wanted to meet the other toads you described. Now I can. Oh yeah. Pop said to summon him as soon as you are able to and have a place to do it. Okay Kichi. Thanks for telling me about this, Naruto said. No problem. I'm going to dispel, try to summon me back again. Okay, see you in a few minutes, Naruto said to Gamakichi before he disappeared. 2 months later, start of the semester. Over the past 2 months he had started to learn how to abuse Kage Bunshin. When he started his days he would make 25 Kage Bunshin, which was currently his limit to do various chakra control exercises. A third of them started out perfecting his ability to waterfall climb, and another third were working on the first chakra control exercise that his father taught him, while the rest would mix and match the other exercises. Some would be water walking while kunai balancing with increasing numbers of rocks floating above their hands. Some would kunai balance and leaf concentrate and whatever other combinations that they could. The exercise his father gave him involved spinning his chakra within a water balloon quickly enough to make the balloon pop. Neither he nor any of his clones had gotten that to work yet. In fact, it was hard just to make his chakra curve. While the clones were working on that, he was doing his physical exercises with the resistance seal active. It was hard, very hard. He had to keep up a steady stream of chakra and slowly decrease the amount of chakra to get used to it. Even if it was hard, he saw the improvement in his speed on the days when he trained without it. He also summoned Gamakichi almost daily to have him introduce any other toads that he happened to summon. It was fun to finally meet the toads that Gamakichi would always tell him about. In the mindscape, he had started to learn Kenjutsu and worked a little bit on Jinjutsu with his mother, while he made a Kage Bunshin to continue his studies of Fuinjutsu with his father, who even taught him the 2 academy jutsu that he didn't know: Kawarimi, replacement, and Bunshin, clone. That brought him to this day, the first day of class. He was sitting on the right side of the 3rd row of seats, near the window. He was the first one in, as he wanted to see everyone as they came in. Not even the teacher had arrived yet. Surprisingly, the first one to arrive were Shikamaru and Chuji, as they were being dragged by a girl with blue eyes and chin-length hair that was such a light blonde it was bordering on white. Shikamaru saw Naruto and dragged himself up to the 3rd row to sit next to his friend with Chuji right next to him. The girl, on the other hand, sat down in the left side of the 2nd row. Naruto turned to Shikamaru. "Who is that girl?" "That troublesome girl is Yamanaka Ino," Shikamaru said, seeming to lose the will to continue as he set his head on the table. "What did you say, you lazy boy?" Ino yelled. Shikamaru turned his head to look up and said, "Troublesome," before putting it back down. Naruto laughed at his lazy friend's antics and just watched until Chuji gave him a chip. "Thanks, Chuji," Naruto said gratefully, knowing what that meant to his rotund friend. The next to come in was a scruffy boy with red fang-like clan marks on his cheeks, meaning he had to be an Inuzuka even if he didn't have a partner yet. Then came a boy with a very large coat with a hood that covered almost his entire face. He was also wearing a pair of sunglasses with small, round lenses. Judging from his clothes, Naruto thought he was probably an Aburame. A couple of kids he didn't know followed the Aburame. Then Hinata came in and sat in the seat right behind him. She didn't look like she had changed much, but he was proved wrong when he scooted his chair back so he was right next to her. "Hey Hinata-chan, it's been a while. I haven't seen you recently. How have you been doing?" "G good morning and Naruto-kun. Have you been G good? How about why you?" Hinata asked, still stuttering as much as ever. "Still stuttering, huh? I thought you might be over that by now." "St stuttering? But as someone I respect once told me that deception is very important to a shinobi," Hinata said, finishing her sentence in a quiet, stutter-free voice. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm glad a little advice I passed on helped you," Naruto said, realizing that she was using something that used to be a problem as a shield or mask, and considering that her clan had a large number of lip readers, it must drive them crazy. After that, Naruto pulled back to his desk and watched as the 2 teachers came in. They were both wearing chunin flak jackets. One had brown hair up in a hairdo like Shikamaru's, but longer so it hung down more like a ponytail than a pineapple, and he wore his Hitai-8 forehead protector on his forehead. The other had shoulder-length silver hair covered by a bandana that took the place of a Hitai-8. A few more people that he didn't know came in, followed by Sasuke, who sat in the back row on the other side, preventing Naruto from talking to him. Then finally, Sakura came in and sat next to Ino. "Good morning, class," the brown-haired instructor said, but no one stopped to listen. Suddenly his head grew to 10 times its normal size and he shouted, "Sit down and shut up, you brats." Dead silence. "Much better. Welcome to your first year at the Ninja Academy. Since you are here, you have decided to become protectors of Konohagakure no Sato. So do your best to become everything you can be. I will be your instructor for the next 5 years until you become genin. My name is Yumino Irika and my assistant is Mizuki. Now I'll start roll call. Aburame Shino." Present, came a quiet voice from the Aburame boy. "Akimichi Chuji." "Munch here, munch," Chuji replied between bites. "Daiki Shinji." "Here," said a nondescript boy. "Fumio Hikari." "I'm here," said another person Naruto didn't know. "Haruno Sakura." "Right here," Sakura called excitedly. "Hyuga Hinata." P present, Hinata, her shy mask back on. "Inazuka Kiba." "I'm right here, sensei," Kiba said in a voice that told you he thought he should be the center of attention. "Nara Shikamaru." Shikamaru didn't even look up, just lifting his hand to show he was there. After that, Naruto zoned out for a minute until he heard another familiar name. Uchiha Sasuke. HN. Hey, haven't I told you that one syllable HN doesn't tell anyone anything? Speak up, Naruto couldn't help but saying. Be quiet was all Sasuke said in return. Uzumaki Naruto. Oh yeah, I'm right here, Naruto said, standing up in all of his orange glory. While he acted like an idiot, he could see a slightly understanding look on Iruka's face and a scowl on Mizuki's, telling him that he might come to like Iruka-sensei, but Mizuki hated him and wasn't to be trusted. Yamanaka Ino. Here sensei, the girl who dragged Shikamaru and Chuji in, said while Naruto thought, so she is a Yamanaka. I wonder if their parents are trying to reconstruct the Ino Shikacho team that Tusan told me about? Now class, we are going to start by discussing the founding of Konoha. Iruka-sensei began. It turned out that Naruto did like Iruka-sensei like he expected. He was a good teacher, if a bit boring to listen to. Mizuki was another story, along with pretty much all of the other teachers at the academy. Naruto finally had enough and decided it was prank time again. Since he didn't like any teachers but Iruka-sensei, he decided they would be his target. After thinking about it, he realized that he had the perfect seal for it too. Going to the entrance of the instructor's lounge after cutting class one day, he created a trap field with a seal that his mom taught him. He called it the Oblivious Color Shift Seal. It made all colors about the person who got caught in it shift randomly, from hair color to skin color to the color of their clothes. Everything changed daily for 3 days. That wasn't even the best part. The best part was the fact that those affected couldn't see anything different about themselves or anyone else affected, but everyone else could. After finishing his trap, he walked back into class. Naruto, where were you? Iruka shouted. Sorry, sensei. I got lost, Naruto said with his hands connected behind his head and a foxy grin plastered across his face. What kind of lame excuse is that? Hehe. Guess you saw through it, sensei. Whatever, Iruka said as he hung his head and pointed at Naruto's seat. Just sit down, Naruto. Okay, sensei, Naruto said, touching Iruka's finger as he passed and creating a counter seal, so Iruka wouldn't be affected when he went into the instructor's lounge. As he passed Chuji and Shikamaru on the way to his seat, he said, keep an eye on Mizuki-sensei throughout the day. Then he repeated it to Hinata as he sat down. Before long, the class was released to eat lunch as the instructors left the room. Everyone ate their lunches, getting back to their seats just before Mizuki-sensei reappeared. The class went dead silent, everyone staring at the assistant instructor. His hair was now bright, almost neon purple. His skin was puke green, his clothes were pure white, and his flak jacket was an orange so bright that it put his clothes to shame. Suddenly someone started chuckling, and instantly the entire class was cracking up. Iruka-sensei came in, not even noticing Mizuki as there was just too much noise, and looked at the class calling for silence. When that didn't work, he used the big head jutsu and the class finally came to order. What happened, Mizuki? Ha 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 ha. As soon as Iruka turned toward Mizuki, he started cracking up as badly as his students, who quickly followed their instructor's example and started laughing again. Before too long, Iruka-sensei was forced to dismiss the class for the day, as every time it looked like people might stop, something happened to set them off again. One time it was even another instructor coming over to see if Iruka knew what was causing the problem. They ended up having to cancel school for 3 days, as the same thing happened when it was time for classes to start the following 2 days. The funniest thing was that the instructors never knew exactly what happened. 3 months later. It had been a good day. It was Sunday, so Naruto spent the entire day training. He was now up to 37 clones, and most of them he had working on the next stages of elemental transformation of wind, cutting a rock and water, making water levitate in a globe shape, and the first stage of earth, grinding a leaf to dust with chakra. He was heading home and decided to walk along the river when he heard repeated clanging. Looking around, he saw 2 blurs that he couldn't quite make out racing out at each other on the road on the other side of the river. He channeled more chakra to his eyes and ears, trying to make out what was going on. He was just in time too. The 2 blurs stopped, revealing Itachi and another Uchiha with short straight swords pointed at one another. Itachi, what do you think you are doing? Are you betraying the Uchiha? The other Uchiha asked. No, Shursui, the question is, what are you doing? I am just doing my job, Itachi replied in his monotone voice. Picking the village over your own family, are you, oh great Anbu captain? Shursui asked in a sarcastic voice. I can't allow the civil war that a coup d'etat would cause. If I have to kill you to stop it, so be it, Itachi said with an air of finality. Suddenly became a blur that was moving faster than Naruto, or apparently Shursui could follow, because the next second he collapsed to the ground unconscious before Itachi rolled him into the river. After Shursui had been floating down the river for enough time for him to drown, Itachi too collapsed, a hand covering his eyes. Before he could sneak away, Naruto heard Itachi speak. You can come out now, Naruto-kun. Knowing he was caught and that there was no way he could escape from Itachi if he was an ANBU captain like Shursui said. Emerging from the trees, he crossed the river, water walking until he stood right in front of Itachi. Hello, Itachi and I. How are you doing tonight? And why do your eyes look like they have three-bladed Fuma shuriken in them? Manjikyu kaleidoscope, Itachi said, looking sad before scrutinizing Naruto closer. So Naruto-kun, how much are you hiding? Not seeing any reason to hide, Naruto simply said, almost everything. I see. You even had me fooled. I was supposed to. When did you notice me? Just before Shursui and I started talking, Itachi said. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, he began to feel sick but hid his reaction. So that is why the Uchiha clan has been so nervous and tense lately. Indeed. What are you going to do about it, Naruto-kun? Itachi asked, tensing. Seeing Itachi tense, Naruto channeled more chakra to his eyes, making them glow slightly, while he wished he could deactivate his resistance seal, which was now set on level 2. I don't plan on doing anything. You are loyal to Gigi, or that, he pointed at the corpse floating down the river, wouldn't exist. Since that is the case, can I ask you for a favor? You can ask, but until I hear what it is, I can't give any guarantees, Naruto replied carefully. After this, can you please look after my brother? I don't think I will be able to myself, Itachi said, so sad that it even reflected in his usually monotone voice. That is something I can do for you, Itachi and I-san. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You should go now. I have to take care of this or I will end up dead too soon. As soon as he left Itachi, he ran back to his apartment and started meditating. He had recently found that he could enter the mindscape in an emergency if he meditated deeply enough. He arrived at the entrance to the mindscape and sprinted to the house, finding his parents sitting at the table in the kitchen. Before they could say anything, he started speaking. I know why the Uchiha are acting so weird. They are planning a coup. What? Minato exploded. How did you find that out? Kushina asked at almost the same time. I was on my way home when I heard banging when I found the source. Itachi and I was fighting another Uchiha, and they were talking about how Itachi and I was an ANBU captain that cared more for the village than his clan, and Itachi said that was just trying to stop the Uchiha's coup as it would cause a civil war. Then he called out to me and asked me to promise that I would try to take care of Sasuke. Naruto answered. That would definitely explain why the Uchiha clan were so on edge, Minato mused. Oh no, Miko-chan, Kushina shouted. You mean Itachi and Sasuke's mother? Yes, I worried she might be killed. It sounded like Itachi was planning to do something to prevent the coup, but I'm worried something might happen to Miko-chan while he does. I wish we could get here out of there. Well, why can't we? Naruto asked. Because we don't know when it is going to happen, and we can't keep her out of the way for too long. What if I went and hung out in Gigi's office and helped out with his paperwork again? I can stay there all day and pretend to fall asleep on his couch. If anyone were to find out when Itachi was going to act, it would be him. That might work, Minato mused. But then what? What do we do when we know? Kushina asked. We could lure her out of the Uchiha compound, Naruto suggested. But she would probably just go back afterward. Could I use a seal to render her unconscious? That actually might work, Minato said. Especially since you can use the Uzumaki sealing method, since you can use it through your feet. But how would I get her out of the Uchiha compound? Naruto asked. A letter from me, Kushina suddenly cut in. You take a letter addressed to Uchiha Mikoto into the compound and tell her you accidentally found it with a locked box when you passed through a training ground that looked like someone had been testing out some kind of shinobi technique. I'll write the letter with something only I would know and ask her to give the box that came with the letter to my son. She would definitely follow you to where you found the letter if you did that. Then as you get to a secluded area, you use the seal to render her unconscious for a couple of days and hide her until it is all over. That might just work. And I could hide her right there with that genjutsu seal you taught me that makes it look like there is nothing in it that is not supposed to be there. You two are forgetting something, Minato said, breaking into their scheming. You are here, Kushina, how would she get a letter from you? That stopped them for a few minutes until Naruto broke the silence. The sealing jutsu. When I first started practicing it, I wasn't actually allowed to make seals, so I would just make words and paragraphs with it. I bet if I tried hard enough, I could mimic Kachan's writing with it and transcribe her letter on paper. Minato mused again. That might actually work, but no one must know it is you delivering the letter. I'll just use my henge to become a random kid. It's not like they would be able to see through it, even with the Sharingan, Naruto answered. Okay, that might actually work. Thanks for telling us about this, Naruto-chan. But how did you get here so quickly? You couldn't have fallen asleep if you were in such a hurry to find us, Kushina said. I'm actually meditating right now, Naruto said with a victorious smirk. I see, Minato said. You better go back then. You still need to get sleep tonight if you want to be ready to do anything tomorrow. So go back out and do whatever you need to get ready for bed. Then come back and work on that letter with your Kachan. Okay, Tusan, Naruto said before beginning to meditate and concentrate on the real world. And so it went. After Naruto made the letter, which was an almost perfect copy of the one his mother wrote in the mindscape, he spent 2 days with the Hokage, leaving only to get food and go to the bathroom. He told the old man that he wanted to learn more about being Hokage so he would help with the paperwork, and considering how much he hated paperwork, he never questioned it. He had 2 shadow clones transformed into flies watching for Itachi, so he would have a warning about when to pretend to be asleep. Around 2 p.m. on the second day, Itachi finally came to see the Hokage. By the time he reached Hiruzen's office, Naruto had been asleep for several minutes. Itachi came into the office, and upon seeing Naruto, he gestured to get Hiruzen's attention and pointed at Naruto. Hiruzen just shook his head and said, "Report," in a low voice after he activated the security seals. "It will be taken care of tonight, Hokage-sama," Itachi said in a matching low voice. "I see. As much as I hate it, do what you must," the Hokage said, looking even older. "Yes, sir," Itachi said and left. Naruto continued to pretend to sleep before getting up and stretching with a yawn. "I'm tired. I'll see you later, Gigi." "Goodbye, Naruto. I will see you next time you come to visit me." Like they had planned, Naruto transformed into a random civilian and took Kushina's letter into the Uchiha compound without much suspicion. Not knowing where to go, he asked where he could find Uchiha Mikoto and was pointed in the right direction. As he arrived at the right house, Sasuke exited, yelling over his shoulder, "I'm going to go train Ka-san. I'll be home later." Pretending ignorance, Naruto went up to Sasuke. "Hey, do you know where I can find Uchiha Mikoto?" "What do you want with my Ka-san?" Sasuke asked. "I found this earlier," Naruto said as he held up the letter addressed to Sasuke's mother. "Okay," he said as he turned back to the door, opened it and yelled in, "Ka-san, someone's here with a letter for you." Sasuke walked away, and a few seconds later a beautiful woman walked out. She had black hair that hung past her shoulders and black eyes, who was wearing a long-sleeved black shirt under a sleeveless tan dress. "Are you Uchiha Mikoto?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" "I'm Noboru Taiki. I found this as I was taking a shortcut through one of the training grounds that looked like someone had used it to test a new shinobi technique or something. There was some kind of locked box that was with it, but I couldn't open it or lift it, so I settled for bringing this," Naruto said, handing Mikoto the dirt-smudged letter. He had smudged it himself, of course. "Thank you," Makoto said and began reading the letter. When Naruto saw that she was reading the letter, he began to slowly walk away. "Wait, Taiki-san," Makoto yelled out. Naruto turned and looked at her. "Could you take me to where you found this?" "I guess so," Naruto said, trying to seem unenthusiastic. "It was this way." Makoto quickly caught up, following after the bait he was dangling in front of here. When they got to Training Ground 23, a relatively open training ground that was easily seen from the main road, he used the Uzumaki sealing method, channeling chakra through his feet to create a seal that would render Makoto unconscious for 30 hours. Hopefully that would be enough time for everything to end. When Makoto was unconscious, Naruto created another seal, this one a genjutsu seal that would let people see the training ground like normal but not Makoto, and would last 24 hours. He would come reapply the seals if things hadn't cooled down by then, but he probably wouldn't have to worry too much. Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama," the dog-masked Anbu said. "All of the Uchiha save Uchiha Sasuke are dead and Sasuke is traumatized." "I see," the Hokage said, his face looking older by the minute. "Why did you do it, Itachi? You were supposed to spare all those not involved with the coup. Why didn't you spare the children at least?" "Sir, we have found evidence that there might have been a second person there helping, but the main perpetrator is definitely Uchiha Itachi. Strangely enough, though, Uchiha Shirsue's body, along with several others, have disappeared, though the amount of blood left behind where they were at one point proves that they are without a doubt dead. The troubling thing is that the missing bodies are those who had active Sharingan." "That is indeed troubling," the professor said. "There was a second person. Could they have been responsible for all of the people that Itachi planned to leave alive?" "Itachi used a very powerful genjutsu to torture his brother, but that is very strange. Not once for the rest of his attack did Itachi use anything but a sword to kill the Uchiha clan members, but then he uses a huge amount of chakra to torture his brother," Inu said, suspicious about the turn of events. Just as the dog-masked Anbu was about to continue, a cat-masked Anbu with long purple hair hanging down her back rushed in. "Hokage-sama, something has come up. We have just found Uchiha Makoto." "Where was her body found?" Hiruzen said, resigned, hearing more bad news. "Sir? She is still alive. We found her unconscious on the edge of Training Ground 23. The person that reported her said that she just suddenly appeared there. No one else was around. She is unconscious at the moment, but she is expected to wake soon." "That is the best news I have heard all day. At least there is a little gold lining this bag of shit," the old Hokage said as he finally allowed himself to sit back in his chair and relax a little bit. "Please go back and guard her. Make sure nothing happens to her. Bring her here when she wakes up. I would like to know what happened to her." Chapter 7, Kyuubi. Sasuke's room, hospital. Naruto was sitting in Sasuke's room in the hospital when he first Uchiha Makoto. He decided that the best time to start fulfilling his promise to Itachi and start trying to fix whatever Itachi had done that left Sasuke in the hospital. Unfortunately, he never got the chance. Just as Sasuke was starting to stir, the door to his hospital room slammed open. Uchiha Makoto ran over to her son, only glancing briefly at Naruto, worry evident on her face. The instant she grabbed his hand, Sasuke woke up. The second Sasuke opened his and saw his mother, he started panicking. "No, you can't be here, you're dead. He killed everyone. He made me watch everyone die over and over." Makoto didn't say anything. She just grabbed Sasuke in a tight hug before whispering in his ear, "It's okay, Sasuke. I'm here. I'm alive. No one managed to kill me, and I'm not going anywhere. Just look at me, don't think about that for now." Deciding that he didn't belong in Sasuke's room at the moment Naruto got up to leave, the last thing he saw was Sasuke start crying in Makoto's arms. Realizing he didn't have anything to do, Naruto decided to go see the Hokage to see if he could get any more information. As he entered the tower, Naruto noticed a lot more activity than normal. He walked up the stairs, trying to get to the old man's office, but he had to constantly dodge people, mostly Jounin, as they hurried about. As he was about to kick open the door to the Hokage's office, the door opened and another Jounin came rushing out. Naruto went into the office and closed the door, causing the old Hokage to look up at him. He looked really old and tired, like he hadn't slept in a week and the weight of the world was starting to break his back. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm really busy right now. You will have to come back in a couple days," the old man said, his use of Naruto instead of my boy telling Naruto how serious he was. "Okay, Gigi. I was just wondering what happened to Sasuke. I was visiting him in the hospital and he didn't look hurt, but he wouldn't wake up until this pretty woman that I think was his Kasan came into the room. Sasuke didn't think she was really there to begin with. He kept saying stuff like he killed them all. And he made me watch them die over and over. After a little while his Kasan hugged him and whispered something to him and he started crying. So I was just wondering what happened." The professor cast a suspicious look at Naruto before quickly hiding it. The fact that Makoto had received a letter from Kushina that ended up with her knocked out in one of the training grounds, and the fact that Naruto was here asking about something he shouldn't know was just a little too much to be a coincidence. "Why were you at the hospital, Naruto?" the old Hokage said with a penetrating look focused on Naruto. "I heard a jounin, at least I think it could have been a chunin as I only saw the flak jacket, say something about Sasuke being hurt and the last Uchiha. So I went to see if he was in the hospital. Where else do you go if you get hurt? When I got there no one would tell me where he was, so I snuck around until I saw a big commotion, and when the people who were making it left, I saw they were standing outside Sasuke's room. Well, I'm glad Sasuke is awake, but the door opened again. Am very busy today, Naruto. And though I am very glad to know Sasuke is awake, you will have to let me get back to work now." "Okay, Gigi. I'll see you in a couple of days," Naruto said, relieved to see that the weight on the old man's back didn't seem so crushing anymore. Realizing that he probably wouldn't find out anything new, for a while at least, he decided to tell his parents what happened. So Naruto went back to his apartment and started meditating, quickly falling inward and appearing in the mindscape. His parents were waiting for him. Kushina was the first to speak. "So what happened, Naruto-chan?" "Itachi slaughtered his entire clan," Naruto said with no embellishment before becoming thoughtful. "But it is strange, I was pretty sure he was going to destroy part of his clan, but I never thought he would kill them to the last man save for Sasuke. And yes, Makoto-san too, our plan worked perfectly. But still I didn't think he would kill the children considering how much he seems to love his brother." "So what happened to Sasuke?" Kushina asked. "I'm not quite sure. I know he did something. He would have had to since he is just now waking up 2 days later. He woke up a little while before I came here, just after Makoto-san came into the room," Naruto said. Minato decided to take that opportunity to speak. "When you told us about Itachi's fight with Shursui, you said his eyes looked strange. How? Were they red with 3 black tomo?" "They were red, but they didn't have 3 tomo. The black looked more like a 3-bladed Fuma shuriken." "Did Itachi say anything when you saw that?" Minato asked with urgency in his voice. "Well, not when I saw his eyes, but he did say something before I noticed that. I think it was Manjikyu," Naruto replied. "Manjikyu Sharingan, kaleidoscope copy will I. Itachi must have used Tsukiyomi, Moon Reader, on Sasuke." "What does Tsukiyomi do to San?" "It is technically a genjutsu that allows the user to take their victim to a world where they control even time. It is said that someone caught in Tsukiyomi can experience 3 days of time in mere seconds." I said it is a genjutsu, but I don't think it really is, especially after living here. I think it is a technique that sucks the victim into the user's mindscape, though I probably wouldn't if I hadn't lived here like I do. What Tsukiyomi does is almost like what you, and with your permission us, do in this world. You can even change the rate at which time flows. Minato paused for a moment before turning to Naruto and continuing. "Now that I think about it, if you ever got permission from the person who was using Tsukiyomi to manipulate the world, it would probably be possible for you to break out considering how much experience you have at manipulating your mindscape." So Itachi used Tsukiyomi on Sasuke, and whatever he did left Sasuke unconscious for 2 days. Wait. Now that I think about it, Sasuke was saying, "He made me watch everyone die over and over." Do you think Itachi made Sasuke watch their deaths? But what good would that do? Naruto asked, confusion evident on his face. "Knowing Ida-chan," Kushina said thoughtfully. "He was probably trying to scare Sasuke away from being like their father. Ida-chan was never all that good at understanding people's emotions, at least as a child, and I can't really see that changing much. It is probably a very good thing that you managed to save Mikoto. She will probably be able to keep him from possibilities, like becoming a revenge-obsessed brat that would be completely spoiled by the village since he is the last Uchiha. Kushina finished by making air quotes. That is good. I hope he gets better soon, Naruto said, a relieved expression gracing his face. But knowing Mikoto, she probably suspects you, and she might confront you about the letter and me, Kushina said. I know Gigi suspects something. I could tell that he thought something was strange when I told him I was visiting Sasuke in the hospital, Naruto added. It was Minato's turn to look thoughtful now. If they ever do end up confronting you about it, I think you should tell them about us. What, why? Why would I want to tell them about you? That's actually not a bad idea, Minato cut in. You know about shinobi politics. Well, Mikoto would be a good ally, and I think the old monkey is already on your side. For that matter, your friends would be good allies as well when they get older. Especially Shikamaru, Chuji, and Hinata. They are the heirs to their respective clans and will one day wield a lot of power. Just be careful. Unless Mikoto or Sarutobi actually confront you about their suspicions, don't say anything. Okay. I can see your point, especially if that Danzo guy or the civilian council try something. Good. Remember to be careful with your trust, but also never fear to trust, Kushina advised. Now that the serious business is over, we can go back to our normal routine and spend some time being a family. We had better wait until later. I came here by meditating, so I better leave for now and come back when I go to sleep, Naruto said regretfully. Don't worry about it, Naruchan. We will have plenty of time later. I'll see you a little later then. Naruto finished and sat down to meditate and go back to the real world. The academy was closed for 3 days after the Uchiha massacre, though most of the students didn't know the reason for the closure. Even after classes resumed, Sasuke didn't reappear until 2 weeks had passed. When he did, he was different. He wasn't nearly as cheerful as before, and there were times when he would brood, pulling back into himself. A couple months after the massacre, Sasuke didn't come to school one day. The next day, when he came to class, he looked worried. By the end of the day, Naruto was worried about him and decided to ask what was wrong. Hey Sasuke, what's wrong? You didn't show up yesterday, and today you look worried? HN. Hey, haven't I told you not to use any of that one-syllable HN crap? It makes you look stupid and doesn't tell anyone anything. Just tell me. If you don't, you will be my next pranking target, and I will make sure that what happened to Mizuki-sensei and the other instructors looks like nothing. Maybe I'll start by giving you hair that matches Sakura's. Sasuke became even paler than normal. Fine, Ka-san is sick. She was throwing up this both yesterday morning and this morning. So you are worried about your Ka-san, huh? Naruto asked understandingly. Don't act like you know what it's like. She is the only person I have left in the world. You will never understand my feelings, Sasuke said, almost shouted. You're right. I'll never understand your feelings. I've never had a family to lose. I've been told my parents died the day I was born, so I have no way to understand your loss, but I do understand loneliness, Naruto said, trailing off with a faraway, lonely expression. Sorry, I didn't know that. It's okay, that is what happened. There's not much I can do to change it now. But seriously, what is wrong with your Ka-san? I don't know, Sasuke said, frustrated. Well, in that case, let's go check on her, Naruto said, and saw Sasuke's face brighten slightly. Uchiha compound. When they reached the Uchiha compound, Naruto noticed that it had been cleaned so well that he couldn't even tell that anything out of the ordinary had happened. They walked through the empty streets that should have felt haunted, but for some reason didn't, heading towards Sasuke's house. As they entered the yard, they spotted Uchiha Mikoto collapsed in the garden. KSN, Sasuke shouted as soon as he spotted her. Seeing Sasuke run to Mikoto and start to shake her, Naruto realized that Sasuke was panicking. He ran up to Sasuke and pulled him off of Mikoto. Calm down, Sasuke, Naruto said soothingly. Calm down, why should I calm down? Shouted back, seething in anger. Because you are not going to do her any good if you panic, Naruto replied, instantly shutting Sasuke up. Going over to Makoto, Naruto checked for her pulse. Well, she is alive, but I don't know what is wrong. Come over here and help me pick her up. He continued, and seeing Sasuke's shocked face shouted, now. Where are we going to take her? Sasuke asked after he came to his wits. Naruto just gave him a look that said, are you kidding me? The hospital, of course. Neither of us know what is wrong, so where else would we take her? Starting to pick Makoto up, he placed one of her arms around her shoulder. What are you doing? Get the other side. After Sasuke managed to get under his mother's arm, they half-carried, half-dragged Makoto to the hospital. Entering the emergency room, Naruto called out, still being the one more in control. Hey, can we get some help here? A doctor ran up and looked at Naruto for a second before looking at Makoto. What happened to her? Sasuke finally decided to speak up. I don't know. The two of us were going to check on my mom, as she has been sick the past 2 days, and when we got to my home we found her collapsed in the garden. The two of you carried her all the way from the Uchiha district? The doctor asked, impressed at the two boys, even the demon container. The doctor signaled a nurse. You two did a very good job to get her here, we'll take it from here. My name is Kito if you need to find me. About an hour later they were allowed into the room where Makoto was laying. She was awake and happy to see Sasuke. It seems like I worried you, Sasuke-chan. I'm sorry, but you don't have to worry. The doctor that examined me said that I just collapsed too much stress due to my condition, Makoto reassured Sasuke. Anyway, who is your friend? I heard that you two carried me all the way here. This is Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke said, missing the sharp but friendly glance that Makoto shot at Naruto. Then finally realizing what his mother said, Sasuke asked another question. What condition are you talking about? Makoto gave Sasuke a big smile. Apparently you are going to have a sister. Deciding to leave the two alone, Naruto said, see you tomorrow, Sasuke, and headed toward the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. As he always did, Naruto kicked open the door to the Hokage's office and went in. He still looked worn down and tired, even 2 months after the fact. Hey Gigi, how are you doing today? Naruto asked. I'm fine. How about you? The old man countered. I'm good. So what brought you here today, my boy? I here to give good news today, Gigi, Naruto said, almost vibrating in excitement. Please don't tell me you came to take this hat off my hands, Naruto, the old Hokage said dejectedly. I'll take it if you want to give it to me, but no, that isn't my good news, Naruto said, stringing Hiruzen along. Then what is the good news? I'll tell you if you swear not to tell anyone until the person tells you themselves. Fine, I promise that this won't leave my office. Is that adequate? Hiruzen said, his patience starting to run out. That is fine. Uchiha Makoto is pregnant. She is going to have a baby girl, Naruto said. Finally done playing with the old man. The pipe fell from Hiruzen's mouth. Are you serious? How did you find out? Yes, I am. Sasuke was worried about his Kasan as she had been sick for the past 2 days. We went to see her and found her collapsed in the garden, so we carried her to the hospital. The doctors examined her, and when we were allowed to see her, she told us she had collapsed because she was overstressed because of her condition. Then she said she was having a baby girl. That is definitely some good news. I needed that, thank you, Naruto. Now if I could only find a way to get rid of paperwork. But that is easy, isn't it? No, as much as I would just like to burn it and scatter the ashes to the 4 winds, I have to do it to keep the village running, the old Hokage lamented. That's not what I meant. I meant I know a way that you could finish your paperwork really fast. Faster than Naruto could see, the old Hokage had left his seat and was kneeling in front of him. You really know a way that I could use to finish my paperwork quicker? What is it? I'll do anything to learn it. Please tell me. Sweat was forming on Naruto's brow as he thought that this was the man who led the village and would one day be his commander. Well, I was going to string you along to see what you would do for it, but seeing this I'll just take an IOU, Naruto said sarcastically, shock momentarily shredding his mask of stupidity, but his mind was racing at the possibilities when he actually told the old man. This could be good. I'm glad I didn't end up playing that prank on Shikamaru. I've got a feeling this will be so much better. 2 words. The old Hokage waited on bated breath. Kage Bunshin. Hiruzen got to his feet woodenly and sat down in his chair. He opened the top right drawer on his desk and took out an envelope. Quickly channeling chakra to his eyes, he could see that it said, to Hiruzen, for the moment when you figure out the secret to paperwork, Jiraiya. The Hokage opened up the envelope, and just as he was going to lay the bullseye on his desk, Naruto quickly grabbed it. Forehead here, what is this for? He asked while applying a modified color shift seal to it and giving it back to the old Hokage. This, he said as he put it on his desk and started slamming his head down on the bullseye. Naruto quickly grabbed the camera he had ready to use on Shikamaru and started taking pictures. If you were to look at those pictures in sequence, you would see the Kami no Shinobi slamming his head down on a desk piled high with papers while the words, "I am an idiot," formed on his forehead in bright colors. And unlike the one he used on the instructors, this was all that would change, but it would change colors every 15 minutes for 2 weeks. The best part was that the godfather that he had never met would take the blame. Jiraiya was a seal master after all, and he had given his teacher the envelope. When he couldn't take any more pictures, he put away his camera and left the office waving over his shoulder as he yelled, "See you later, Gigi." Mindscape. Ka-chan, I've got great news, Naruto said as soon as he found his mother. What is it, Naru-chan? Kushina asked as she was infected by Naruto's excitement. Mikoto-san is going to have a baby girl. Miko-chan is pregnant? Oh, how I wish I could see her. You might not be able to see her, but if she ever asks B about the letter, I could pass a message on for you. Would you do that? Kushina asked before taking Naruto in a giant hug. Tell her, no matter how painful it is, I'm glad you are around to experience it again. Okay, Ka-chan, I will. Sasuke started to isolate himself from everyone but his family over the next year, especially after his baby sister, Natsumi, was born. Having had enough, Naruto decided to try and to cheer Sasuke up and pull him out of the shell he was creating. Naruto asked him along with Shikamaru, Chuji, Sakura, Hinata, and Shino, who Naruto had become friends in the past year. He was nice, very quiet, and a little creepy sometimes, but nice, if they would like to train with him. They finally agreed, though it probably wasn't just his persuasive ability that convinced them to go. Sasuke had started training insanely hard, like a person possessed, especially after his sister was born. Shikamaru grumbled about it being troublesome, but he guessed he would go. He had to agree to have another ramen eating contest with Chuji to get him. Hinata and Sakura were easy. Hinata just plain agreed so she could have fun with friends and do a little training away from her family. Sakura, along with her friend Ino, was starting to develop a crush on Sasuke, with her mother, who was a member of the civilian council, pushing her in that direction. It wasn't too bad because her mother was also telling her that she should stay from the brat, Naruto, as he was dangerous, and who had been her friend for a long time, so she finally just decided to make you her own mind. She had also been picking up some fangirlish tendencies. Dieting, worrying more about her appearance than training, etc. He took them to his training area so no one saw what they were doing. Naruto, what kind of training are we going to do here? Sasuke asked. Let me ask you guys a question first. What kind of chakra control exercises have you learned? Has anyone learned anything other than the leaf concentration? Naruto asked everyone. Iano I have, Hinata shyly stuttered. Naruto went up to her and whispered in her ear. Hinata, if you want, you can drop the mask. If you learn to work without it as a shield at times, you will be much better off when you decide to reveal yourself. Plus, I don't think anyone here would say anything about it, and I will take mine off if you do. Hinata sat deep in thought for a minute. Okay, Naruto, I will do that when I am just with members of this group. Any sound that the rest of the group made disappeared. The lazy look disappeared from Shikamaru's face. Sasuke took a closer look at Hinata, and Chuji even stopped eating. It was Sakura who finally broke the silence. Did Hinata just stop stuttering? It's troublesome, but yes, she did. Why keep up with that act? Someone told me years ago that deception is one of a shinobi's greatest weapons. If you were to see me like I normally act, would you take me seriously in a fight or underestimate me? Hinata asked. I see. That is an interesting way to go about it, Shino stated. I suppose your idiocy is the same Naruto? Very observative. I am impressed, Naruto answered, his mask of stupidity gone. Enough revelations. What about the training? Sasuke almost demanded. Right, does anyone know any chakra control exercises other than leaf concentration? I do know a couple, but they are all for the Jukin and won't do other people much good, Hinata said. No one? Okay, I'm gonna teach you one I learned from a book I read. It is called the tree climbing exercise, Naruto told his friends. Why do we need to learn that? We all know how to climb trees, Sasuke said almost belligerently. Ah, but can you do it like this? Naruto asked as he walked up a nearby tree and hung upside down by the soles of his feet. Sakura stood up, an amazed expression on her face. How are you doing that? Like I said, this is a chakra control exercise. It is meant to help increase chakra reserves and control. What you do is channel chakra to your feet and use it to stick to the tree. The book said to get a running start and use a kunai to mark your progress, but I have a better way. Lay down with your feet against a tree trunk and channel your chakra. Try to pull one foot at a time off of the tree, adding more and more chakra until you can't pull your foot off anymore, then release it and do it with the other. This lets you know how much chakra it takes to stick. When you can do that, start walking up the tree. Remember that you will have to release the grip of one foot when you want to take a step. When you get too tired, stop. This is a chakra building exercise, and if you run out, you could get hurt. This is especially true for Hinata and Sakura. I'm pretty sure you two will be able to do this exercise faster, but you won't be able to do it as long. Remember, tree climbing is only mastered when you can stick to a tree for more than an hour without getting tired. If you did it the way the book suggested, you either wouldn't stick at all or blast yourself off of the tree by adding too little and too much chakra respectively. Oh yeah. Shikamaru, remember that you can watch the clouds while doing it my way, but if you wait for an instructor to make you do it, they probably won't let you. Everyone went to a different tree and lay on their back and started sticking their feet to their tree. About 20 minutes after everyone started, Sakura started taking slow, careful steps up the trunk of her tree. She managed to get to the third branch about 15 feet off the ground when she had to stop. After resting for a little while, she hopped down to the first branch and walked down to the ground before she collapsed, completely spent. When she regained her breath, she turned to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, did you see that? How did I do? Sasuke just looked at her and scowled before going back and trying again. Sakura, it is really impressive that you got it so quickly. You must have nearly perfect chakra control. I bet when you increase your reserves, you could be a great Irionin, medical ninja, or Genjutsu mistress. Both of those fields require nearly perfect control that not many people can ever boast, Naruto said before gaining a thoughtful expression. Can you come here for a minute, Sakura? Sure, Naruto, Sakura replied, confused. They walked about 20 meters away from where the others were practicing before stopping. Sakura, why do you want to be a shinobi? Don't answer that now, just think about it, and when you figure out the real reason, then you can tell me or not. Anyway, I've got some advice for you if you really think you like Sasuke. Really, you have advice for me, she said doubtfully. If you want Sasuke to like you, you must first gain his respect. He could never like someone he doesn't respect. Do you know what he respects? Naruto asked leadingly. Usually she would say he likes thin girls with long hair, but that wasn't really what he was asking. No, she admitted. Sasuke respects strength. Strength to protect oneself. Strength to protect others. Strength to do what is necessary. Naruto paused to let her absorb that. Do you know his mother or know of her? No, she admitted again. People often like others who share qualities with their parents, not looks but qualities. His mother is a jounin, she might be retried, but she is a jounin. So if you really want him to like you, be serious about your training. What do you mean? I have heard you and your friends talk about diets and obsess about body wash and hair products. To be a successful kunoichi, you have to build muscle. That means eating well and then working off the excess calories. If you were to diet, your body would have a hard time producing energy, and while you would be skinny, it would be all skin and bones, not a healthy slimness. You don't have to do anything now, but think about what I said. Naruto finished and walked back toward the clearing, leaving Sakura standing motionless. Getting back to the clearing, he saw Hinata start walking up the trunk he was trying to climb. Shikamaru looked like he was about to start trying himself, but Chuji and Sasuke looked like they had a way to go, so he walked over to them. "How is it going, you two?" he asked as he stopped near them. "This is much harder than I thought," Chuji said. "Shut it, Naruto," was all that came from Sasuke. "You two shouldn't worry about it, you both have more than any of the others, which makes it harder to control. Besides, it took me almost a week to get this down when I first started," Naruto told them, not mentioning the fact he was only 4 at the time. "Then what about Sakura?" Sasuke asked. "That girl is one of the few people who have perfect control, on top of the fact that she has very small chakra reserves right now. She would probably make an amazing Irionin. Well, keep at it, you two. I'm going to make sure Shika isn't sleeping." Getting up again, he walked over to Shikamaru. "Hey Shika, you look like you are almost there. What do you think?" "Troublesome," was all Shikamaru said. "I guess so, but if you do this and your reserves grow, you can stay in one place longer during battle before you actually have to move or use your shadow techniques longer." "I guess so, but it is still troublesome. I'm going to go see Shino now," Naruto said before walking over to Shino. Shino, like Shikamaru, was on the verge of getting it down when they started talking. "Shino, how are you doing?" "Very good. Thank you, Naruto-san." "You are welcome. I can tell that you almost have it down." "Indeed," Shino said, brief as ever. "Do you need any help?" Naruto asked. "No, but I do have to thank you." "You're welcome. Why are you thanking me?" "2 reasons. First, knowing this technique now will allow me to have much greater chakra reserves by the time we graduate, and I will most likely be able to support another hive of Kikaichu. The second is a result of the first. You have greatly increased my chances of survival when it is time to go into the field. I'm glad I contributed to your survival. Keep it up. I'm going to go see Hinata." Once again he got up, this time going to the last member of their group. Hinata had just gotten the trick to it and was slowly walking up the tree, so Naruto just shadowed her. She reached more than twice the height Sakura did before she had to stop to rest. After she sat down on a branch, Naruto sat next to her. "Good job, Hinata." "Thank you," Hinata replied. "How does it feel to have completed an exercise that no one in your clan would ever believe you capable of?" Naruto asked sarcastically. "I thought you said that it would only be completed after you could do it for an hour straight." "True, but you get the idea." "Very good. I never really got to ask you how you were doing with your clan's Juken style. I have been meaning to ask for a long time," Naruto stated. "Not so great. At least that is what my trainers in our style think. They aren't exactly wrong, but not right either. I took your advice and started adapting the Juken to fit my body style more naturally. That is going great, if slowly, especially since my trainer thinks I am incompetent and won't teach me the more advanced katas," Hinata replied. "Doesn't your clan have archives that you can search for the katas or whatever it was based off of? Especially the special techniques that are part of Juken?" "I'll have to look." "Well, will you be able to get back down?" "I'm going to rest a few more minutes before I go back down." "Okay. I'll see you back on the ground," Naruto said before walking back to the ground. By the time they had to get ready to go home, Sakura had come back and practiced again. Hinata had managed to walk down to the ground and Shikamaru had gone up, but not as far as the others because he didn't yet have his technique perfected. Neither Sasuke or Chuji had managed to get more than 5 feet off the ground, but they were the ones with the most energy left despite going just as long as the others. Naruto decided to give some parting words to everyone before they went their separate ways. "Just remember to practice on your own. If you get to the point where you can tree climb for an hour without rest, you can try the next step. That is water walking. You take what you learned in this exercise and do it to stand on water. To do that, you have to constantly release chakra to make the water thick enough to stand on." Almost as one, all of his friends said thank you, though being too lazy, Shikamaru only said thanks. "I'm so glad they are my friends. I would be very lonely if they weren't here, almost as lonely as I was before I met Kichi," Naruto thought. Before something else, Something he had never considered before popped into his mind. What about the QB? Wait, the QB. That is a title. Since that is the case, what is its name? Now that I think about it, I know absolutely nothing about it except that it was sealed in Kachan before me and Uzumaki Mito before her. I'll have to think about this. Naruto was so distracted by his thoughts that he almost missed the chance to finally talk to Sasuke alone. But Sakura finally split away from him and went her own way, leaving Sasuke alone. Hurrying to catch up, Naruto quickly called out to him. Hey Sasuke, wait up, I have something to talk to you about. Sasuke stopped until Naruto caught up. What is it? He asked in slightly clipped tone. I just wanted to ask you something. What is it already? Do you realize that you won't be able to protect your family at this rate? What do you mean by that? Sasuke asked, grabbing him by the shirt. Do you mean to say I'm weak? Not at all. You are already far stronger than most people our age, and you have more chakra than anyone else in our class, Naruto stated. What I meant is that you are pushing everyone away. If a group of Nukenin managed to get into your compound, what could you do alone? What if your mother is injured? You will never have the ability to be an Irionin like Sakura and Hinata might. My point is that what you are doing leaves you vulnerable and alone, but not just that, it can also leave your family vulnerable. Is that what you want? But that is what he said to do. What who said? Itachi? What did he say? Sasuke looked murderous for a moment before he started speaking in a quiet voice. He said, foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, hate me, detest me, and yet survive in an unsightly way. Run and cling to life, and when you have the same eyes as mine, come to me. Ha 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 ha. Oh, this is rich. Itachi murdered your entire clan, and you are just doing exactly what he tells you to. People say you are a prodigy, but that has got to be one of the stupidest things I have ever heard. When he started laughing, Sasuke produced enough killing intent to startle Naruto, but when he finished tearing into Sasuke, just looked lost. Then what am I supposed to do? Just forget about him? Leave him alone to kill others? Sasuke shouted. No. Get stronger, get strong enough to defeat him, but do it for the right reasons. The path you were starting to take would have made you a greater monster than Itachi could ever be. But if you start walking the right path, you could become the greatest Uchiha to ever exist. Not just the most powerful, but the strongest, one that can protect everyone that he cares about. Strong enough to protect Mikoto-san and Natsumi-chan. Now you must decide. Which path will you take? Naruto said before turning away and leaving a stunned Uchiha Sasuke alone. Uchiha Compound. When Sasuke reached the Uchiha compound, he felt the haunted quality of the place for the first time. Wanting to get away from the oppressive atmosphere, he ran to get home. Arriving home, he found his mother waiting for him with his sister in her arms. His heart finally lightened when he saw what remained of his family. Wanting to get his worries out of the way, first he decided to simply ask, Ka-san, have I been doing what Hiraishin wanted? What do you mean, Sasuke? Mikoto asked. Just before he used that technique, Sasuke said with a shudder. And Hiraishin said, foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, hate me, detest me, and yet survive in an unsightly way, run and cling to life, and when you have the same eyes as mine, come to me. Before I answer, tell me what brought this on. Naruto, I, and a few friends went out to train, and Naruto taught us the tree climbing exercise. On the way back, he told that, as I am right now, I wouldn't be able to protect my family, and pointed out that isolating myself wouldn't do any good because I can't do everything. Then he said that I have two paths that I could travel. The one that I was starting to travel would lead me to become a monster that would put Hiraishin to shame, but there was another path I can still take. He said that I have the potential to become the strongest Uchiha of all time. Not the most powerful, but the strongest, able to protect everyone that I care about. That really made me think. Mikoto smiled a very gentle smile. Your friend is wise beyond his years. He was right. You had started to walk down that blood-soaked path of destruction. Until tonight, I was worried that you would become someone that even Itachi would reject, that you would leave me and your sister until the day you came to destroy everything you once held dear. Ka-san, I think I would like to travel that second path, Sasuke said with finality. I have never been more glad to hear anything in my life, Makoto replied. Why don't you invite your friend over for dinner sometime, and maybe I'll finally be able to get to the bottom of this mystery. 3 days later, Naruto and Sasuke were walking to Sasuke's home from the academy. Naruto having been invited for dinner, they walked past the garden, thankfully not finding collapsed on the ground this time. Ka-san, we're home, Sasuke called out. Come into the kitchen. We're eating in here tonight, came Makoto's voice from another room. They went into the kitchen and found Makoto feeding baby Natsumi with her back to them. You two start eating. I'll be a few minutes. Sasuke and Naruto sat down and did as Makoto said. A few minutes she came over and placed her daughter in a crib next to table and joined the meal. They all ate well and soon finished before clearing the table. Sasuke-chan, can you clean the dishes and watch Natsumi for a few minutes while I talk to your friend in the study? Makoto asked as Naruto snickered a little bit. Sure, Ka-san, Sasuke replied. Would you please come with me, Naruto-san? Naruto gestured ahead of him. Lead the way. Before long they entered a small office where Makoto gestured to a seat in front of the desk while she sat behind it. When Naruto saw her take an envelope from one of the drawers, he held up a hand for her to wait and stood back up from his chair since his feet had been hanging off of the ground. The second he was standing on the ground, the walls glowed blue before fading back to normal. What was that? Makoto asked demandingly. I just set up a privacy barrier, the young blonde replied. Makoto's eyes went wide. That is an advanced technique and you did it with no preparations too, she said before shaking her head. What did you want to talk about? First, let me thank you for what you said to Sasuke. You did something in a few minutes that I have been trying for the last year, Makoto said as she picked up the envelope again. You don't have to thank me for that. I would do the same for any of my friends if they needed it. I see. Anyway, on to the real question. Did you give me this letter? She asked, holding up the letter. I was starting to wonder if you would ever ask me about that. He stood up and transformed into the same civilian that he had the night of the massacre before transforming back and sitting down again. Yes, I gave you that letter. For that matter, I am the one who took you to Training Ground 23, the one who knocked you out, and the one who hid you. With just a few sentences from the boy in front of her, Makoto felt overwhelmed. But why did you do that? Mind you, I don't mind that you did. But why? 2 reasons. First, Itachi asked me to look out for Sasuke and you were the best way to do so. Second, I was asked to tell you, no matter how painful it is, I'm glad you are around to experience it again. Makoto's eyes went as wide as saucers and how she felt didn't even touch the tip of the iceberg to how she felt now. Who told you that? She asked, unable to believe what she suspected until she received proof. Ka-chan, of course, Naruto answered glibly. How is that possible? She is dead. She is and she isn't. When the Kyuubi was sealed, my father sealed a Kage Bunshin of himself and my mother in my mindscape. They were in a kind of sleep that didn't use any chakra until I could support them with my own chakra. My mother woke when I was 4. My Ka-chan asked that I save you when we learned what was going to happen, so we came up with a plan to get you out, and you know what happened with that. Now, why did you do it? It was the right thing to do, but also I dreamed to one day become Hokage, and I will need the clans behind me to fulfill that dream, Naruto said. Makoto's eyes widened yet again. Kushina, Minato, he is so like the two of you. 1 year later. In the year since Naruto taught his friends the tree climbing exercise, they had all come a long way. All of his friends had finished mastering the technique and moved on to water walking, even Sakura, who took the longest to build up the reserves necessary for an hour of constant tree climbing. He had thought about applying resistance seals to all of his friends, but he had decided against it for the moment. He would have applied gravity seals instead, but he couldn't yet make the much more complicated limit sensory gravity seal that he had, and it would be dangerous for them at this time without his healing factor. Hinata had found the records describing the development of Juken, including information on the style that was its original form. She was advancing quickly in her adaptation of her clan's style, but she had decided not to limit herself to the jukin like most of her family did. She had decided to learn some water techniques and some medical techniques, as she always did have a mindset more befitting a healer than a destroyer. She had not actually started learning any jutsu yet, instead deciding to master the basics and wait until she became a genin for the actual thing. She had also started learning how to make medical creams, but she wasn't all that good yet. She had also mastered water walking. Shino had taken to learning taijutsu more seriously to balance out his clan's bug-based techniques. While he was a good way into mastering water walking, he had to wait until he was older to receive another hive, as he had to be able to balance the different hives, and that required incredible mental fortitude. At the rate he was developing, he would have far larger reserves than required for a second hive by the time he graduated. He might even have enough to perform elemental jutsu, a rarity in the Aburame clan. Chuji was at the same point as Shino in chakra control, but it was enough to make a difference. His greater control and larger reserves meant that he lost less body fat while he trained in his clan's techniques and could sustain his Baika no Jutsu, multi-size technique, for far longer. So he was advancing in the jutsu and taijutsu associated with the clan techniques. Shikamaru had actually surprised his father when he did some more physical training than he was required to. He was a bit closer to mastering the water walking exercise, but didn't have enough chakra yet. When his father saw how far he had come in his training, he was allowed to learn his clan's first shadow manipulation technique, Kagemain no Jutsu, almost a year before normal for Nara children. However, he still spent most of his time playing strategy games with his father and watching the clouds. Sakura had probably come the furthest of them all, but she also started out with the least. A few after that first training session, she had heeded Naruto's advice and given up her budding fangirl ways to start training seriously. She had mastered the tree climbing exercise and could water walk, if only for about 10 minutes at a time. Like Naruto had guessed, she had almost perfect chakra control and decided to study medicine and a bit of genjutsu. She had an incredible memory and was reading medical texts to take advantage of that. Even though she did not yet know any Iryo ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, she had figured out how to produce medical chakra. Sasuke had started to open back up to people, even smiling from time to time. He had finished both tree climbing and water walking, and even though it took him the longest to learn them, he was the first to master water walking. Since he had more chakra, he worked on perfecting the katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, and had learned keta, Hosenka no Jutsu, fire release, mystical phoenix flower technique, from his clan's archive. He was also practicing his taijutsu in an attempt to improve it. Naruto had both the greatest success and found the greatest pitfall. He could now create just over 300 Kage Bunshin at a time, and he abused them to maintain his chakra control. He also had a few working on his elemental manipulation training. When it came to wind and water manipulation, he was doing very well. He was almost able to cut a fist-sized rock with wind chakra, and while he was able to levitate the water, he couldn't maintain the sphere shape. Earth training wasn't going so well, though he was finally able to crumble a leaf to dust with his chakra. He was having a hard time creating fist-sized stones in his hand with earth chakra. His greatest disappointment came when he finally gave up on genjutsu and medical jutsu. Considering his regimen for chakra control training, he definitely had the control necessary to use them. When he tried to create medical chakra, he finally found out why. When Kyuubi's chakra mixed with his, it made his chakra more chaotic, and it disrupted any genjutsu he tried to use, and whenever he tried to make medical jutsu, the chakra turned brown instead of light green. The only remotely medical techniques he could perform were the diagnostic jutsu and Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpel. Though the latter shows up as a purplish-blue color and is probably a far more dangerous weapon than the normal version. He had completed his father's chakra control exercises, the second one spinning his chakra like the first, but to blow up a rubber ball, obviously meant to work on concentrating chakra at a single point and release large amounts of chakra at once, and studied the entire intermediate Fuinjutsu series with his parents. Unfortunately, he had hit a plateau on his physical conditioning until he grew a bit, but he had reached level 7 of the resistance seal, which didn't suffer the same plateau. Ever since he had redeemed Sasuke, when the idea that the Kyuubi might be just as lonely and not more so than he used to be, and when Naruto realized he knew nothing about the Kyuubi itself, he had been getting ready for this day. He had his parents douse him in increasing amounts of killing intent until they were creating as much as they could. He had told them what he planned, of course, and while they didn't completely agree, they understood. Mindscape. Entering the mindscape like he usually did, he went in the direction opposite of what he normally did. This time he went into the sewer. Unlike the trip to the house where his parents live, this walk seemed to take hours. Though that was probably because he was walking down a dank, muddy sewer full of sewage what would have reached his waist if he didn't know how to water walk. As he walked, he realized that there were several pipes that traveled the entire tunnel. There were several smaller pipes that glowed a slight blue and a couple large ones that glowed an angry red. Naruto continued to travel down the never-changing tunnel until he noticed the red was getting brighter, and then suddenly he was in a huge open space with a cage so large that he couldn't see the top or the far edge. Right in front of him, the gate to the cage was held closed with a small piece of paper with the kanji for seal written on it. "So my container graces me with his presence. Come a little closer so I can kill you, little ninjen, human," came a deep, contemptuous voice from just ahead of him, followed by an extremely large and sharp of claws that would have gutted Naruto if he didn't jump back. "A little small, aren't you, ninjen?" the Kyuubi said as it realized it had missed. "I would think I am rather small. I am only 9 after all." "Who are you?" Naruto asked, deciding to get right to the point and not let it intimidate him. "Who am I? I am the mighty Kyuu dash," the Kyuubi roared, only to be cut off by Naruto. "Isn't Kyuubi no Kitsune a title? Or do you like to be called Nine-Tailed Fox?" "Interesting, someone with the nerve to talk back to me," the Kyuubi said, and suddenly killing intent hundreds of times more potent than his parents filled the hall. Struggling to breathe, Naruto unsteadily got to his feet. "No wonder the villagers fear you if being in your very presence can feel like that," Naruto said, finally getting himself back under control. As suddenly as the killing intent had come, it disappeared. "I am impressed. Not many beings could stand with my presence that thick in the air, let alone talk back to me. Even Ichibi no Shikaku, one-tailed Shikaku, would have trouble doing what you did, child," the Kyuubi said, finally coming into view. "So I was right, it is lonely. It is probably far worse off than I could dream, but there is something else too. A longing there, but it is not just for freedom. I wonder what it is. So will you tell me your name, or do you want me to call you Ninetails all of the time?" "I guess not." "Well, I will see you again," Naruto said as he turned to leave. "Fine." Naruto stopped turning. "My name is Kurama." "Nice to meet you, Kurama. I am Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto said. As soon as he said the name Uzumaki, Kurama's killing intent was back in full force, but Naruto didn't allow it to affect him. "Another Uzumaki," Kurama snorted in disgust. "Well, at least this one isn't as bad as the last two." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "The conditions were much worse in my last 2 containers. I was imprisoned in a world of pure white with nothing save the miniature moon that I was staked to. I was restrained with stakes through all of my paws, my chest, and all of my tails. Then there were chains tying me to the small moon as a precaution. At least here there is something I can see other than white, even if it is not much." "Talk about overkill. That sounds very painful," Naruto said, then looked thoughtful. "If you wanted to see one thing, what would it be?" "The outside world. I can't release you, though I'm surprised you want to be out there considering what I have been told about how you were controlled last time you were unsealed. On the other hand, maybe I can do something about this place. Are you bound to one shape or size?" "No, this is my natural size, but I can become any size smaller than this. On the other hand, I am a kitsune and am bound to stay as one." "Yes, that might work. But let's try this first," Naruto said as he sat down and closed his eyes in concentration. Suddenly everything went white. Kurama started growling, but Naruto didn't move. After several minutes, the white started rippling, and an exact replica of Konoha and all of the surrounding area that Naruto knew appeared in perfect detail, except for the fact that Naruto was standing next to a giant cage on top of the 4th's head. "That was impressive, kid. Especially since I can see animals in the woods. What is this place?" "This place is the terrain in the real world. I made it by linking my memories of the area that I know around Konoha and this portion of my mindscape. which will allow it to regenerate if it is destroyed and the animals to reappear after a certain amount of time, Naruto told Kurama. This is much nicer than my last 2 jails, Kurama said, watching as Naruto stumbled on his feet. Kid, are you all right? I will be fine, I just need to go and rest now. That took a lot out of me. I will be back after I rest. And with that, Naruto stumbled down to the Hokage Tower where the entrance to this part of the mindscape was located, and left the mindscape as soon as possible to rest his tired mind, not even bothering to see his parents before leaving.